Hello and welcome to our second of our stream party for the 2022 Libertarian National Convention, or as some people call it, the Reno Reset, where we are going to see if the Mises Caucus is going to take over the Libertarian Party or not. This is day 2, so unlike the last stream, it's the convention's actually the convention's now actually happening. We get to watch it. So Victor, our co-host, besides me, couldn't make it, at least for right now, but he'll pop in later. But we have 2 guests, Arjun and Femboy Fishboy.
Hello. Hello, Minarchy. So, yeah. How's it? What's your opinion about the show so far?
Oh, well, they're not doing that much so far. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I didn't watch the day 1. I was busy doing running some errands. I wanted to join yesterday, but I couldn't get the chance to. So, it's whatever. But regardless of that, yeah. This is this whole takeover. What did I miss? Fill me up in day 1.
Well, for one, they didn't have a stream yet for day 1. So we didn't really have anything to react to yesterday. We just talked about whatever. But today they're finally streaming it. So
all right.
Yeah.
Well, you're not try to create some dead noise. I'll just bring up some other topics, generalization of Twitter and everything going on so far.
Is it about the Latinx?
The what?
Is it about that argument you just got into about the Latinx?
See, this proved my point. You can't even pronounce it properly. Latinx. What the fuck? There's no T. Where's the T? Latinx. Where's the T? There is no T. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just you're just proving you're only helping my point. You are helping my argument.
Okay.
There's no these people who think that it doesn't matter. We're gonna bastardize your language anyway, and you're gonna like it. And I'm like, what the fuck?
There's also a person saying that
you can't even pronounce it properly. For example, yo puedo hablar hablando español ahora, and yo puedo hablar, yo soy un latino, eso mujer es un latina, y eso persona de mental illness es Latinx. ¿Qué? O Latinx. ¿Qué es eso? Yo no puedo hablar eso incorrecto. It's the fuck? You can't just say that. You can't even say it in proper Spanish. It's just a wokeoid bastardization of the language to appeal to the but what about the non-binary? But the 1%, the 1% is only bad if they're rich people. But if it's 1% of the minority, they have to be inclusive too, because the progress. Because the fucking progress flag and how ugly that shit is. Yeah, that's totally inclusive. It's funny. I wouldn't be surprised if Pride Month would include yellow and blue, where it represents the inclusiveness of Ukrainians.
I saw that. It's who the hell made that?
Yeah, some conservative made it as a joke, but at the same time, I unironically wouldn't be surprised if someone actually made that unironically.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
I bet the new flag that they're gonna try to come up with, or some new version of it, won't even have the rainbow.
Imagine,
It'll just be
okay, hey,
Windows. It will just be Windows 7. Windows 7 color palette.
it was like,
Flat.
hey, give me a second.
You get
Like
nothing.
imagine,
It's just a color palette.
imagine if you showed that. Imagine if you shown Ukrainians on an LGBT thing to the Azov battalion.
Oh, bro, I'm pretty
Their
sure they
asses.
would cringe. They would like die.
They would
of cringe.
cringe at that thought. If we showed that to the Azov battalion, they'd be like, what the fuck is this?
Western cringe. This is what you want. This is what you're fighting for. And they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We ain't fighting for this bullshit. We're fighting for our own people and our people's people. We ain't fighting to turn our state into some sort of Western gay utopia. I mean, not gay utopia. Well, mental illness utopia. I don't want to say gay, but yeah, because being gay in the LGBTQ anymore is now the new cis. Like, being gay in that community is like being straight in real life. Well, in general, really, not in real life. What the fuck am I saying? But like the people who are like, "Oh my God, you're gay," that doesn't really mean anything anymore. You're basically the new straight. So you're you kind of have to play the game of oppression Olympics. The trans people, they get golden medals. You get chocolate golden candy.
Okay, guys, we got
Not even-
we got some comments.
Oh,
Hungry
okay.
Country Ball said most Ukrainians are pretty homophobic relative to the West, though funny that the left and the far right seem to think that they're libs.
Yeah, no, they're not libs, but I mean, the average libtard and the average conservative would obviously think of that. I mean, me personally, when the war first started, I was like, huh, wow, Russia is invading Ukraine. This is probably going to last like a week. Oh, wow, it's been a week, and they're
I
still alive.
bastardized both Hungarian and English already. I don't need to bastardize anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I seen the last episode. Too busy sleeping. Yeah, don't worry. There wasn't no stream the first day, so you didn't really miss anything.
Okay, so anyway, they're back, so let me unmute it.
The whole idea of Ukrainians being like LGBT is just so weird. Like, it's such a different situation. Like by that logic,
I don't know,
shouldn't you
man.
have-
All I do
shouldn't you
know
have,
is that I
like-
want to see what this lady has to say.
Sorry.
If she's gonna speak.
This is Whitney Bailu, the current chair of the LP. She's not running for re-election.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the whole party's like kind of like.
Of course, if she
like
did
an
run for re-election,
outsider.
she would lose in a landslide.
Yeah, not a lot of people like her. I mean, I don't really care because I'm not before all of this. I was like a third person outsider,
right.
just watching the party from the field,
Here we go.
and usually it'd
Alright.
be like it was pretty much of a meme
Order in the room.
because everyone on all political sides would just meme the Libertarian Party as
Let me
pedophiles
get
or some
this so I
dumb
can
shit.
display it.
So I'm not saying the Mises Caucus will probably do anything
If we
about
can
that
get
stereotype because
my
leftists are
screen
mentally ill
up
and they're
on
probably
the
gonna keep
projector.
saying it like it's the next funniest shit in the world. So
Okay.
it's whatever at this point. At least I just hope that in terms of policy, they'll
All right.
bring something interesting in the table and
Yeah.
not the retarded shit that you'll see on Twitter.
We're gonna try something else.
I'm gonna have to mute y'all's mics. Never mind. I don't know what they're doing.
Actually, so we have a new comment that said, why do libs
Okay.
need to
We
protect?
zoom in on this a little bit.
Oh, wait. Why do libs need to project
All right.
their
I'm gonna start
values
listening.
onto?
Alabama, 13.
What they're doing.
Actually, I'm just going to go through by abbreviation so I don't have to convert.
Minarchy, what they're
13.
doing.
I think they're doing like counting delegates or something. I don't think they're voting. Maybe they are. I don't know.
Huh. All right.
Okay,
See how it
based
goes.
on the numbers that they ran from the polling, Ms. Hogarth has an amended report she would like to present.
My report is substantively the same, except the numbers paragraph has been amended to read, as of 10:50 a.m., there were 893 delegates registered in attendance and entitled, 893 delegates registered in attendance and entitled to vote, including registered and seated delegates and registered alternates present and seated as voting alternates. The total is 997.
3 shy of 1,000. What a shame.
These are listed on the report that will be provided to the secretary.
I think they're just
That gives a
counting
quorum
delegates.
of 440? No, 400.
Actually, we'll leave. I'm going to read the comments later because there's a new one.
You're welcome.
All right.
Oh, just wait.
Total 997.
Right.
Quorum 399. Majority 499. 2/3 665. All right. I'm going to go again. Total 997. Quorum 399. Majority 499. 2/3 665. 7/8 873.
All right. Did you move your report? You moved your report? Yeah, there's a procedure plan. Okay. So it was brought to my attention that there was a minority report issued, which the members of the Credentials Committee have the right to do.
And there was a pending objection, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Of course there is.
They wish to present it at this time. There was an objection to that. It requires a majority vote to go ahead and proceed with hearing the report.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Ms. Harlows?
There is not an automatic right to a minority report for the Credentials Committee in our standing rules or in our bylaws. So it defaults to Roberts, in which the convention has to vote whether or not they wish to hear the minority
That's
report.
exactly what I'm doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
They do have the right to issue a report. They have the right to issue it. Whether or not they report it or deliver it is what we're working on right now. Okay. So there has been an objection to hearing the minority report. So we will vote on whether or not to hear the minority report. All in favor of hearing the minority report, raise your hand.
You want me to just mute it and for now?
Okay, hands down. All opposed? Nope, it fails. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to adopt the credentials report.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Mr. Moulton, microphone 3. Dr. Moulton.
Dr. Chuck Moulton from Pennsylvania. Request for information. If one wanted to view the minority report, is it available in LPDIA or any place like that?
Okay, it's going to be sent to the secretary and it will be in the minutes.
Oh, wow.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor to adopt the credentials report.
Okay. I guess we can talk while they're just doing whatever they're doing.
Okay. Hey, your boyfriend says he wants to come back on the stream. He had an internet issue.
Ugh.
Yeah, sorry, my fucking shit died.
Yes.
Stupid web page. Anyway, yeah, I don't remember what I was saying before.
Let me turn the closed captioning on so it. Oh, it's not available. Dang it.
It is a live stream, though. I wouldn't be surprised.
Very much. I stand to speak in favor of assuming that it gets seconded.
I don't hear him at all.
That sounds like
Oh, I'm sorry.
more than once.
All right, we have a motion
Now?
to amend the credentials
Yeah.
report by striking the entire Pennsylvania delegation. It has been seconded. Is there any objection to that?
Of course.
Shocking. All right.
Oh, no, I'm burying this bullshit.
This is debatable. Mr. Hicks, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. You can refer to me as either Gravy King or Mr. Hicks, whichever you like. The reason that I move we strike the entire Pennsylvania delegation is because the manner in which the Pennsylvania delegation was seated was in direct contravention to Pennsylvania state law and the bylaws of the Pennsylvania State Party. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. Thank you for that one.
I'm asking that everyone show respect to whoever has the floor so that you will get the same when it's your turn.
And further, Madam Chair, any actions that this body undertakes with the Pennsylvania delegation seated are now on, at best, tenuous and shaky legal ground. Thank you very much.
He said, I don't care about your booze. I know what makes you cheer.
Wait, what the hell happened there?
I don't know, but that was funny.
I wonder what makes them cheer. I wonder what that means.
Yes. Is there anyone?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Are you wishing to speak on this motion?
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is completely specious. I move the previous question.
Second.
Second.
Others want to debate.
Pardon me?
I object to it.
I need your name and state.
Yeah. So,
Andrew Bukovich from
Mr.
Colorado.
Mr. Starr, were you in line? And
I am in line.
I
but
was
were
in
you
line
in line
first.
before him? Okay. All right. So the question has been called, seconded. Is there objection to calling the question?
Yeah, I'd like to debate.
We'll proceed to a vote on calling the question. It requires 2/3. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, question has been called. We will proceed to a vote on the amendment. All in favor of the motion to amend the credentials report to strike the entire Pennsylvania delegation, raise your hand. Opposed? It fails.
I don't understand what just failed.
We
The
are back to the main
Pennsylvania
motion,
delegation.
to
Oh,
adopt the
okay,
credentials report.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Microphone 2, Mr. Thrasher.
Christopher Thrasher, delegate from Massachusetts. I rise to challenge the delegation from Massachusetts. May I speak to my challenge, Madam Chair?
Mr.
Madam Chair,
Thrasher,
point of order.
We're going to need you to phrase that in the form of a motion
I
that
move
explains
to
what you want to
amend-
do.
Yes, ma'am. I move to amend the credentials report to strike the delegation from Massachusetts and replace it with the other delegation that was presented to the Credentials Committee.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Ms. Thrasher, in order for me to understand what you're asking, you are moving to amend the credentials report by striking what the Credentials Committee has presented from Massachusetts and replacing it with a list they already have?
Replacing it with a list that the Credentials Committee did receive from the Libertarian Association of Massachusetts. If I may speak to this briefly,
I have
would
a
like
point
to
of
say that
order.
the effect
I
of
heard
this
you.
is-
Madam Chair,
I heard
point of
you,
order.
and he's still speaking.
Yeah, but if the motion
getting a
is
little
out
hot
of order,
here.
speaking to it is out of order.
Mr. Thrasher.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, thank you. The effect of this.
Let me fix this real quick. It is currently not out of order. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The effect of this motion would be that every single individual seated at this table right here would be seated as a Massachusetts delegate, as would the 4 individuals who are also here from the state of Massachusetts that were presented on the other list. The other delegation has agreed, voted in accordance with the bylaws of the Libertarian Association of Massachusetts to amend
Madam Chair, point of
their
order.
delegation to include every single member who is sitting at this table right now. There are
Point of
16
order,
individuals-
Madam
Point
Chair.
of order.
Mr. Thrasher, does the Credentials Committee have the list?
Point
You-
of
you
order,
said
Madam
your
Point
Chair.
of
motion-
order.
Point of order.
I am clarifying what the motion is.
The member from
You
Massachusetts
have said
is engaging in debate in a motion that has not been posed to the floor.
Point of
Mr.
order.
We have
Thrasher,
points
does
of
the
order.
Credentials
They are
Committee have
interruptible.
The list. Your motion
the
stated
fuck
it
is
was
going
a
on
list
here?
that they
I
had.
don't
I appeal
know.
from the ruling of the chair.
Oh my God.
Second.
It's like turning into a flipping point 4 lobby.
That's literally a libertarian
I mean, I
convention
don't know,
in
but
a
it's
nutshell.
not, it's
What you
not
were
that
trying to do
bad.
is
but-
amend
Is
your
the point of
report.
order well taken?
It is not.
Is the point of order well taken?
Then I appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Madam Chair, the point of order is well taken by this body.
I appeal from the ruling of the chair.
You have
Please
been
take the
overruled.
question.
Ms. Harlow.
Thank
No,
you.
no, no.
It is
You have been
out of order for
overruled.
Mr.
I am not
Thrasher,
using the
trying to
riot shield.
unseat a delegation that he is presently seated with.
That is not true.
I disagree, and I appealed the ruling of the chair. I understand.
I
you
second
disagree.
the appeal.
What the fuck is her outfit? Pink hair?
That's
Fuck is that
Carmen.
on-
Ms. Harlow,
That's Karen
are you able
Ann
to
Harlow, the
cite
former
what makes it
secretary
out
of
of
the
order?
party.
Hey,
She was
hey,
kicked
Phoenix.
out.
Phoenix,
I don't
what the
have the
hell are they
citation,
Yeah, I
arguing
can
but
see
it would
over?
be up
why.
to the body
Look
to
at-
decide.
look at
I
this
am not
person.
required to.
Okay, so that
the
doesn't count. It is
No,
not
I
out of
appeal
order.
the ruling of the chair. I'm
Excellent.
allowed
Let's
to
do it.
appeal the ruling of the chair, even
Um,
if I said Jesus Christ told me to do so.
Seconded.
So we have an appeal from the
So you
ruling of the
like
chair.
thinking that Jesus Christ would
The
take you to the
ruling
bin?
is that that motion.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Is that?
It's an
Shit in her
abuse.
hair.
Why the hell do they just keep talking? Why the hell do they just keep yelling at each other? What the hell is this arguing
Where
over?
there is no
Arguing for
ambiguity
nonsense.
about the rules.
Phoenix, what is
It's
going on here?
improper
Like,
for you
why
to
are they
allow a
arguing?
majority to bulldoze
Well, it's because
rights
the
of the
two major
members here when
factions,
there's
the
higher thresholds
current
and
ruling
violation of
faction
rights.
and the Mises
This
faction
person had the
really
right
hate each
to
other.
make a motion on the floor.
Oh.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
But, like,
that's
they're-
the
they're-
right that
so they're-
every
so-
member
If,
has.
if people like
So
that
you
purple,
cannot-
that pink hair thing is like
You
part of
cannot
the current
accept a
faction,
point of order
yeah,
where
I could
there's
see
No,
why.
she's-
I
but
can
like,
she's part of the
articulate my
Mises
reason.
faction.
It took me a moment, Madam Chair.
Jesus, what the fuck?
Okay, thank you. When
Oh,
a
man, what the fuck am I saying?
delegation
she's-
is being challenged, they're not allowed
She's actually
to vote
pretty
on their
cool,
own
but
challenge,
she's
meaning he's
like a
saying
hardcore
he's not an
anarchist.
actual delegate. If
Yeah.
he's not an actual
He
delegate,
looks
he
like
cannot
one.
make a motion.
No.
Okay, but like, what are they arguing over? I'm so confused about this.
We're arguing over delegation.
Nobody is a member.
Oh, okay. Oh,
No.
like which delegation will vote for who?
Credentialing. There is
The
no
fuck
business.
I know. I'm literally finding that out right
Any person
now.
on this floor
All
at
right.
this point can make a motion who is
That is
In the
absolutely
stream,
incorrect.
the free coordination.
The person,
Challenge
the speaker-
delegations
the
cannot do
person
any
who made the
business on their
motion-
own challenge.
The person who made the motion is on the list of delegates today. He
Correct.
has the ability to make a
I
motion.
call the question on my appeal.
Second.
Okay,
At least it's calmer now.
so we will move to a vote on the appeal.
Good. Thank you.
What? Yes. So the question is, will the chair's ruling be upheld or sustained? The chair's ruling was that Mr. Thrasher's motion is not out of order.
Point of order.
Mr. Secretary.
A appeal from the ruling of the chair is debatable, and while I have absolutely no problem with us calling the question, yelling call the question is an out of order way to do it.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Michael Kilsky from Arizona. I would like to save us all a little bit of time by simply making the motion that Mr. Thrasher made as my motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's very important that we not.
So Mr. Thrasher would need to withdraw his motion first.
I will withdraw the motion for the purpose of this. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, can you please state it at the
Yes,
microphone?
apologies. I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Thrasher. Mr. Kielski, did you catch? Okay. never
I
mind.
will second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion to amend the credentials report to strike the Massachusetts delegation that is
Real quick, who's the new person making the motion?
Michael Kielski.
What state?
State? Arizona.
Michael Kilsky from Arizona.
Request for information.
Okay, let me finish stating what the motion is at this point. The amendment, the motion is to amend the credentials report, striking the Massachusetts delegation as it was reported and replacing it with the people here. Mr. Kielski. Yes, we're going to need to know specifically who.
Yes. The motion is to to amend the credentials report to strike the presently seated Massachusetts delegation and replace it with a delegation that includes the presently seated Massachusetts delegation plus 4 others.
There are 6 of us
Six?
here. 6 of us.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. There were 6 others that are also will be added to that.
Are they?
There is a list that has been presented. I don't have it.
Madam Chair?
You need the list.
Madam Chair, I can read you those names.
Hold on, please. It would be better if they were brought to us in writing.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair?
Where's that coming from? Microphone 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joseph Eklund from Wisconsin. I would like to call the question.
Second.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Where's that from? Microphone 1.
Mark Montoni from Colorado. Can we please have a reading of the exact motion that we are working on?
Yes. We are waiting for a list of names that will be part of that. Yeah. And the calling of the question is appreciated, but we are not quite sure what the motion is yet until it's
I think I have
recorded,
an
so.
answer. Let me get it up. All right, so Mr. Kielski has moved to strike the Pennsylvania delegation and
I could barely hear what they say.
Massachusetts, sorry. Massachusetts. Yes, I was reading the wrong one. Okay, to strike the Massachusetts delegation.
We need order in the room, please.
And replace it with a delegation that includes Don Graham, Peter Everett, Christina Crawford, Derek Newhall, Tara DeSisto, Paul Greenland, David Blau, Christopher Thrasher, Scott Kuzlin, Ann Reed, Daniel Reich, Vivian Nicholas, Lucas Diston, Sherry Graham, Erwin Juggeries, Jordan Evans, Michael Burns, Walter Z. Orbro. This is not.
Do you have the list?
Yes. There we go. Thank you.
And that includes the 6 that you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I would like to.
Got it. Okay,
Madam
so
Chair,
we are
point of
clarifying,
information.
we are clarifying the motion right now. It will be on the screen for you here shortly. And I recognize that someone has called the question.
Hey,
we are
Minarchy,
waiting for whatever
Victor is here, Adam.
Madam Chair.
Mr.
I have a
Moment,
point of information. Ken Molman
a
from
request for
Kentucky.
information.
Yeah, request for information. Would the,
I need order in the room, please.
Yo, Phoenix.
if I understand the motion correctly, we're taking and
Adam.
adding 6 people to this delegation, but I have been informed that I believe they only have 4 open slots. How would that be handled? Would we be overdriving their delegation to give them 2 additional delegates?
They are sorting that out.
Okay.
And it will be on the screen shortly.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
From 3?
Yes, ma'am. Dave Benner, Tennessee delegate, volunteer forever. Madam Chair, the question's been called. Please do take a vote.
The question was called prematurely because we did not have the full text of the motion.
I believe it can be called regardless if we see it in any shape or form.
No,
Would you be
people
voting?
don't know what the motion is. There are people standing in line right here who have already asked what the motion is.
Point of information.
We're working on it.
Point of information.
From
There's an appeal of the ruling of the chair in a Karitzer- second.
Lee Karitzer, Florida. Can we see
There's
the
an appeal
list
of the ruling of the chair in a
existing-
second.
Can we see, point of information?
Is the appeal of the
can we
ruling of the
see-
chair well taken?
Point of order.
No.
Point of order.
No.
Okay, what did I
Question's been
miss?
called.
Is the motion ready?
Victor's coming.
I don't
Point
know,
of
but
information.
Victor's here. Add him in the thing.
Microphone 1.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Our co-host Victor for Liberty is here.
Existing Massachusetts delegates, so that we know who we're.
All right,
looking
so
to
I just woke up,
exclude,
so I just
as
need
well
some
as those we're
coffee, and then
looking to include.
I'm playing Elden Ring in the background. So if
Yes, we'll provide that.
if I'm a bit
Guys,
distracted,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it turns out yesterday, like 2 days ago, it turns out you know that liberal talking point show, the View, that
Also,
trash.
Understanding that no one is being excluded.
Apparently, they lost their lawsuit towards Kyle Rittenhouse, and now they have to pay him $22 million and a formal apology.
holy
$22 million.
wait,
Yeah, the kid is rich now. $22 million.
in there now? Holy shit!
It's just like, yeah, it's like this guy. It's like, holy shit, this guy should not have been made a celebrity. He just acted in self-defense. Like,
No, the dude.
why is this?
Dude was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then did what he thought was necessary in the
Yeah,
moment.
but
Like
it
I
shouldn't be a-
see him as a
he's
hero,
just
nor
like-
do I see him as some deranged.
So I've been
villain.
advised
Like,
that
he's not
Mr.
he's not a
Kielski will have an
hero. He just
opportunity.
acted in
Just
self-defense
even
in
though
one
the question
situation.
was
Like,
called,
kid,
The fact the
he was
media
was
shit all
premature
over
because
him
we
made
didn't
him
even
like
have
had
the
to
he
do.
exact
should be a
motion.
celebrity.
But also, Mr.
Not-
Kielski has the right to
Not
speak
that
to it
hard.
before anyone else.
I don't think and get the whole argument that Kyle Rittenhouse came there wanting
Thank
to
you for your patience.
just wanting
Because
to-
there wasn't no argument. Like it was just cope at the end. Like he didn't do anything. He didn't break any laws. He followed everything right, and the court sided with him because, well, he didn't did anything that was against the Constitution or anything that was like against state law. Like this whole he crossed state border lines is type argument. It's just retarded because, well,
Yes, it's no
Wait,
well,
longer
actually, kind of not only retarded. But it's also ironic knowing that libs don't give a shit about Mexicans or any other illegals that come through their country's borderline, as long as it's them giving them free votes. But if it's a conservative crossing state lines, doing what going to a town where he regularly goes to is suddenly a problem. So
Yeah, but
honestly, that he won 22 million.
for just
Yeah.
on a daily basis, it's not that uncommon.
It's like the media shit all over him, and then like indirectly made him like way more than what he should have been because of the pushback that happened after it. Because everyone made him into a
Make more
martyr.
bank than Nick Sandman at this rate, because I remember a couple years back that was the main case.
Oh yeah, I remember that too.
Okay, so at this point, we do.
It's been a
the
while,
secretary
so
confirms that we
if
do
I
not have a
don't
proper
know the
motion.
details too
So-
well.
What's that? Who called the question? Who called the question?
Who was it? Sorry.
It was Dave Benner from Tennessee, Mr. Secretary, I
wasn't.
believe.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. $22 million. That's absolutely crazy.
Guy's freaking rich now.
Dude,
Question has
God.
been called.
just because of it,
Question is.
just from court action suits against
It's
him.
like, to be honest, like it's kind of funny. Like if the media never talked about this guy, he wouldn't be rich. He'd just be a normal
Hearing no objection, the
self-defense
credentials
case.
report is adopted.
They wanted to get this guy arrested, and they directly made him rich. Fucking
Yeah,
hilarious
yeah.
and stupid
Like
at the
the
same time.
thing that, I mean, they ended up helping Kyle Rittenhouse a lot more.
Yeah,
and
I
We now
know.
have a delegation.
They don't
To be
realize
honest,
that.
like-
They could just. It's literally like what happened with the other guy, the other kid, conservative kid.
Just a quick
Sandman.
announcement.
That was-
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Some of you who checked in as delegates, we didn't have, we had a shortage of delegate ribbons. That this
What? That's the announcement?
Yes.
but we have received a supplementary supply of delegate ribbons, and they will be available in the credentials
Was that the vice chair?
office by noon.
I don't know.
And I'd like to acknowledge Mimi Robson.
No,
and
no,
her
the vice
wonderful
chair is Ken
husband for
Molman.
Oh,
overnighting
wait,
him
you
to us.
still
Thank
vice
you.
chair? Nice. I actually like
Yes,
the dude.
until the convention's over, he's still vice chair.
I
Like,
like
I'm
the
gonna be
dude,
honest, like, I
honestly,
wouldn't
and
be
I think
surprised
that
if they're like a fair
he's non-caucus
All
affiliated,
right.
but he's a
next
principled
order of business
dude,
is
and I
the
hope he
adoption
stays
of
in the
the
LP for a
agenda.
while.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
Madam
Like,
Chair?
I think these self-defense cases are actually fairly common. Like what happened with Kyle
Andrew
Rittenhouse.
Buckner from
It's just
Colorado.
that, like when they get publicized, it's
I
like a
move
big
to
deal.
suspend the rules and replace the chair with the correct chair, Ken Molman, according to our bylaws.
Whoa!
Yeah, but let's be
What?
honest.
What
I
happened?
honestly think
Wasn't
Ken
paying
Molman was
Point of order.
should have
They-
stayed
That
vice chair.
sorry,
Or
point
should
of
have
order,
stayed
Madam Chair.
chair.
That motion is
Up
out of
until
order.
this
Such motion will
convention.
require a motion to
I
rescind
can't hear
just-
you. What you said?
actions taken by the
They
Libertarian
just
National
called
Committee
basically for the
several months
second
back.
lady to basically be
Thank you.
removed and Ken
I
Molman be
agree.
added to the podium.
It's not debatable. We're suspending.
Oh,
the
that's funny.
I agree. The motion is out of order.
This is not that. This is a motion to suspend the rules and remove the chair. This is not the. This is not a point of
What's
order.
the point of removing the chair? She's 9 running for re-election.
Madam Chair,
And
motion
I'm
to
glad you have
adopt
an
the
opinion.
for all
agenda.
intents and purposes, it's going to be Angela McCardle after today.
Microphone 3, Daryl Perry, motion to adopt the agenda as
Oh, fuck.
proposed.
Did you just say Daryl?
Yeah.
did
All right,
they
if you're
just
not
say
going to do it the
Daryl
right way,
Perry?
point of
Because
order,
that's
Madam
the-
Chair.
There is a
That's
motion.
the toast
Point of
I
order,
can
Madam
do.
Chair.
I am repeating your motion. That's what I'm doing right now. There is a motion to suspend the rules, to remove me as chair, and let Ken Molman preside over this amendment. That requires a 2/3 vote.
So how long is this convention gonna go for?
How'd it go with it? Are you eating it now?
Is there any objection?
I'm waiting
suspend
for
the
it.
rules
Objection,
to remove the chair?
Objection. I
Okay.
talked to Ken Molman in person. He said he is not interested in being chair instead of Whitney. He said it also on Zoom. He just wants to stick with Kentucky. He clearly didn't want to be chair, or else he would be it right now.
Point of order. A point of order vote is a majority, not 2/3.
Point of order. This is a motion to suspend the rules. It is not debatable.
That is correct. Mr. Molman,
Hi. I would like to raise a point of personal privilege.
Okay.
I would like to take the chair seat.
Wait, what the hell? Did you say point of
If I
personal
can take
privilege?
just a moment. We have been fighting internally and focused on the wrong enemy.
Yeah.
The people who spent hundreds or probably thousands of dollars to be here are not the enemy. Ms. Bilyeu is actually legitimately a better presiding officer than I am. Straight up. I haven't presided over a convention really in like 7 years, so I'm a little rusty. You may disagree with Ms. Bilyeu's rulings. You may disagree with some of her actions that she's taken. But as you have seen, she has just heard the motion that she does not want to hear. I'm pretty sure anyway, unless she's really trying to get the gavel out. Which she is free to do, because I am the vice chair, and if she needs my assistance, I am here to help. But I would like to ask everyone, we have an important mission here. Our country is going bankrupt. Our civil rights are being taken every day. Privacy is, we've had privacy problems for the last 2 decades. Please, let's focus on the business that we need to get accomplished. And yes, there are going to be debates. And yes, I know what's coming, some of the next motions, and let's talk through those and pass them in an orderly fashion. I do believe Ms. Bilyeu will hear those because I've worked with Ms. Bilyeu, and like many people in this hall, she is my friend. And I know that she will do the right thing. So I would ask you to please not do this. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. I hear a point of order. Is it 3?
That was 3.
Yes.
This is a motion to suspend the rules. It is not debatable. That was not an appropriate point of personal privilege. With all due respect to Mr. Molman, he is our elected vice chair.
Mr. Mullen, I have to hand you the gavel to dispense with this.
Oh, that's a good point. But I got a conflict of interest too, don't I? So I think that goes to Mr. Hagan.
To whom?
I think it goes to Mr. Hagan, doesn't it? Or does it go to Mr. Wolford?
Goes to Mr. Wilford.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I've been asked if I will do it. I will do it if you make me do it. Like, that's my job. But I don't think it's necessary.
It was your job to become chair the moment you resigned.
All right. There's been a motion to suspend the rules to replace the convention chair, Ms. Bilyeu, with Mr. Molman. It is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. And unless there is an interrupting motion, we will now proceed to that vote. All in favor of replacing the current chair, Ms. Bilyeu, with Mr. Molman, raise your hand. All opposed?
That's not 2/3.
It turns out the whole that was set. It was satirical. It was the
We're
whole
going to do a
the
counted
view.
vote.
I looked into it more. The View settles with
So, the way
Rittenhouse for 22 million was a satire
delegation
post.
chair
Oh, damn. That was
is
really
going
good.
to get a counted
That was
vote of
good.
their delegation.
I
That was
mean,
really
we
good.
plenty of pill with CNN++, so it's not like we haven't done our fair share of tomfoolery, so to speak.
I know. You guys, we have you guys have the gimmick account, so like, I'm not gonna lie, it was a really good shit
No, like,
post.
I mean, it's still a thing, and we're gonna take suggestions. Maybe we
Hey,
should-
you guys mind if I got this CNN account or have access to it? Because
I'll ask Minarchy because he's the one who started the account. But if you got good ideas on a propose, feel free and tell us. We're open to suggestions. You know?
Yeah. Hold up.
Let's see what's happening.
Difference. To do a counted vote, we should all stand. And basically, you'll count the yeses. And to make sure that we know people are voting, are eligible to vote, they should have with them their placard, so you can see that.
You do not have to have a placard to vote. That is not
to
necessary.
vote, but to make sure that you're eligible to vote.
That's for each delegation chair to decide.
It's not a delegation chair. I'm saying you're doing a counted vote. You have people stand. You count off one by one, just like we've done counted votes many times in the past. That's what a counted vote is.
All right. There's been a point of order as to the process in which we are taking a counted vote, and it is well taken. So we are going to use a different process to do a counted vote.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege.
Microphone 1.
Yes.
Jason Barton from Michigan. Again, there are several people in audience that cannot stand for vote counting.
Yes,
This is the second time this has come up pre-voting.
But hey, we're not gonna go back and forth between the microphones. First thing, yes, and I believe I asked for a raise of hands. If I didn't, I apologize, but that was my intention.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. That said, we are now going to.
Can I have a point of order?
You can have a point of order.
It's me here.
Oh, yes.
Microphone 2. Mimi Robson, Chair of California. So I just want to be clear. Are we doing this by delegation or regular counted vote? Because since I gave my number, I now have 3 more people that have signed in.
So we are not doing it by delegation. A point of order has been raised that was well received. So we are using a different process.
Okay.
So
I don't need to change my delegation number at this moment.
no, you don't need to do anything with that. Everyone stand at ease, and we are about to start our counted vote. All in favor of replacing the current chair, Ms. Bilyeu. So let me talk about process first. We are going to raise hands here in a second, and I am going to go to the end, and I am going to point at somebody, and that person is going to say 1, and I'm going to point at the next person, and they're going to put their hand down. I'm going to point at the next person, and they're going to say 2 and put their hand down. Hold on. And we are order! And we are going to proceed in that fashion until we have everyone counted. I will also be getting a teller for each row. So we will be doing this 4 times. Mr. Dixon, are you available here? Miss Robinson. Miss Mimi Robinson, are you available to count? Robeson, I'm sorry. Are you available to count? Can you do this column? Can we get a volunteer? Point of order. I hear a point of order.
Yes. This is Scotty Bowman from Michigan. It's actually, well, it's a point of information first and a point of order. Let's put it this way. Has the agenda for today been approved? And if it has been approved, then does the agenda include this part of the process?
No agenda has been approved, and as this is a suspension of the rules, it wouldn't matter if it had.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hogarth, can you get the far one?
Inquiry.
And
Point of inquiry.
can you get this one? Mr. Dixon?
Point of inquiry.
Yeah, yes. No, this one. And then we need one more volunteer for at the end. Sure.
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry. Hold on. Point of inquiry. Where is it?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Hollywood, Virginia. I just want to make sure that I'm guiding my delegation correctly on the vote. So right now, are we voting to suspend the rules and remove Whitney?
Yes.
Both combined in one.
One motion, one foul swoop.
Thank you.
Okay, with that said, we will now start with the count.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Mark Uppingut, New Jersey delegation. Mr. Chair, the previous point of order was incorrect. The procedure for roll call is clearly spelled out in Rule 3, and it should be conducted by a state delegation. It is Rule 3 of the convention.
That is roll call. We are doing a counted vote, which is not a roll call vote. Those are distinct things. That said, we will now proceed with the counts. All in favor.
This is
Point of
Dean
order.
Ahmed at microphone 2 from Maryland. We have historically always taken standing votes where people stand up and are counted and then sit down. I would really like to know why we were changing that And if we are changing it, I object to it. I feel that raising hands is not as accurate or reliable.
Your objections are noted. We are changing it because some people are unable to stand.
Can't we just accommodate them by allowing them to raise their hands?
We accommodate every delegate in this room. So we will now proceed with a vote. All in favor of removing Ms. Bilyeu and replacing her by Mr. Molman, raise your hand. Suspending the rules.
Point of privilege.
Not at this time. Personal privilege is not interrupting. Please continue.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Bob Townsend, Texas. There is no one recording minutes, so we don't know who, want some record of this, please.
I got it. I'm doing it all. Please continue.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I would like the call for division is clearly dilatory. This is definitely more than 2/3 of the room.
Your point is not well taken.
Next one I see here. Okay, so we still have 29.
Point of information, this is against national bylaws. Point of information.
I'll recognize, I think, a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes.
So I'm reading the national bylaws. Rule 2, voting procedure and motions. I'm sorry, Rule 3, polling procedure. In cases where a roll call is required, polling shall be by state.
This has been addressed, and I'll address it again. I'll be super clear. We are not taking a roll call vote. That would require everybody to give who they are and what they're voting. We're doing a counted vote, which is a distinctly different vote. Thank you.
Point of order, microphone 3.
Microphone 3, point of order.
This is Sharice Norton from the Oklahoma Libertarian Party.
Okay, so we're just going to, I guess we're just going to discuss something else while they're doing all that jibber jabber.
Wait, okay.
Yeah, so I think I don't know how necessary making Ken Molman chair just for a couple hours is, because let's be real, we all know who's becoming chair after that.
Well, here's the thing. I think it's because basically it's just the spite Bailu.
Yeah, I don't think that's a smart move politically, at least for now. Oh, because I mean, just be patient. I've been waiting since I joined in the Mises Caucus in November of 2020. So I don't know. They can wait. And the real question I have is, do you think Angela's going to step down from the LA Libertarian Party? Will step down as chair of the LA Libertarian Party and then have it succeeded by someone else once she becomes national chair?
I think she will, because most likely, I mean, she could still chair both, but at the same time, it would be like way too much for one human to handle.
Yeah, and this is on top of being a state organizer too.
I think she's probably going to step down from being a state organizer, to be honest.
Yeah, because you're the Mises Caucus chair. I don't know. It's kind of nice to work directly with her, though.
I know, but like, wouldn't it be like a conflict of interest? I don't know. But anyway, I guess
I'm not
I
sure.
think they're back. Let's check on them.
I just really wish Mount Gelmer was easier to traverse, or at least find the damn map. Oh, I know that's very relevant. I've been just playing Elden Ring, trying to find the Windham catacombs only to find out it's not on my maps and the map fragment somewhere in Mount Gilmer, which is one of the hardest regions in the game, at least for me, because of how it's basically a volcano with fire spewing everywhere.
On the car?
You're still an admin, right, Victor?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because if you were, you could have joined on your own.
Yeah, I mean, I joined on my phone this time as opposed to my laptop. I don't know if the things are different on.
Yeah, like I'm using my laptop because I don't think you can screen share on your phone.
Yeah, I mean, I just did my phone since it was the most convenient. As I mentioned, I just kind of woke up, got some coffee, and joined the stream.
You just woke up, man. You have a bad sleeping schedule.
Yeah, I know. It's just that it's the summer, so I haven't really been that worried
I
about
know
going to.
I'm kind of the same. I've had a really bad sleeping schedule where I end up waking up at 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Today I woke up around, I'd say, either 9 or 10. So
I woke up at 7
definitely later than usual.
today. I woke up at 7 this morning, which was really unusual. But I guess it was because the night before I didn't sleep at all, and which made me really made me want to go to bed really early.
Yeah, I'm like that sometimes. If I don't sleep one night, I'll try to go to bed earlier the next night, and that happened a lot more than I wish to admit back in college due to the whole. Well, I've posted about it ad nauseum. The infamous buzzing noise, which I hope eventually gets fixed, I'm, but now it doesn't matter. The poor soul who gets my old room is going to have to deal with it. I feel bad for whoever gets my room as a result. Even though it's in technically the best dorm, just the buzzing noise is
Whoa. Just give me the
abysmal.
force. Yeah, I got the force.
Yeah, I think basically this stuff's kind of stupid because like they're just delaying the chair election.
I want to announce it. Make sure
And that's
everyone
what we're all looking forward to, right?
Yeah, so this is just wasting time.
Exactly, because why have Ken Molman as chair just for a bit when you could have Angela for their full 2-year term, and she'll likely get reelected if she does a great job, which she will.
Do the Mises Caucus even have a majority in the convention?
Yeah, we do. We do, and
Oh shit!
we have there was this one moderate in the middle of the road dude named Tony. He's actually a pretty nice dude. He's really chill, not a part of any caucus.
Tony
But
DeRazio.
Tony how are you pronounce how do you pronounce his last name? And then Steve DeBosch. DeBosch is the most I won't kind of like the most establishment choice out of them.
I mean, well, he was literally the campaign manager of George Jorgensen.
Yeah, and he was the only one really going after Angela in the California debate for being affiliated with the Mises Caucus. While DiOrzio was like, I'm not a member of any caucus, but I work with Hill regardless of caucus.
We should try to invite more people into this stream. To be honest.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Especially since that I'm splitting my attention 2 ways with. Honestly, if I found, I don't think I'll ever stream Elden Ring, but I don't know if there's enough demand and I find a way of streaming. I might. Who knows?
They said they couldn't find you. Well, I will take the copy if you don't.
Okay, we're just gonna push back.
I honestly, I think Bailu, while I don't agree with you on everything, and don't, especially your messaging on the LP account, both LP tech, but I don't think she's as bad as Star Wars by any means. And Star Wars kind of now the boogeyman in a way for the Mises Caucus. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Not that we fear him, but well.
By the way, Victor, do you have any people you want to join, or they might be interested or anything?
Okay. I'll think about it. If someone like DMs me on Twitter asking them to join, I'll send them an invite.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I tried asking Drew Hancock, but he rejected. Well, not he. He basically turned it down, saying that he watched a little bit of the stream and not our stream, but the convention stream, and said he had enough of it.
Yeah, I mean he isn't in the LP anymore, which and he's becoming more and more disillusioned with even the name Libertarian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I mean I like a good. I agree with a good amount of his stuff, but
like, and we don't
say someone we could get. It would be cool if we got someone like. Oh wait, Joshua Smith is way too busy, especially now. No way we'd get him on.
I would like to invite anyone, like whether they're pro Mises or anti Mises.
I mean, as long as they're reasonable and don't resort to just mudslinging, I'd say that's good.
Because, like, I think we
like,
need to,
I don't think we should invite someone like John Hoondak by any means, but
no, not of course.
no.
Not,
But if they're reasonably on the fence about Mises Caucus and have their disagreements, even if they just want to go with the Liberty Republican strategy, I invite them. Because I'm friends with a good amount of Liberty Republicans, and while we disagree, it's like we, at the end of the day, want the same thing. That being less government, more freedom. It's just that people have different ways of getting that freedom.
Yeah, pretty much. But I was just basically like I'm kind of on the fence when it comes to the Mises Caucus, but like I was thinking about basically like inviting some anti-Mises and pro-Mises people and like having them like not debate, but like just have like a discussion on the stream. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. We're not doing anything.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I've been playing Unreal, and then all of a sudden, a dragon disappears. But it's a dragon I've been in the past, so I think I got this. But then again, that the area I fought the magma worm was in an earlier level, so this one's probably like hits harder. Mount Gelmer is basically a volcano. The problem is like half the arena.
Oh yeah, and also our first stream got a copyright claim.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know
Claim or
why
strike?
though. Why?
Claim or
Wait, you got a copyright strike from who?
No, it's not a strike. It's a claim.
No,
By
honestly,
who?
that's fine. I get as long as we are allowed to keep it up. At most,
Yeah, it's
we'll just
still
take
up.
whatever small ad revenue we have.
basically
have
it's
none. So
it's still
You're
up,
not-
but it says we can't claim any ad revenue off of it.
yeah, well, we're not gonna be making much ad revenue at least for a while. I don't
Yeah.
plan on making this like a business, more of a side hobby. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like if it becomes successful enough, might think about it.
Yeah, but not for a long time at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have a question. Guys, I have a little quick question. Like, is it true that like that Texas shooter like got his gun legally? Like, how did he obtain his gun? Sorry, being a weird question. Hello?
We're still here.
How did the Texas shooter get his gun? Is it true that he bought it legally?
Well, I mean, like, it might be true. I don't know. I haven't looked in it.
Yeah, I guess it's like I don't know, but I think I don't know. Like I don't know. Like I don't know like what to believe. I've seen some stat. I mean, I saw a thing on like most most of these guys, most criminals like don't get their guns legally, but like most shooters do. Mass shooters do. I don't know what statistics to believe because it can be easily manipulated. But my guess is that criminals won't give a shit if they got their guns illegally. Like I don't think criminals will suddenly give a shit about breaking the law if they're not illegally getting guns.
I think it might have been the song that was played in the idiot who threw boiling water at their brother. That might have been it. That might have been uncopyrighted.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's usually that's my theory.
Well, I think we can look at what the copyright claim is. Let me see.
Woo!
Wait, what's that noise?
That was just my Xbox. Don't worry, fine. I'm just wrecking through Mount Gelmer and I found a dragon.
Let's see. Okay, guys, we got another guest coming on. It's Slime Bunny.
Hello, it's your friendly
Hello.
neighborhood authoritarian.
Hey, Slime
here.
Bunny, how are you doing?
Doing great. I was watching the stream and I decided to just join. And yeah, the whole like Misa caucus convention thing, I don't know what you call it. It just
It's the Libertarian Party convention. The Mises Caucus is just one of, if not the most prominent caucus in the party at this time.
my only opinion about it is just it's kind of weird. Like, and it also seems like a waste of
I
time.
know you aren't really.
I know.
On
I
board
know.
with a good amount.
Okay, this is what happened. Hang on. Hold on. Nope. Hold on. Hang on.
There it is.
Crap. This thing's taking forever. It's so slow.
That sucks, man. That's rough.
So
I mean, just because the topic of the stream is about the Mises Reno reset doesn't mean we can't talk about other topics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, remember that My Little Pinocchio thing?
Oh. Okay. This is why it was copyrighted because, like, you know, in that boiling water stream.
Yeah, the song.
The song was that's the people who the film studio who or whatever the music people who company that owns that song put a copyright claim on us.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, that's on me, and I take full responsibility for airing a copyright music on stream. That's on me. That's my bad.
What do we do? Do you delete the stream or?
Well, remember, but at the same time, I think next time we could have just cut it. That video. Oh boy,
Yeah, that video.
that video lives rent free in my head.
Yeah, it
Just
was
because
really
of how dumb
awful.
it is that some.
But it was so funny.
But you gotta imagine what would have happened to. Could you imagine me and the brother just like having a normal ass day, chilling outside near your car, and then all of a sudden your sister comes and splashes you with a pot of boiling water.
It
Like,
was so
what kind of
awful.
dumbass does that?
It's so funny.
It's
awful and
funny, but hey, isn't Whitney Bailu in that Texas LP Discord thing?
Yes, she's in the LP Texas Discord. But she's obviously not in the Discord right now. She's on screen.
No, but does she ever? How active is she in that?
Not really that active. Her husband's more active. Let me.
I don't think
This
Bailu
is
out of order.
And I didn't vote for her. Whereas Joshua
Your point is
Smith
not
on
well
the same
taken.
podcast
Proceed, Mr. Hinkle.
remarked that the 2016
I appeal the ruling of the
candidate,
chair.
And I quote, I didn't like him and fucking I didn't vote for him. Whereas it is the duty of the LNC officers to enact and carry out the decision and the policy.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Will you shut the fuck up? I have the floor. I have the floor. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, God.
Shut the fuck up.
The appeal of the
Shut
ruling
the
of the
fuck
chair
up.
has been called. Is the appeal well taken?
Therefore, we, the delegates of the 2022
Motion to
National
object to the
Convention,
consideration
condemn
of
the
the
actions
motion.
of Joshua Smith and furthermore find that he is unfit to serve as LNC vice chair or serve any position on the LNC.
Holy shit!
I heard a point of
that might
order
cost
that was
us-
not well taken.
Motion to object to the consideration of the motion.
Point of order.
Mr. Starr.
Wait, did someone just
Folks,
say, can you
folks,
kindly shut the fuck
your
up?
The ruling of the chair has been
Mr. Starr.
appealed.
Let me finish, please. You cannot use a resolution in order to basically bash somebody. That's a decorum violation. So it's out of order for that reason. Otherwise, I could come up with resolutions all day talking about how I dislike Nick Sarwark for some other reason. It's just not appropriate to do that. So this is out of order, and it should not be considered.
Thank you.
And
by the way,
right now, but at the same
let's be
time,
kind to each other. I'm kind of critical for both sides here on this.
really having a
We've got
blast.
one side attacking the other side, another side attacking the other side. Let's just stop doing that. We are all allies here. We all are on the same mission to improve liberty. Let's treat each other with some decency.
I mean, I like Moment.
Mr. Perry, I believe earlier you moved to adopt the agenda.
Yes, I would like to adopt the agenda as presented.
Remember
We
the
have a
last
motion to adopt the agenda as presented. It has been seconded. Daryl
Josh,
Perry.
that's George Mulliman for vice.
Oh, sorry, Maine.
I guess that was.
Is there any objection to adopting the agenda?
I haven't seen the agenda. Are we talking about Rule 1 or are we talking about something else?
The agenda is in the booklet.
What booklet? What booklet?
Could we please have the agenda on the screen?
Yeah. Look at it.
The agenda is also in the app version of the, it's also available to everyone's phones as well.
Hey, Josh.
on the back of the fourth leaf in your book.
Thank you.
It's on the back of the fourth leaf of the booklet that was distributed. It is the proposed business agenda. It is separate from the event schedule.
Wait, did someone actually try to tell the chair to shut the fuck up? Because that's
Yeah,
cool.
they did.
Okay, that's pretty damn funny.
Question for
Not
information.
gonna lie.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah, are the times that are shown there basically estimated times of how long each should take, or are these limits on each item?
So the times in the minutes, where it says 20 minutes, 10 minutes, those were the proposed times for each item.
So
The times of day is when we have, well, for the lunches and the breaks, we had hard stops.
okay, so for example, the treasurer's report is 20 minutes.
Correct.
So if he wanted to speak for 25 minutes, we need a suspension of the rules.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, we had an objection to adopting this agenda.
Objection.
Yeah, we heard that. Who's speaking?
Roger Roots from Montana. I also second the objection.
Okay, so,
Point of order.
yes,
Should it be making the motion to speak on?
okay. Mr. Perry?
Yes, there's been an agenda that was proposed by the Convention Oversight Committee, I'm assuming with input from the LNC. It's been almost 3 hours since this was supposed to have started. We still haven't approved the agenda. Let's just approve it, get on with business. After we approve the agenda, then we can go to lunch.
All right, once we go to lunch break, I'd say we
Anyone
could
else
just
wishing to be
talk
recognized
about our
to talk about the
predictions.
agenda?
Yeah, Eric
Microphone
Van
two.
Single from Texas. Thank you. I'd like to call all pending questions. Let's vote on this thing.
Thank you. All right, the question has been called. And is there any objection to calling the question? Not debatable. So we will vote on adopting the agenda. Oh, on calling the question, it requires 2/3. All right, all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. All opposed? Passes. So.
Yes, it does.
The question has been called. We will now vote to adopt the agenda. All in favor? Raise your hand.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I call for division. On
All
the calling of the
opposed?
question. On calling of the question.
No.
So wait, are they going to lunch or not yet?
I think once the vote is finished.
Let's see. Is Reno a Pacific time?
They're in Nevada.
Is Nevada in
That
Pacific
is too
time?
close.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure.
That was close. Don't think so? We can't. We already said that. All right, let's do that again. All in favor of adopting the agenda as proposed, raise your hand. Opposed? The agenda, adopting the agenda. These are the no's for adopting the agenda. Okay, so it fails. Okay, so we are back to the agenda.
Madam Chair, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes?
Donovan Pankey from Texas. Just wanted to note that given that the order of business is specified in the national bylaws, since we have not adopted as is, that is the case that we can amend to change the times for each agenda item, but not the order unless it's under suspension.
Correct.
I move a suspension of the rules to adopt an alternative agenda that has been sent to the secretary to display on his screen.
I second that.
We have a motion to suspend the rules to adopt an alternative agenda that is going to be posted on screen.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwark, Ohio delegate. Is
Oh
the
God, no.
I can wait as long as you guys want.
Please tell me.
Is the motion to suspend the rules to consider
No.
the agenda, or is the motion to suspend the rules and adopt in its entirety this alternate agenda that the secretary will
Former
be displaying?
chair of
It
the
is to
Libertarian
suspend the rules
Party.
and adopt in its entirety the alternate agenda sent to the secretary.
So not amendable and not debatable. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Harlow.
Greetings.
Do you
What's
know
going
who
on?
sent the email? I'm having trouble finding it.
Wait,
What did I miss?
I also have it. I
Nick
could send to you.
Sarwark. Nick Sarwark was just on.
I hate it.
It was also sent to the chair and the vice
So
chair.
wait, who she is again?
No, Sarwark is basically, how do I say
Dan
this?
Fishman,
He
delegate
is
from
basically
Maryland.
He's the former
synonymous
chair.
with
People
all
who are all
the
trying to work
dirty
together
tricks that
in spite of some different political versions. We missed the last vote because it went so fast. I would ask the chair to consider maybe a 30 seconds of, does everybody understand what we're voting on? And then allow us to vote, because we were confused over the last vote. Thank you,
We
Madam Chair.
actually did it twice, too.
I may be slow. We're in the middle of the room, but thank
Got
you.
it, thank you.
I'm not seeing it, as you can see in my email displayed on screen. If you could send it again.
Yes, sir.
Point of information, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Starchild, alternate seated from California. I was wondering if yourself or some neutral person could succinctly summarize the differences between the agenda that we would currently have versus the one that is being proposed to be adopted via suspension of the rules.
You asked for myself or a neutral party. I certainly can't, and I don't know if there is a neutral party who can.
I mean, I would ask for the maker of the motion, but under the
Michael Heiss
circumstances,
from
maybe it would be
Pennsylvania. I
better
can answer
to
that
have.
question.
It just came through, Ms. Harlow. It was just like.
Point of privilege.
Microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Ohio.
We made them a delegate?
A lot easier for the body to understand what they are voting on were we to allow people to go to their ticketed lunch and take this up after.
For once, that's reasonable. Like, yeah, go to lunch, but I would not want to be in
A
that
motion
lunch
to
right now.
suspend the rules is not debatable.
We're not debating, we're waiting for the agenda, the proposed, or the alternative
Mr.
agenda. to be
Sarwark was
posted.
making a debate point about moving to go to lunch.
Ms. Harlow, you're the one who made the motion. You're the one who made the motion, right? Is this agenda that is on screen the agenda?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can we see them side by side?
Madam Chair, point of information.
Wait, what the fuck happened?
There was a request.
Oh, there.
for,
Point of order.
Being able to tell the difference between the two. And
Hey, Phoenix,
Point of
your
order,
boyfriend
microphone
wants to be
3.
at it again.
Microphone 3.
Would it be in order to move that we adjourn until after lunch to take up the rest of this?
That's what I was going to do.
Yes, it is in order to move to recess.
There we
I
go.
do so.
I'm about to make a motion.
All right, is there any objection to recess at this time?
Objection. Madam Chair,
Please.
I need a time or a time we're coming back later.
At the agenda specified time after lunch.
90 minutes from the time this passes.
Okay. And who made the motion?
Jean Janice, California.
And with a request that this be provided to delegates to review during lunch, because many of us have not seen it.
Madam Chair, point of information.
We have a motion to recess for 90 minutes for lunch break, and it is not debatable. You have the what
Michael,
now?
Michael Heiss from Pennsylvania. I can speak to the differences in the agenda. It's very simple and straightforward.
No, it's not
Woo!
debatable.
That's Michael Heiss.
Point of personal privilege.
It is not debatable, so.
Let him.
I'd motion to split a motion in two, because doing too many things in one motion makes it too divisive. If like there's one thing everyone agrees with and wants to get passed, and then there's one that's more controversial, splitting the motion allows for equal debate on both. The downside is it takes more time.
Someone asked for information earlier about the difference between the two agendas. Mr. Heiss, are you saying that you can provide that information?
Heiss,
can you restate that?
better
I'm
be able to
sorry.
pull this off.
Someone had asked earlier of what the difference was in these agendas.
Yes.
And you're saying that
So,
you can provide that.
so the agenda on the right.
Yes,
all,
that is true. I will say that since you were the one who created the agenda, you would not be considered a neutral party, and the requester asked for a neutral party.
Madam, point of personal privilege.
So,
Washington State.
we have a motion to recess. And at this point, we will vote to recess. People will review the agendas. And we
Madam,
can do
point of
that after
personal
lunch.
privilege.
Who is asking for?
Right here,
Microphone 3.
Yes, ma'am. Is it in order for the differences of the agendas to be printed over the lunch break so that the delegation body has something in front of them to review? Some of us cannot read the screens at the size of font that's on there.
Mr. Secretary?
That's just
I
a
have
personal
here
privilege.
and a couple reams of paper. I do not have the ability to print thousands of copies of this.
Point of inquiry?
Point of information, Mr.
I
Secretary.
believe they're also in the app.
Microphone, wait. Do you have enough paper that you could print one for each delegation and have the delegation chair take two? All right, two for each delegation and have the chair handle it from there?
I could probably print 51 copies of each if that's.
Is that a suggestion or a motion if I ask you to do that?
It doesn't need a motion. I'll print them.
Thank you.
Point of information, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Starchild, alternate seated from California. Would it be in order to ask the maker of the motion to, instead of proposing to substitute an entire alternate agenda, to amend the current agenda with whatever change or changes are being desired to be adopted? I think that would be a lot easier for people to understand what those changes were without having to print up, and distribute an entire alternate agenda.
That is possible, but we're going to deal with the motion to recess right now.
Point of information, microphone 3.
Hang on. Microphone 1, what is it that what kind of point do you have? You've been there for a while, do you know?
I have, thank you. Hollywood, Virginia, 2 points. One is the delegation chair and also someone that needs to adjust her blood sugar now, quite literally in a medical sense. I need to go eat.
Yes, thank you. So we need to dispense with the motion to recess for lunch for 90 minutes. There was an objection, so we will proceed to a
Just
vote
bring
on the recess.
some snacks.
All in favor of recessing at
Point
this
of
time,
information, microphone
raise your
3.
hand.
If you're worried about your
Microphone
blood
to Nathan
sugar,
Kimmon
just go
from
get some
Texas.
snacks.
All
Would it be
opposed?
possible for Mr. Wilford to send a blast email to all the delegates?
Mr. Kinman, you have not been recognized. We are in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of a vote. All in favor of recessing at this time for 90 minutes and returning to deal with the agenda, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. John? we're going to have to count. So it is very clear that there are people in this room who are just hell-bent on making sure nothing else gets done. We're going to have to count.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwark from Ohio. May I ask the chair to consult the parliamentarian as to what the chair's prerogatives are with regard to providing a recess for people who have raised a point of privilege and a need to eat for medical reasons, and whether or not the chair can dispense with the counting vote.
We can walk out and force a quorum call too.
Madam Chair?
If we're going to be assholes and dilatory, let's go ahead and do it all the way,
hold
guys.
on.
Let's do
Order.
it all the way. Let's
Mr.
just walk
Hale.
out, go to lunch.
Mr. Hale.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Hale. Mr. Sarwark, will you please repeat? There was a distraction up here.
I apologize, and I'm willing to wait so I can be heard. I would like to ask the chair to consult with the parliamentarian as to what the prerogatives are of the chair as the presiding officer to respond to a point of privilege related to a medical condition and blood sugar that many attendees have and the need to go to lunch. What are the prerogatives of the chair for the comfort and the well-being of the body?
Okay, we can try this one more time. All in favor of recessing for lunch right now for 90 minutes, raise your hand.
Here's
All
the thing
opposed.
about the blood sugar thing.
We're going to lunch.
Okay, looks like you're going to lunch.
May I make a request? Madam Chair?
I don't know where this is coming from. All right, we'll be back in 90 minutes, so that would be 2:02.
I got the map.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Meanwhile, I guess I'll be the main host for that period of time.
Yeah, you can run this stream without me, right?
Yeah, but you're just gonna keep your mic muted and still on the call. You know what I mean? Because you're.
Well, I think I can leave and it'll still be broadcasting. Hopefully.
I don't know since I wasn't counted as co-host due to the whole thing. You know, me being on the phone, you being on laptop.
No, I think you're co-host.
Wait, can I check? You're in. It just says I'm in the show.
Yeah, but you logged in with your admin account, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so you should be able to.
All right, all right. I'll see if I can add you back, and if I can, I'll.
No, I can join myself.
Oh, then that'll work perfectly. Then brilliant.
Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes, I guess.
High fantasy. Fuck. Well, I guess I'm host now. And as for going to lunch, any predictions for 2022 in general or 2023? I'm all ears. Was there enough muted? Shit. I guess we'll wait for Marquis to come
Any
back.
predictions for the Libertarian Party or anything?
Anything. We can actually discuss anything just because they're on recess and discussing all sorts of stuff. I discussed a lot about video games with Justin Amash. It doesn't
Okay.
have to be political just because you're in an LP convention.
Okay.
Finally found the map though for Mount Gelmer. It took me way too long.
My predictions for 2023 is that we're not really going to have an election like that year.
I think 2023 is probably going to. It's I just hope.
Like Joe
I
Biden's
mean,
probably going to declare martial law during that time when
because
World War III heats up.
But and worst comes to worst, hey, I'll be able to legally drink.
Yeah.
Not the
If worst
least.
comes to worst, just drink your palms away until you can't feel anything.
I mean, I plead the fifth. I mean, but since I know legal loopholes to the drinking age, it's not.
The drinking age should be
deal,
lowered
but
to
I think
18. If you're old enough to get your head blown off by the military, you're old enough to take a drink.
yeah, obviously one's more I'd argue that joining the military, I can respect it. I just think that if you're old enough, you should be able to drink.
Yeah, me too. Like, if you're old enough to get your head blown off by ISIS,
And same applies for gun rights too. If you're old enough to get a gun and fight for your country, you're old enough to get a gun and defend yourself.
yeah, to be honest,
I think
right
argue
now, I
we
think
should raise age to 21 to buy a gun is absurd because I think that 18-year-olds are adults.
yeah, I agree.
I mean,
right now, I think
talking
the age to own a gun
like
should be
they aren't
0 years old.
Or I know,
Like, give them to like babies at this point.
yeah, treating 18-year-olds as babies is just ridiculous. I mean, yeah, I get it's kind of crazy that a good amount of people born in 2004 are now adults, but at the same time, that's just how time works.
Yeah, I'm gonna also go. I have to go do something, but I'll
Yeah.
see you later.
Hey, see you later, femboy, fist boy.
Yeah, we'll probably keep
Find
the.
that name hilarious.
But I'd say for a sec, we should do more after this convention though. We should do mostly just fun streams where we just laugh at people doing stupid shit. Because that's like I had a poll on Twitter since
Wait.
they logged into the account.
Can I invite somebody? Chaser the fatty wants
Yeah,
to join soon.
feel free to.
Okay,
It would be great to also have a Hoppy on. Well, he's a weird Hoppian, but he's still a Hoppian, which is nice. Should I just get Comet Azure, even though I don't have the stats to wield it yet? Yes or no? Should I get Comet Azure?
Wait, what are you saying?
It's like the most powerful spell in the entire game, but you need a 60 intelligence to get it, and I have 47 intelligence. Because I'm trying to grind intelligence mainly just so I can wield two things. Use the Comet Azure spell that I mentioned. And
I
Shin.
don't really know
So I
what
could.
you're talking about. So
How do you add people in this?
I just sent Chaser the link.
All right. I don't know how to add people on mobile. When did Merrick say he'd be back?
I think he said in a couple minutes, that if I'm not mistaken. Is Chaser in the stream now?
If Chase wants to come on.
I'm trying my best, Chaser.
All right, it shouldn't be too hard to find Mount Gilmer, but I love just seeing the map grow and grow in this game. Honestly, it's incredible. It's and because back when I first got my Switch, the game I played a ton of was Breath of the Wild, and I have fond memories of it and all. It's a great game. Definitely check it out if you haven't if you haven't already. But
Yeah, my brother used to play. My brother used
yeah,
to play
it's
Breath of the Wild like a lot.
but
It
at
looked like a fun game, but
the more I think about, there's a lot of severe drawbacks that uh yeah that I think Elden Ring completely knocks out this game out of the park in. The biggest one being enemy design. My biggest complaint against Breath of the Wild is that there's not too many enemies, even for Zelda standards. Well,
how do I add? Okay, Chase is in the stream, but how do I put his voice on the stream?
I'm trying to get the Kamizur spell, but I'm in the place for Kamizur. I just have to find the damn spell somewhere here. But I, at the same time, have seen some. Wait a second, Glintstone Crown. That I really good. Huh. I just it looks heavy, so I don't know if I'll be able to wield it. Is Six from the stream now or no?
Yes, he's in the
I
stream. He's
have
commenting.
eating, eating, eating these types of stuff. That's why I usually add co-hosts and when I eat run space.
Can you add him to the stream or?
Hey, Chaser wants
I,
to join the stream.
I wasn't being able to add myself onto the stream because I'm on mobile. I don't know if you have to be, but I was able to add people onto the stream when, in regards to uh when I was on my laptop. So worst comes to worst, I'll just actually logging out would kill the stream. So once Merrick is back, I guess I could join on my laptop so I can help moderate better.
Okay.
I'm just not the best at moderation. Like the one thing that I particularly don't like as much about Mount Gelmer in comparison to the other areas is just how just the sheer amount of enemies. They just seem to gang up on you a lot more than in Sekiro. I also had this issue in Dark Souls 3, so I assume this is well Sekiro. While it had some moments, talking about you, Juzo, it was most of the fights were one-on-one sword fights with formidable foes, and I liked it.
Yeah, I kind of like getting like a bunch of enemies and just defeating them all. Like, that's usually very fun for me.
Yeah, it's fun to be able to beat enemies.
Yep.
Looks like I found new sorcerer's robes too. Neat.
To take all the enemies down and to prove that you're superior,
Yeah,
superior to
and
them.
you
As
know,
you're sitting there, as the bodies rot on the ground, as you're covered in blood,
yeah,
raising your hands in the
with
air,
ring
saying, "I am victorious."
after every sites of grace, which effectively are just bonfires, just more of them, just because open world and shit.
Yeah, I like open world games. They're always nice. I prefer the old like open world games
Yeah,
like
hey sir,
Skyrim,
but
Fallout,
had
and
you I would,
those.
just not on my laptop right now.
Can we add Chaser?
Yeah, if I don't know how to add him on mobile
I don't know how to animate the
I
name Anarchy
I
knows.
trying to create a nice setup though upstairs. There's my room, but right now I'm just chilling out on the couch playing Elden Ring.
Why? Because I barely use this. Because I only use this thing like one time, Chaser.
Probably best used if you're a. Why a string? That's all that was up there. Fucking string. Shit. Where the fuck is this comment or spell? Well, I mean, I know it shouldn't be easy to find the most overpowered spell in the game, but a spell I can't even wield until I level up 13 more times.
Yeah. Do you think the drinking age should be lowered to like 16 years old? Or is 18 just fine?
We should, I think, well, I think Germany has the right idea in terms of the drinking age. For
Yeah.
wine beer, 18 plus for hard spirits, that makes sense. But then again, I don't necessarily think. At the same time, I didn't wait till I was 16 and start drinking. So
Yeah. When I started drinking, I think it was when I was 20 or 21.
Well, 21's the most common age. I definitely and at least started way too early. I was just
Yeah, I started at 20 to 21 because I was the legal age to do it.
no, I mean I had to sip before I was 13, but it's just when I really was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do this shit. I know it's good, especially since I was literally just 13 at the time. And I know there's probably gonna be there's probably huge consequences as a result, but
Yeah, probably.
yeah, I admit it isn't the healthiest, and honestly, yeah, alcohol definitely does have significant health risks if you overdo it. I know that.
Yeah, I overdid it one time. Like
Yeah,
the
and
white vodka, whatever.
you kind of need to find it with alcohol. There's kind of a sweet spot between overdoing it and just the right amount of drunk. Where
I just overdo it
but you're
mostly.
you're still you're still well, you feel a bit tipsy and but you're still in control and you don't feel sick.
Nah, I don't know.
That's the sweet spot in my opinion.
Yeah, I just overdo it. I just drink until I can't feel anything.
Yeah,
Just lose control of your mind, let your mind slip down the big
and from
mountain.
personal experience doing that, yeah, that's probably the most risky way of drink.
And
That's definitely one of the most risky ways of drinking.
yep, it's the risky way, but it's the fun way.
Yeah, getting drunk definitely is fun and all. Oh, and I think it should be totally legal at my age, but I think that what would be neat is if we had what Europe had, where it's more common for parents to teach their kids how to drink safely.
Yeah. Yeah, just parents need to teach their kids how to drink safely and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd say that's smarter because you can't just expect your kids to not drink for as long as they're with you, and then as soon as they turn 21 to learn how to drink responsibly. That's just absurd because once they go off to college, they're gonna do extremely stupid and risky shit if that's their first experience with alcohol.
Yep. I was never taught to drink safely. I just taught, hey, just drink it. Yeah, they didn't really advocate it. They didn't taught me anything about alcohol.
I mean, my kind of did, but by that time I was already experienced with it, if you know what I mean. They once they caught me, I was like, okay, I admit I did it. But I remember one time when I was 14, my excuse was, "Hey, Trump just got one. And you guys got drunk as a result. Why can't I do it?"
Yeah,
Back
really.
because back where I lived, everyone hated that guy. Everyone was like, "You know what? Fuck that guy."
Yep. Oh. So Russia just made the new threats to Europe about nuclear war. And it's like the same old, just Russia threatening to nuke Europe into ashes. Yeah, man, Chaser, I pressed all the buttons I have available, and
I really wish I could add Chaser though, and
I found no buttons to add you.
the worst. I'm finding a boss named Demi Queen Maggie, and the thing that makes her annoying is not that she's particularly tough. It's just that there's a ton of standard enemies near,
Chaser, I didn't find the add button.
and therefore I can't.
I pressed all the buttons. Yeah, this team is very irresponsible.
I can't pay attention to fighting a giant boss that's out to kill me, while at the same time having to fight.
I wonder if Mega P is gonna be
Flying
back.
rock sling for almost all of my magic attacks now. It's either that or Karian Greatsword. It's one of the two. Pieces of shit. Why did they add a ton of standard enemies to an already difficult boss fight? I never understood why they do this. It makes zero sense and makes the fun factor dramatically plummet because you can't just expect me to deal with standard enemies while fighting a tough boss. You know what I mean? That are all spamming magic at you at in all 8 directions pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, I really hate this song. At least I found the map to Mount Gelmer, but now I'm just trying to find Comet Azure. I know it's somewhere in Hermit Village, which is the area I'm currently at. The problem is Hermit Village has some of the most annoying enemies in the entire game.
Just hit them with the stick until they go away. That's what I do in Skyrim.
Yeah, Skyrim's a bit different because the enemies respawn at every time you die. All the enemies respawn,
Yeah, it's kind
including
of the same as Skyrim, except
spam,
with raiders and other things.
all the ones that spam all sorts of shit at you, and you're just supposed to take it. I mean, this isn't my first rodeo with FromSoft games by any stretch. I mean, I played Sekiro. I beat Sekiro over 17 times before I started Elden Ring. So it's not like I'm unfamiliar with how the games work. It's just that this one's A piece of shit. I was dealing with one enemy and then the other enemy just stabs me in the back. I hate.
Yep, typical enemy.
That's the thing with Dark Souls. The enemies are just ruthless.
Well, it's Dark Souls. It's supposed to be hard.
Yeah, I know, but I'd prefer a really hard one-on-one fight than an easy boss that's surrounded by tons of snared enemies that split your aggro.
I mean, like,
And
you need to learn how to fight, like, multiple people at the same time.
But the only way you summon is if you have enough FP, which I'm going to be using to spam Rock Sling at.
Like, that's very important in gameplay, is to fight multiple people at the same time. Yeah, but I can understand the frustration of having, like, low-tier enemies just gang up on you. But it's super satisfying when you just beat them.
It is satisfying when you finally land the killing blow, but this is just more annoying than... This is just artificially difficult as opposed to what I'd call fair and difficult.
Yeah, what?
Like, artificial difficulty is never fun, where they just bump up the numbers or just add tons of standard enemies into the mix. And you know what? I'm going to use the one thing I only do as an absolute last resort, using Scarlet Rot. Because Scarlet Rot is the most overpowered status affliction in the entire damn game.
Okay, yeah, that's me. On Skyrim, I barely even use potions. Like.
No, the point where it's canonically an extremely dangerous biological weapon. And they're still going on a...
Yep.
And my summon just died. So basically...
Oh no.
Should I just use maybe if I use the summons of 3 people. Maybe if I use Black Mage Huge, because he's a mage. Scarlet Rot's basically my, okay, this boss is bullshit, I'm just going to use Scarlet Rot. It's basically something where basically all you gotta do is distract the enemy and then wait for the Scarlet Rot to...
Okay. You know, I was playing Fallout 3 a couple of days ago, and they have
Fallout's a great game series, but I've never been able to get into it.
Yeah, so in Fallout 3 they have the exact same
I tried playing Fallout 4, which I know people have mixed feelings about, but then I just got stuck where I had like 0 healing items, basically 1 point of health, and therefore 1 shot of anything would kill me, and I had no way of Xing the damn location either.
That's what makes the game fun. It's very hard. And your items are low because you're in the post-apocalyptic world. Okay, Minaki said used to be able to add in.
Yeah, imagine if someone joins the stream expecting you know,
I mean,
LC convention, but they're on recess, so it's not like I'm missing much.
Okay, Victor, you apparently have the ability to add Chaser to the stream.
Bullshit.
Well, that's what Minaki said.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
I killed the mages, and then the demi-human beast just kills me. Fuck. Yeah, and I know Chaser wants to be added. It's just when our minarchy gets here. Because if I leave, the stream ends, and if Eve could go on my laptop, the stream just straight up ends.
Yep.
Like, they aren't too hard to just dispatch or whatever. They're just tedious. Especially when they gang up on you. This is way too gank heavy.
So Iran sees Greek-owned like tankers in the Persian Gulf. I didn't know Iran was.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, it's Commodore's probably near the thing that's labeled Primal Sorcery, is there? Right? It ought to be. And then I found a neat dungeon that is stupidly hard because it just has all sorts of tricks, like lava everywhere, and then this death chariot that can one or two shot you. And I might just go to the Windham Ruins so I can upgrade all of my Spirit Ashes to at a base of 3. But I don't know.
I know nothing about the game except that it's very hard.
Oh yeah, From Software is literally synonymous with difficulty to the point where if any game is even remotely hard, it's the Dark Souls of blank. This racing game is the Dark Souls of racing games. Someone's dick is the Dark Souls of dicks. Oh wait, that's probably the worst pickup line ever.
And hallelujah, Minarchy's back. Minarchy, add Chaser.
Hello.
So if you can, that'd be great. Wait a second.
Wait, do you see some? I'm on mobile now, right now too. Do you see at the bottom where it says guest Victor?
No.
Where it says Mike, Cam, guest, more?
My cam guest. It says my cam guest settings.
Yeah, you go to guest and you add someone.
No, it doesn't show guest. It only shows mic cam settings chat.
What? Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. Believe me.
Anyway, here's a new guest, Chaser.
Hello.
Okay.
I feel like this whole stream is like very poorly organized and managed.
It really is.
We just literally started, so we're
That's no
not
excuse.
professionals.
But
this is less than bottom tier.
Yeah, this is very boring.
I mean, we're new to this after all. It's not like.
Mm.
So I
Wait,
found-
so are you still fighting the demi-human queen?
So I reached the hermit village of Mount.
Because Comet Azura is located right behind the demi-human queen.
Oh yeah, that boss fight's annoying just due to how many standard enemies in it. It's not difficult the same way a great fight like Starscourge Radon is. It's artificial.
So would you say that Scourge Radon was an artificially difficult boss?
No, that was a fairer fight. He hits like a truck, but at the same time, he has very fair openings that you can take advantage of. That's the kind of fight I like, where it's hits like at the same time. Wait, is it also?
You're cutting out.
But at the same time, oh wait, is it near Primeval Sorcery Azure or the
What?
is it near Primeval Sorcery Azure or the Shack? Because
It's not at the shack. Basically, right where the demi-human queen is sitting, you continue off that path. There's a site of grace, and right next to that site of grace, um, there's a NPC that will basically just hand you
I don't see
Comet Ezra.
NPC though.
I mean, he should be there.
Yeah, I see the site of Grace. That's where I spawned. Wait, that's it. Wait, is wait.
It's the site of grace is out in the open. It's not in a building. It's not in a shack.
I just got comments or based. All right, now I don't have the intelligence to wield it yet, though. I'm at 47.
It also takes three memory slots.
3?
Yes, 3.
How many how many memory slots do I have? Inventory. Equipment. I have a total of. I'm gonna see how many memory slots I have. I think I have 4 memory slots. So let's see. Memorize spell. Yeah, I have 4 memory slots. What I'll probably do is just have Rock Sling and Comet Azure, most likely, since those are the ones I use most of the time.
So you don't use like say Glintstone Pebble or
Glintstone Pebble I don't use too often.
I mean that's usually the one. Although the one that I actually primarily use is the Glintstone Greater Shard. It's basically the same pace as it's basically at the same speed as Glintstone Pebble, but it's stronger.
Does it come more FP?
It consumes slightly more. But it actually I think consumes a little bit less than Rock Sling.
Wait, how much wait, I'm gonna see the
While I do frequently use Rock Sling, it isn't I do frequently use it though, but it isn't the one I primarily use simply because it has a longer wide of time that leaves you vulnerable. And also the fact that the enemy has to be out in the open and doesn't work within closed corners.
No, but Comet Azure is gonna be a good spell once I have the intelligence for it. Then I'll level up Mind next. Mind and then Vigor next.
So what's your intelligence at?
47.
And your mind?
22. Wait, let me check. Yeah, 22. I'm level 108. I know I can respec if I really want to, though, since I beat Queen Renala a while back.
Victor, do you have do you have any admin settings?
Nope.
You should be because oh my
Yeah,
God.
it's weird. It's weird.
I mean, like I freaking added you as an admin on the freaking.
I know. That's why I don't know what the cause is exactly.
I think that's explicitly the host. So it's your fault that this thing is poorly managed.
I would say
Well, I mean, like I followed the directions the StreamYard said. Basically, it said that
Yeah.
admins can even start their own broadcasts and stuff.
You know what, Chaser? If we ever do an episode on Hoppianism, you're gonna be the guest. No, I
Although
think
probably don't make it
it'd
this
be a bit more interesting than just having I don't know your average Yeah, stereotypical we need. If Hoppian. we're gonna have, I think having a Hoppian like you would just be a lot more entertaining.
If we're gonna have that, then let's organize it and not make it feel like a regular space.
So
Yeah,
considering that, I
that's
guess if you had your average mill, they'd wind up making it come across like, anarcho alt-rightism or something.
depends on the hopping in question.
No, yeah, I'm just saying that that's your more typical run-of-the-mill sort
Oh
of
no,
thing.
like if we had someone like Jared, not like he'd ever come on, it would be way too by the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you're definitely pretty unorthodox for a hop-in.
Yeah. So it's maybe not the best representation, but on the
No,
other
but I
hand,
think it would be the most
probably
interesting.
at least giving a more fair and honest sort of,
No, I
opinion sort
think
of
you
thing.
understand like Democracy, the God That Failed pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Because the book, well, the first part of the book is him discussing time preference and how societies essentially function and whatnot.
No, I thought his
And
first
then kind
episode
of
was
goes,
basically a recap on the 20th century and how monarchies went from the dominant form of government to becoming basically ceremonial institutions at most, and usually just straight up fully abolished that 90% of the time.
let me see here. May have been something like that, because it's been a little while, but I do know that he mentions that pretty early on. I thought for sure it was the first point that he brought up.
No,
But he
that's the
does
prologue.
constantly.
That's the prologue where you mentioned.
Okay. Well, the prologue is, despite, speaking favorably of monarchy, I am not a monarchist, but instead advocating for but instead advocating for private laws of
Basically
society.
covenants, right?
Yeah. Well, whenever he goes specifically into covenant community, though, he is the society that he's explicitly advocating for in that context, though, when he says covenant community is explicitly a society based around kinship.
I'd say what makes
And
covenants
so where it would
interesting is that,
basically be
well,
like a
yeah,
clan community, sort of. Basically think of like some a sort of clan, whether, of people who all live on one property and it is owned by the elder of the clan and whatnot, and everything is basically to the whims of everything is basically run by the elder and whatnot, and he's the one who decides the rules, and it's all done by, if nobody likes or consents to the elder's rules, then,
they can leave.
they leave the
Like,
property.
here's the thing about covenants, though. They could easily be
Mm-hmm.
you could have very liberal, progressive covenants, but you could also have very conservative ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that's one thing that I think both Hoppians and people that just shit on Hoppa don't understand. That covenants don't have to be inherently conservative.
Although Hop himself says that he
Was.
believes that basically in order for a libertarian society to thrive and whatnot, it would have to wind up being more conservative, in his opinion. Because in his opinion, more liberal tendencies basically would lead to society's degeneration and would lead to kind of, I guess, losing that sort of libertarian edge, which I guess to some extent you can kind of view the Libertarian Party as kind of an example of that, with it being the more socially liberal yet fiscally conservative. It's
I'd say
kind
it
of wind
depends
up
on which
becoming.
wing of the party you're talking about. Like, especially if you're talking about the Sarwarkian wing, I agree. That they base a good amount of the Sarwarkian wing cares more about Robert's Rules of Order than actual libertarian principles, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and honestly, Robert's Rules of Order, it's complicated. I don't fully understand it, I admit, but I understand the basics of it. It's basically just how to run how to set up a motion, how to suspend it, or to split a motion, how many votes does it require to suspend the rules, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, would you recommend me going to Volcano Manor before trying to progress through the Fire Giants land? I forget what it's called. The
Let's
mountain
see.
top of the Giants.
you would probably want to be as prepared because that's where the major difficulty spike is, to where enemies, which were basic enemies, can like one or two shot you.
Yeah, I've had that experience in Mount. Even though I'm
Mhm.
level 108, I still feel underleveled, which is absurd.
Ha ha ha. Which is
Like
a kind
even
of,
like
although
even for
that is
games
kind of
like
funny
Shin Megami
since.
Tensei 5, if once you hit level 99, you're overpowered. But in this game,
Mhm.
you have in order to be truly overpowered, you have to be over level 200.
Wow, because I also kind of know that in FromSoft games, though, you also want to be careful about your leveling up, because in a lot of them, you actually want to stop leveling up at a certain point. Because if you get over like a certain level, then whenever you try and do online stuff, you'll massively wind up getting crippled, essentially.
Yeah, I mean,
Because the game will
but
basically
that
divide all
depends
of
on
your
how much you
stats.
like like or dislike PvP.
But not just PvP, but also PEV. No, not PvE. That's normal gameplay. Cooperative.
Okay, that's true, but at the same time, I'm not too much of a PvP guy. I only did PvP 3 times, and I only did that to unlock the route to Mogwin Palace.
The irony is that you don't actually even need to do anything. You just need to actually just do the invasion, and then you can immediately leave.
Disconnect. I just basically went there and then almost died immediately, and then it was like, okay, since I didn't want to disconnect.
Hmm.
Oh shit! I found a Queen Margot, but with 1 T. So no relation to the. And it killed me. But at least this one isn't surrounded by standard enemies, so that's
It
nice.
can be rather difficult, though, to find Volcano Manor within Mount Gelmir.
I know that there's a way you can get to Mount Gelmir through Raya Lucaria.
Oh yeah, well that takes you kind of there, but you still wind up having to. It basically takes you just like the back dungeon area of Volcano Manor, not into the actual area where the quest is.
Yeah, I mean, but isn't Volcano Manor supposed to be reached from Mount Gelmir?
Yeah, I think so. By the way, have you let's see, is it Rayla or something? Because there's this one NPC who's a member of Mount Gelmir that you can actually meet in Lake Lumerni. What is the name of the lake place again? Lake Providence?
Liurnia of the Lakes. It's
Liurnia.
actually probably my favorite area in the game so far, because it's probably one of the most beautiful areas From Software's ever made.
Ah, yeah. Now, by the way, have you found the Carrion Manor?
The manor, no. I've found the Great Sword, or the Karian Great Sword.
Ah, because that's where Ronnie's quest line is, and where you can also meet Sylvius.
I know that Ronnie's questline is one of the best in the game, so I'll probably want to look into that soon.
Yeah, if you want to be able to purchase unlimited amount of the flower things to upgrade your spirit ashes, you'd have to do at least parts of Ronnie's quest line.
I know that. Okay, I just killed that a human queen Margot, not Margot Thoman King. I killed him yesterday. But
that was Alright.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of cheated that boss because I used the Margot Shackle exploit right in front of the door. But while it does freeze his AI, once you get him to half health, he immediately just goes to second phase, and then you have to fight him normally. But due to the fact I was able to cheese the entirety of his first phase, I was able to beat him without much issue. I still died a couple times, but significantly less than Margit the Fell or even Godric the Graph did.
Let's see. Although
Also,
one thing
another
that's
thing
kind of
is I don't get
confusing
why
about
people frown upon using summons for the Radon fight, because I'd say it kind of adds to the atmosphere beautifully.
Especially since they kind of expect you
Like just
to.
rating, it's
I
just
do
that
think that the
you're
boss fight
basically
is like,
rating. You're fighting a demigod cursed with scarlet rot and lost his sanity, but at the same time he's still overpowered. So, God, imagine Radon in his prime, considering how
Mhm.
tough he is. Afflicted with scarlet rot and losing basically all his sanities, but he's still able to conjure up some of the most insane gravity magic ever.
Mhm.
Because he is and he learned the magic from in Raya Lucaria.
No, he didn't. He was in the sorcerer city of not Kayla. Kayla is the name of the country that he rules.
Celia, right?
Celia.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's where he did it.
given that his mother is the queen of the Carian royal family, which
One thing I
knows
kind of don't
who
really get
runs
though.
Raya Lucaria, chances are Queen Renala definitely helped him out.
One thing I kind of don't really get is the whole civil war in Linerlia. Is that basically the Raya Lucaria Academy went to war with the Carian royal family. But the weird thing is that Renala
Renala.
is in charge of both factions.
Okay,
And
that
it's
is
not
weird. But
and she's
I still don't
she's
understand why
in
Godfrey, why Godfrey.
what about Godfrey?
Wait, okay, this guy is selling some stuff. What is there anything I like? Aims like explosive bolts. I guess I could buy some arrows. I'm gonna just buy some arrows. I'm just gonna buy some arrows from this guy because he's fit, and because arrows, I don't use them for combat, but I do use them for this exploit. Well, kind of an exploit.
So
Where
you're also an archer?
no, I don't use it for combat. I only use it so I could basically cause the. There's this bird thing that gives you thousands of runes if you kill it, and there's a way you can safely kill it from a distance.
Mm.
We got 30 minutes left before
Until
they come back, the convention.
yeah. I actually might wind up leaving though before then though, considering I have to work today.
Oh,
okay.
So I guess there isn't.
Well, we could have you on though, even though I know
Yeah.
you do need better screen management.
Yeah, because of y'all people being incompetent.
I wonder if in comments we're just
But
new to that.
it's really crazy to watch. Like you should have seen some of the stuff we've seen on the stream so far.
I guess I'll have to rewatch, it later.
Yeah.
And then, if I do wind up, then I'll wind up having to see
basically
this part of the stream too, to where I'm
basically for,
talking about me possibly watching it.
Yeah. Like there's this one point where Nicholas Starworks spoke a couple times, and there's another point where a delegate told the chair to shut up.
No, shut the fuck up.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking. That would have been, No, what were you saying though about Godfrey, Victor?
I don't understand the whole fact that she divorced Godfrey so she would marry her male half or whatever.
Man, spoilers for stuff that you aren't even at yet.
It's because I watched Vod's video, that's why.
Well, at least there's two ways you can implicate this. Either America is an incredibly cold individual who only saw Godfrey as a tool, and when he outlived his usefulness, she cast him out, which is at least what you would probably come to the interpretation of at face value. However, there are some more hidden details in that she actually intended for Godfrey to come back, and there's the possibility because when you go to one of the churches, it actually has Melania, was it Melania? The maiden girl? It has her.
No, Melina.
Melina, yeah, Melina. It has
Melina
her.
is the OP boss.
Yeah, okay. Melania, yeah, all these names are so similar, but Melania then says the words of America, presumably to Godfrey, about go off and wage war in distant lands, and then return to ye stronger than ever, or something like that. It wasn't those exact same words, but it was something along those lines. So it's like strongly implied that she did intend for Godfrey to come back, and that if you did see quite a bit of of Vadi, then at least I think he mentions that, at least from his opinion, that America is operating on a philosophy of basically desire for constant conflict and rising above the conflict and constant strife, and believing that constant strife leads to one growing stronger. Which, I guess, since we're also going into spoilers, as to why she shattered the Elden Ring in a period of peace and prosperity, because she wanted the conflict to go on. And so her sending Godfrey away so where he can experience more conflict and strife in distant lands and then come back fits in line with that. Man, if anybody was watching this stream and well, wasn't that familiar with Elden Ring, we just anticlimactically spoiled all this for them.
Yeah, it's probably a game that always had a confusing story, aside from Sekiro, which is fairly straightforward, even though there's a good amount of stuff that's hidden in item descriptions as always. A lot more than usual, the lores basically spoon-fed to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's still a good amount, though, to explore, like, who was Tomoe.
So it seems like Sekiro is one of your favorites out of all of the FromSoft games?
I like Sekiro because it has, in my opinion, the best combat in any From Software game.
Although, how many of which of the...
I played Dark Souls 3, a bit of Blood. I played a bit of Dark Souls 3, a bit of Bloodborne, and a lot of Sekiro and Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
And with Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, the combat's pretty similar, but I'd argue that Elden Ring feels a lot tighter.
I see. Mm-hmm.
Which I like, because it means I can more confidently dodge and roll, even though I know... Like, I was able to beat Margot, the Omen King, but the last boss I beat in Dark Souls 3 is literally just Vort.
Which boss was Vort?
He's the second boss in the game, right after you beat Index Gunder, who's basically a tutorial boss. Isn't too hard.
So he's basically the first boss of the game, then.
Yeah. Well, and Undead Asylum, it's neat, but I kind of stopped playing Dark Souls 3 once I got Elden Ring because I'm a lot better at it, and it's a lot easier to become OP. And
there's also a lot more to do and a lot more hidden. Heck, during my first playthrough, I wound up missing a ton of stuff. Heck, I missed the entire Hagrid tree quest line. Like, it's kind of funny though, going to the village of Albanirix, which was, I guess, some other spoilers you may have seen, is that it was all butchered by Sir Gideon Ofnir's the All-Knowing's men and whatnot. But it's just kind of funny going through all of this sort of stuff and them talking about him when while I'm playing, he's already dead.
I'm probably gonna find all.
Yeah, spoilers. He dies along the way of the game.
As soon as possible, but at the same time,
speaking of which, have you actually found the
grinding for runes repeatedly?
Speaking of which, have you found the village of Albanirix?
I don't think so.
It's actually kind of well, the village of Albanirix is located within basically it's covered by the giant cave or cavern within the mountain.
Also, I know there's an exploit in Mogwin Palace where you can go out of bounds and then trigger
Sounds like if you would go in most games when you go out of bounds, you instantly die.
No, but where you can basically trigger all the enemies to despawn and then get like 100,000 runes.
Hmm.
But I haven't tried it because I honestly don't use glitches that much as exploits. I'll find cheeses that are technically cheeses, but I won't like try to break the game to.
Mm-hmm. But the village of Albernarix is located in the sort of large, because there's this large opening in the mountain where you don't see the sun, and there's some poison water and over there. It's located within that, and this is in the Lake Lilernia area.
Of lakes. I mean, while I beat the Legacy dungeon there, the Academy of Raya Lucaria, there's still a lot I haven't explored in there. I got
Yeah, so I guess you
Crystal
probably
Tunnel-
should also explore. I think that you should also explore Lake Lilernia quite a bit as well.
I find it to be one of the nicest looking areas of the game.
Mm-hmm. Because now I know with Ronnie's quest you can't really is that in order for her quest line you do have to defeat Skarsgård Radon.
I beat him already.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what happens if you start the quest when he's already dead.
I don't.
Because whenever he dies, the all the meteors start falling, and one of them winds up falling in the lands between and opening the pathway to Nokron, the Eternal City.
I've heard it has. I mean, I wasn't able to even spawn Ronnie at the Church of Ella because for some reason I'm not even sure she just refused to spawn.
So how did she eventually spawn then? If she was some
I
glitch
did
of-
it. I've never seen her actually. I bought all of her items through the Twin Maiden Husk, the Spirit Calling Bell and shit.
Oh, so you can buy it from them?
Yeah.
Because that's
I mean, I actually
fairly
killed
unusual.
Patches, which I regret. I was like, wait, are you saying that I was supposed to stop hitting him? Well, my damage was way too powerful for that stage of the game.
I mean, he was saying, that he, quit.
I don't mean to interrupt, but what was I gonna say?
Yeah, we can talk about the convention more.
Yeah, but like when you look up what is the Mises Caucus on Google, the first thing that pops up is the Wikipedia.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
and that Wikipedia. Shit.
It says the Libertarian Party Mises Caucus is a caucus within the United States Libertarian Party that promotes a more radical version of libertarianism associated with the presidential campaigns of Ron Paul.
So Ron Paul So would Ron Paul be, I guess...
He actually supports the caucus, supposedly.
Would he be Austrian Economic?
Podcast.
Yeah, look, let me click on the Wikipedia page.
Since we're kind of going into this topic, Thinker, which caucus, I guess, would you support, if any?
I'm on the fence, to be honest. Like, I'm not a supporter, but yet I don't hate them either.
So why don't you support the Mises caucus?
No, it's just that I just prefer not to join a caucus.
That's fair. Also, another thing is that I get it because the Mises Caucus is at least majority ANCAP. There are a few notable exceptions. I eat egg like Tagopian, but it makes sense why Americans would say caucus non-affiliated.
Now I'm curious, what kind of inspired the name of this stream? Not the stream, the channel itself.
Nozick. It was Nozick.
Who's Nozick?
Basically, Mr. Minarch.
He was basically like the Rothbard of Minarchy. to put it lightly.
Nozek, wait. No, I was saying so he inspired the name of this YouTube channel that y'all are streaming from?
Yeah, but we
Yeah, because
changed the
his
state
book
to.
his book was named Anarchy, State, and Utopia, but it was a book advocating for minarchism.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I
Yeah.
wanted to do it because I was like, we have anarchists on a lot. We have minarchists on as well. I think that name would suit. Would
Seems a bit
represent
strange
them
when
both.
it's run by two, minarchists, but
No,
whatever.
I'm at least theoretically a Rothbardian, so.
Yes, he's an AMCAP, not a minarchist.
Well, theoretically a Rothbardian, so I'm a Javier Malay cell ANCAP. I know.
Although
Malay
I
still
kind of feel a lot of
considers
this. I feel like a lot of this sort of party nonsense and caucuses and all of that is kind of mostly just wasting time, since none of these people will even,
I'd say we
considering
still-
that's the duopoly of American politics is strong as ever now.
I disagree because I'd say the Libertarian Party can win. They just got to be smarter about what seats they run and what. And if we target
I feel also
local
like
races
the
more,
Libertarian Party actually trying to win is kind of missing the point of libertarianism, though, and the party itself.
nah,
Since it
I
shouldn't be
disagree.
trying to, again, you shouldn't be trying to implement change from the top down.
Yeah, we're not doing
Like
top
that.
down. What we want to do is win locally and then nullify unjust laws and then work our way up. It's not top up down.
It's still kind of, I mean, it's a much less overt way, but it is a rather subtle way. I think what the party should be trying to do is advocate for libertarian ideals and to try and, basically sway people to the idea of libertarianism, since
I'd say we can do both actually, and I just
Mhm.
think we need to do a better job at doing both.
because this is something that's very important, and this is something that a lot of people in general, whether they be liberals, Hoppians, or minarchists, or whatever, they don't understand, a lot of people, is that change in this reality, change first happens within the realm of the mind. That is where change first happens, and only after it happens there does it materialize within the material worlds.
Do you think
Which means,
Angela McArdle said the
which
Libertarian Party
basically,
shouldn't be a moderate movement, which I'd say I agree with, as long as because I don't think we should just be watering down our message just to appeal for voters. What we should be doing is winning on our principles, like Ron Paul.
yeah, and that's
Like,
actually also
here's
part
the
of the
thing,
problem
even
with the electoral
advocating
system,
for,
though. That's the problem with the electoral system, is that you kind of have to water down everything in order to appeal to the least,
that's a golden
offensive
seed.
sort of thing, in order to, actually win.
I think there's like a limit.
Which
where
is also
basically-
probably where, the Republicans trying to radicalize themselves are going to kind of doomed to fail.
Here's the thing: is that like I do think that maybe like it should be you can water it down a little bit, but not too much. Like there should be like a line.
And I think that trying to actually get voters is missing the point, that you should be trying to create
not just-
change within
it's
the
not-
realm of the mind instead of.
It's not just voters, but also basically like you also need to present at least a little, be a little moderate or pragmatic to to get people at least interested in just the ideology itself.
I understand, and you shouldn't, be
I'd say we
going
should
like,
have to, like,
I
just
want to
get the
reinstitute voluntary segregation, that we need to get all of them out of our spaces and all of that to protect our daughters and whatnot, and all of that. And you know what? Maybe, Hitler had some good ideas and whatnot. I'll tell you what. I'm not saying that we should be anything like that.
Like
No,
basically,
obviously
like
not.
we
I mean,
shouldn't actively try to alien. Like we shouldn't basically pander to as much people as possible. But at the same time, we shouldn't actively alienate people.
Yeah, I understand that.
I
And
don't
generally,
think. I mean, I have mixed feelings on LPNH's messaging. For example, I think I like the idea of being supportive of bold libertarianism. I just don't like the way.
Anyway,
like some of the shit that
Anyway, I would like to continue reading the Wikipedia article before we.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
All right.
All right.
Supposed to be here.
All right.
See
Have
you
a good
guys.
day.
All right. Our token status is leaving.
Yeah, it says.
Unless
says.
you consider America's status,
It
which
says.
is debatable.
It says it was founded in 2017 by Michael Heiza, mainly in opposition to Nicholas Sarwark, and positioned as party chairman in the more pragmatic faction of the party associated with the presidential campaigns of Gary Johnson. It is named.
So
after,
was Gary
it is
Johnson?
Named, it is
was
named
Gary
after
Johnson?
Yeah,
Gary
I know.
Johnson
You're interrupting.
went too far in the opposite direction.
Yeah, but I already know what you're saying. I can read the article right there, and I already know that it's obviously in reference to Ludwig von Mises.
Okay. The caucus is support of some prominent libertarians, including comedian Dave Smith, political commentator Tom Woods, and radio host Scott Horton. Ron Paul himself once called the caucus the Libertarian wing of the Libertarian Party. As of 2021, they're a powerful faction controlling several affiliates. Like this one, it says, in August 2017, a feud between the LNC and the Mises Institute occurred in the aftermath of the Unite the Right rally. LNC chairman Nicholas Sarwark criticized Mises Institute president Jeff Diaz for an article he wrote for the think tank weeks before the rally that positively mentioned the term blood and soil, and criticized Tom Woods for defending Murray Rothbard's paleo strategy. Other members of the LNC called the Mises Institute white nationalists and said there's no room for bigots and racists in the party, along with strong anti-Bill Weld sentiment and many Ron Paul supporters believing the Libertarian Party became more politically correct and pro-identity politics. This all led to the formation and rise in the Mises Caucus. In late 2017, the caucus reached out to the chairman of the convention committee, entertaining the idea of Ron Paul and Judge Napolitano speaking at the 2018 Libertarian National Convention. They rejected the idea, claiming Ron Paul doesn't represent the party's values. Ron Paul confronted the controversy, stating he has been a lifetime member of the LP since 1987, when he paid using a gold coin and said, "Do I get my gold coin back?" Sarwark later said in a tweet that he can be invited or whatever. In February 2018, the Mises Caucus endorsed Joshua Smith, but later ended up losing to incumbent Sarwark. And then there's a platform that says their platform, they claim they support private property rights and reject socialism, support the Austrian School of Economics, reject mainstream monetary policy such as central banking and state-issued currency, supports decentralization, including secession and localism, all the way down to the individual, support non-interventionist foreign policy, reject identity politics as weaponized tribal collectivism that is antithetical to individualism.
You know what?
What is Sarwark's caucus called anyway?
He's technically not in a caucus, but he's heavily he's supported by the Pragmatist Caucus.
Yeah,
I see. So is the
caucus at least officially was dissolved a while ago.
And what caucus did Brenda? I can't remember her last name.
She was a member of, I believe, Audacious and Radical. The LP Radical caucus is weird because half of them are Mises friendly and half of them just hate our guts.
Considering that she would have been one of the ones that hated your
overlap
guts,
between
and
Radical and Mises caucus.
I see.
Because they're both overwhelmingly Rothbardian. Just the Radical caucus.
Well, she didn't come across as very Rothbardian, especially since she's, you know.
Well, she used to say she was an anarchist, but I don't even know.
Well, now she's basically just gone liberal.
Yeah, it says the Mises Caucus has been highly critical of the Libertarian National Committee and the pragmatic faction of the party, and states that their goal is to take over the Libertarian Party and realign it closer to Ron Paul's presidential campaigns in the Mises Institute. The caucus has accused many in the party of supporting political correctness, wokeism, and being SJW friendly.
Were those actual
Did
terms
they
used?
actually use the term SJW? Because that term's straight out of 2014.
It was back. They
But the
they,
term
they said that back in
has
2018.
the term SJW is eternal. It will live on forever.
Ag.
Angela McArdle, a board member of the Mises Caucus, said in 2021 that the party should be ideologically closer to Ron Paul than Gary Johnson, and said Johnson didn't put a fire in anyone's hearts.
I'd agree with that. Even I say this as someone who became a libertarian because of him. He didn't light a fire in it. It just made me like, oh, I guess I agree with this guy more than your average Republican. Neat. It would be
So
cool.
beforehand, were you a Republican?
I mean, I didn't support him back in 2016 because back then I was still pretty lefty. I supported Jill Stein just to smite liberals. I mean, not to smite, to spite liberals who said you gotta support, if you support Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton, you're sexist or whatever. I'm like, you know what, fuck you, I'm supporting Jill Stein just to piss you guys off.
Haha.
Yeah, and here's the criticism section. The Mises Caucus has been highly controversial within and outside the Libertarian Party. The caucus has accused of harboring racist, anti-Semites, and transphobes, although the caucus denies this. In his resignation letter as LNC chair, Bishop Henchman accused the Mises Caucus of having a toxic culture and bad actors that is destroying and driving people away from the party. In June 2021, former Congressman Justin Amash criticized the Mises-controlled New Hampshire affiliate for edgelording and being unprofessional in their messaging.
Well, here's something though to
Here's the
consider,
thing, I
though,
agreed with
is
Justin
that
Amash on that, and because I think that we can be principled without being edgy. That's what I try to do with CA Mises.
to some
I
extent,
don't-
but
I
here's
don't like
something.
to
Wait,
say-
here's something though also to consider though is that the truth is inherently inflammatory though.
Former New Hampshire legislator.
I don't, and I'm not using this to justify, doing basically like start doing like alt-right rhetoric all over that and just be like, it's just a joke, bro, because
No.
that's not describing any sort of truth or anything like that. That's just, being a fucktard and, using humor to justify that.
Okay, it says former New Hampshire legislator Caleb Dreyer criticized the caucus for claiming neutrality in the culture war while picking the right-wing side and called it disingenuous. In December someone added that. I didn't add that.
It says Wikipedia.
I know, but I did most of the. In May 2022, the Southern Poverty Law Center claimed the Mises Caucus will cause the Libertarian Party to collaborate with the hard right of the Republican Party. The SPLC also claimed the caucus chair and founder Michael Heise took donations from Patrick M. Bryan and endorsed Daniel Darrell Brooks for governor of Pennsylvania. Both Bryan and Brooks were promoters of the conspiracy theory that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from Donald Trump.
Because it was.
Want to hear the thing about that is we don't actually want to work. We don't actually want to.
Now you're saying that you don't actually want to work with the Republicans and the hard rights.
No, the Mises Caucus explicitly shits on the GOP because that's
Because they're all a bunch of socialists.
The GOP Mises Caucus, which has zero traction within the GOP, as of my knowledge, they have control zero state affiliates.
The GOP caucus of Mises Caucus though is completely pointless.
They basically just said bitch, fuck, cuck, goblin.
There's actually why is there a GOP Mises Caucus? What the fuck?
It's
it
not
was
even.
founded by,
Yeah,
I think,
it's
Pete
also
Quinones and
completely.
a couple other people who thought the Mises Caucus was too moderate on issues like abortion, and the culture war, and they wanted it to be explicitly culturally right wing.
But they just spend all their times just shitting on libertarians and all of that. It's completely missing, the point in that, the whole point is that there is at least of a Mises caucus of the thing is to try and make the party itself more in line with, I guess, Mises sort of thing, which I guess if you're having a Republican sort of thing, you're trying to make Republicans more libertarian. You're not criticizing. If you're spending your time criticizing libertarians for not being conservative enough, that's what the regular Republican Party is supposed to be doing, and the Mises Caucus of the Libertarian Party is supposed to be doing. If you're having a Republican Party of the Mises Caucus, you're supposed to be criticizing Republicans for not being libertarian enough.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, I have friends that are Liberty Republicans, but I'd say the difference is they want to. They just essentially want a primary pill with libertarian-esque candidates, even though. I mean, I can agree with with supporting someone like Thomas Massey, or even or especially actually pre-2018. I mean, pre-2019 Justin Amash. I would, without a doubt, back him for that Republican primary. Like, holy shit, Mogwin Palace is really obnoxiously hard when you don't use it as
I have
a
a
mid-riding
little bit. I
spot.
have a little bit of a question. Can I say this?
Go ahead.
I don't know. So basically, I have a question. So, like, it's something I hear a lot.
1 minute left.
If a company like fucks up somebody's property and somebody sues them for damages, what I've heard is a lot of issues that like the company can afford to hire lawyers or whatever, so they'll like the people will lose the case. I don't know how to say this, but I'm saying like making courts, like both sides at equal lawyers or whatever. But
Are we talking about like tort action?
Yeah. We're talking about like. So let's say a company.
I do think we
company,
need
like,
a good amount of
fucks
tort
up your
reform in
a
this
company does something
country.
that fucks up
The
your
current
property,
system is all sorts of.
and then you sue them for damages. Like what I've heard is that like the company will be able to hire a bunch of lawyers and whatever, and win the case, and you won't be able to do anything about it. Like I keep hearing that. Like, what do you think is the solution to that? Maybe make both sides have equal lawyers or whatever.
Or maybe the court doesn't involve lawyers at all, maybe? I don't know. Then again, there is apparently some sort of, considering like there's the right to remain silent, there's also the right to have a lawyer. Though I don't think the Miranda rights is actually part of the Constitution or anything like that. But
with a public defender. Well, I do think here's a minarch. You think, or you? I know
Yes.
minarchism's a part of court. So, what's your view on public defenders? As that's a part of the court system.
Oh man, I basically made a comment on the freaking stream saying that like not this stream, the official one, basically saying that basically sending like a link to this one, but like they freaking removed it.
I guess they don't want
I
any
think it's
sort of
because
soliciting.
They don't want self-promotion or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and then again, it could just be an error. Who knows?
I think it's most likely them not having something against, soliciting. Not just self-promotion, but just promotion in general, soliciting.
Nice. I'm gonna be able to use. I'm gonna finally be able to have 2 charges of the flask of cerulean tears. That's gonna be great. Because I just
Wait,
got
this
my.
whole. Wait, have you only been having one FP charge this entire
I've been putting
round?
all my flash charges into Crimson because so I can.
Have you been needing to heal yourself that often?
I
mean, I know that if you're
as many heals as I can, but I think I'm gonna put a limit at 10 just because that's all I need. And Sekiro,
I mean, if you're doing a mage thing, though, that having extra magic sort of thing is very important, though.
Yeah, I know. Flask increase of.
I know that one person even said that you should actually have more that if you're going to do a primary mage user, then you should have more mana charges than health charges.
I've heard that too. I just since I'm a int and dexterity build, I need both.
Well, how much is your int, by the way?
48 now.
Okay, because the one that I was doing as a mage int hybrid, though, the int was basically just at 24, though, was the highest it's been, was at. Whereas I basically got
It's a good
magic.
amount of spells that you can use at 24. Like the Kari and Greatswords requirement is 24.
24 int.
Jeez.
Now, how
I
much
just realized-
strength do you have, by the way?
Not much. I've been leveling dexterity, not strength.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just wondering. So, have you not leveled strength at
I
all?
just leveled up a bit just to be able to wield the Uchi Katana, and then I grind a bit more just so I could wield, I believe, Moonveil. I could pull up my level screen. I could send you my build screenshot thing, and if you think I could allocate it, I guess I could find the through.
Yeah, since after doing
one
it with
item that
a
allows you to respec. If I really need a respec, I'll respec. But for the time being, I
Yeah.
don't need a respec.
Because
I mean, I guess I could put a good amount of my dexterity points into intelligence instead, and still have decent dexterity. I'm at 51 intelligence, so 31 dexterity ain't bad. So yeah.
Okay.
But at the same time,
'cause-
grinding for not about 9 more intelligence isn't bad either.
Yeah. What was I going to say?
But once I grind dexterity enough, what I'm going to do is I'm going to level up my I'm going to change my staff to Renalla's Scepter, because right now I've just been relying on Meteorite staff, which I got in Kaled.
Yeah, you're going to
Speaking
need to
of Kaled,
replace.
I
You're
think
going
what makes that region
when you
so
get to
neat
the
is that
when you get to the Mountain of the Fire Giants. That's whenever you're going to need to switch the meteorite staff.
yeah,
something.
that's why I'm going to go with the Queen Renalla's Scepter and then level that up with the Somber Smithing Stones.
Okay. What was I going to say?
Basically, I've been
'Cause-
wielding an Uchi Katana +7 with Hoarfrost Stomp and a Moonveil +5.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Any big updates?
No. Hang on a second. Let me mute this. I want to share something real quick. Basically.
By the way, I'll probably be getting ready to go pretty soon.
All right.
Apparently, our first video right here has already 103 views.
Wow, that's actually a really good start.
How many followers do you
I think
have?
you should be the one in charge of the channel, and I could tweet out stuff. What would be cool is if we can stream on Twitter as well, because in addition to YouTube, because that's what Tower Gang formerly did before they got their YouTube channel suspended for the most predictable reason ever. Guess why they got their account deleted?
Why?
Hate speech.
What was it that was hate speech that they said?
The entire idea of Tower Game was to be to just say the most, in their words, redacted shit ever, regardless of how offensive it is.
So they were basically like dropped.
Instead of the actual word, just because I don't want to get
Oh, so they were like saying all of the slurs and whatnot.
Yeah, especially Cole, especially Cole, aka Fat Dave. But the funny thing is, Fat Dave, if you just chat with him, he's actually just a really chill dude. He's just edgy on Twitter. He's actually a pretty nice dude to chat with.
I mean, there's some dudes who
But
are
then again, I
fairly.
haven't chatted with him in a while, so I don't know. He might have changed.
Guys. Let me show you. Okay, when you search up 2022 Libertarian National Convention, and the first one's obviously the LNC stream, but when you scroll down a little bit,
it's us.
Yes, we're right there.
Nice. So that's why. Honestly, getting 100 views on our first stream. That's a
Let's see. So when will y'all be wanting to stream again, by the way?
probably we could do a post convention stream tomorrow. Wait, or the second day's business out. Wait, is it 1 or 2 days? Because last convention, it was basically there was this. The first day was basically just meet and greet everyone, which and with no business. The second day was business, and the third day was business, and then they were wrapping up and going home.
So you're going to be trying to cover all of the libertarian.
Probably.
Okay.
Well,
and
it's
so I
a
guess on
minarchy thing.
Tomorrow's going to be the last stream, and then after that, we're not going to make a stream for at least a week.
Yeah, unless
why
you
take a
want
week
to.
break?
Because
maybe we could do a post convention stream just to recollect about.
I mean, I would
the
think
day
that the
after.
purpose of this channel would be for a podcast, though, and not just covering
Well,
the
it's not-
news.
it's
Yeah,
not
I'd
gonna
say
be-
making it a weekly thing on Fridays would be the smartest. But we
Yeah,
could
'cause, like, I don't-
we could
I
have
don't wanna do
someone. We could have people vote on it too. We could do a Twitter poll. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I kind of want to be a weekly thing because like I can't do this every day.
Okay, that's fair. What day
And
do you
also
would
the
be
streams
the
are probably
freest?
gonna have to be a lot shorter because this is an exception though because it's a stream party.
I'd say that we should have the normal streams be 1 to 2 hours. Hard stop at 3.
Yeah.
I guess so that people can actually. Yeah, I guess that there should be sort of things so people can, be bothered to actually make time in their day to watch the whole, damn thing. But
Yeah, that's why 1 to 2 hours. I mean,
But there would also need to be a part that also coincides with a lot of people's schedules. Though if you're making them shorter, you can also do them more frequently.
yeah, that's fair too. That's very fair. So, do you think once I hit intelligence 60, though, I'm going to be primarily leveling up vigor and mind? Probably 1 point into vigor, then 1
Yeah.
point into mind.
Because I think that when I did it with my win, I wanted to get intelligence level 70 so I could use Renala's moon, which
Wait,
is totally not worth it.
Yeah, wait a second. Never mind. My
Renala's moon is actually like a really lame
My
spell.
intelligence was at 51. It's false. My intelligence is actually at 49 now, so it's going to take me another 11 levels in order to get to be able to wield Comet Azure, which I know is a broken ass spell, but at the same time
You also have
need
to angle yourself though in the right position though too. So it's broken if you can find the right situation for it, because it's also a very
gonna use it to
situational spell.
melt Fire Giant. I'm going to level up.
I'm not entirely certain if it can be used to melt Fire Giant though, just because Fire Giant is also someone who moves his position a lot and he does it really quickly.
But he's
So-
a giant. How is he that fast?
He basically manages to do this fat rolling sort of thing, but because he's so big, he still takes up moves a massive amount of distance. For an example, basically Torrent is necessary for this boss fight. You're going to need to be constantly, you either need to be constantly being getting on Torrent and then getting off of him, or you just need to stay on Torrent the
Wait,
entire
can I use
time.
Comet Azure to cheese Godskin Duo though? Because that's the him and Fire Giant are the two fights I'm dreading.
Yeah, actually, I don't think you can, because you're not just. This is part of the reason why the Godskin duo is unbalanced, is because you're fighting two of enemies that were probably not designed to be fought together in a small, cramped room with obstacles blocking, pathways. So you're going to have to do a lot of maneuvering, and they also have when they get to half HP. But while they share a singular health bar, they also each have their own individual health bars. And so when you wind up killing one of them,
They just spawn in 50.
yeah, they spawn in new ones. So you're not going to be able to use Comet Azure, because even if you can find the right angling and use Comet Azure to melt one of them, you're then going to have to be stuck fighting the other one, and then the other one's just going to have to summon a new one. Comet Azure doesn't really work in a way.
An OP summon to make it 2
Okay.
on 2 is the smartest.
Okay, guys. So apparently I'm reading on the LP Texas, not the LP Texas Discord, but an off-branch Discord that says that the the motion earlier to remove Whitney Bailu from the chair from the podium, it required 2/3 to remove her, but the vote was just shy of 2/3, which
I
they're
see. So
saying
she
that
wasn't
it
removed.
might.
If we have
Which
that many
basically,
votes to,
wait, no. Let me finish. Let me finish. It means basically that that they're saying that it's, which means that the Mises Caucus is probably around 60% of the convention.
all right, we're going to get Angela's chair then. It's
I
basically a
see.
guarantee at this rate. As long,
Yeah, I think I'll
and that
actually.
also means I don't feel too bad about
Yeah,
missing
so it
it.
says
Meaning
they
that
have
my
majority.
entire goal of going to Reno was to get Angela elected chair, and now that she's getting elected chair, and I helped secure the delegation because in California you vote on who becomes a delegate, and I was able to. Well, I had to drop out of the delegates race. I was able to help them secure a Mises majority in California, and we have a pretty big delegation due to being the biggest state in the union. Well,
All
at
right,
least
guys.
in terms of population.
Wait. It's actually time for me to, be getting out now. I've got other things to do. So,
All right.
see
Good
y'all.
luck, man.
All right. Bye.
See you.
Okay. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So basically, like, since it was just shy of 2/3, like around 50-60%, that's probably like basically how much of the Mises Caucus there is.
Yeah. And
It's,
wait, here's
yeah,
the
it
thing.
says basically that it's so basically they have a majority but not a super majority.
So I think we're going to be able to fill a good amount. We're going to win the chair race, probably the vice chair race, but the JC and at-large seats, that's going to be more up in the air.
Yeah.
Wait, would you agree with that assessment that we'll probably win the chair and probably vice chair, but the at-large and JC might be a bit more contentious?
Well, technically, we don't. They don't. The Mises Caucus doesn't have a candidate for vice chair for some reason.
Well, I mean, okay, then we could end up in a situation where,
like Joshua Smith is running, but he's not endorsed by the Mises Caucus.
Oh yeah, there was a bit of a controversy over who we're going to back because I believe Heiss wanted to endorse Ross Step, but a good amount of the state affiliates and Mises state affiliates officially endorsed Smith, so it's weird.
Yeah. What about the other positions? Do you think Karen Ann Harlos is gonna take back her seat?
I think we have a good shot at it, but honestly, Karen Ann Harlos is one of the. Honestly, I really wish I could meet her in person. She seems like a cool. Oh, she seems like a cool person to have a convo with.
Yeah, I remember when my BF was in here earlier. Basically, he was going like, he was going like, who's in that pink hair? That must be the Sarwark wing.
No. No, she looks like an SJW, but is actually a radical libertarian, and not only that, but one of the most prominent members of the Mises Caucus too. Also, hey, but another thing is that she's openly bi and autistic too, and it kind of goes against the whole idea that Mises Caucus is discriminatory. All right, got intelligence to a natural 50. All right, 70.
Okay, so hey Arjun, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, if you want to talk, you can talk if you want to.
Oh yeah.
Oh, talk now. Okay. Oh, is there going to be a break?
There was already a break.
I've been doom scrolling this whole freaking time. Ah.
Doom scrolling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I came up with this article about Libertarian. He said I'm going through it.
Okay, we might as well do something while we're waiting.
All right. We could discuss who. Well.
We could discuss, I don't know, the future of our podcast, maybe.
I don't know. Oh wait, hang on, just a second. Biblo Baggins says, "What I missed so far."
There was a motion to have Ken Molman become chair that narrowly failed.
Yeah.
Which I think it's also possible some Mises Caucus members did vote for it simply because of what Ken Molman said.
Did or didn't? So, do you think they have just a slip majority or a super majority?
I'd say we have, over 50%, which means we can win the chair race. Probably the vice chair, but the vice chair race, the JC, it's gonna be a lot closer.
Actually, here, you know what? Here's a good idea. Let's look at the freaking chat there.
Anyway, I'm going to leave the stream and then rejoin under my laptop just so I have a better setup. If that's okay with y'all.
Okay.
All right.
That's fine.
Oh, hey, Phoenix. It's just me and
Hey.
you now.
So let me see.
Give me a sec.
Let's see if that stays up. Yeah, I don't know what to do here.
Oh, yeah. So, how are you doing, Phoenix?
I'm doing okay.
And no, I'm not gonna. And I'm gonna DM you something real fast I probably shouldn't talk about here.
I think Victor's gonna be right back. I think that's what he said, right?
Yeah. Hey, I just DM'd something new. Can you respond to that? Because I understand it's probably not a good idea to talk about here.
I mean, you can send in private chat.
And I'm back now on my laptop.
Alright, use the private chat.
Do you have any mod?
Wait, is that Arya DeMezzo?
Who?
No, Arya DeMezzo. Wait.
What the hell?
This is the chat to the LNC stream.
All right, but Arya DeMezzo is in there. So's Drew Hancock. Shopping, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to invite Drew Hancock, but he declined.
That's fine.
Is there any way? Is
It's been
there any way to
ambitious to have a
direct?
guy
Is
like
there any
him
way to
on.
direct message you like what happened, like what's going on Zoom?
What do you mean? What's going on? Oh, is this something private?
Yeah, I just want to ask you something private. That's probably not a good idea to talk about here.
Not right now, no.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we could do it in
All
a
right.
space or a DMs if you want.
Okay.
And
Well, no, I DM'd him about it on Twitter.
You know how you mentioned how you wanted it to be a weekly thing? Which day of the week do you think would work the best for you?
It can be any day of the week, but just like once a week.
Do you think? I mean, I think Friday would most likely be the best for me.
Well,
I'm open
I mean,
to
yeah, I
either.
mean, like, well, for me, just any day of the week, just once a week.
Yeah, I agree. Wait, today is Friday, so do you think every Friday would make the most sense, or
every Thursday? Should it be a weekend thing?
Like I said, it could be any day of the week.
Do you think we should do a poll on for what
No, I
day?
said I said basically like we can just do like one week we can do like I don't know Thursday, another week we do Saturday or whatever. That's what I mean.
Oh, I thought it's just usually the podcasts I know that are weekly just have a set day.
Like I
day
think
and time
basically
they
it should be it should basically depend on like basically like if we're inviting guests basically like it should basically be like when the most convenient for both us and the guest.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm.
Was that?
Oops. There we go. Do you have any admin thing?
Let me see.
You should be able to end the broadcast.
I'm able to
You should be
share and I'm able to invite. I think so.
Are you able to add guests?
I'm able to invite people, and you can have up to 6 people on
Are
stream.
you able
up
to
to
add
80.
guests and end the broadcast?
Wait, share our instructions for guest. Let's see. I have more options than last time, but I'm not sure yet. I'm able to end the broadcast and share screen, but there isn't
okay.
Wait, and I'm also able to add and remove people.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay. Good.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
But I think the option to add people would be if they're in the chat.
Yeah.
What do you think our next stream should be on? Should we? I mean, I did a poll, but currently it's a.
We'll see. We can discuss it like in a space or something.
Yeah. I mean, I did a poll, and but the thing is, it's a 3-way tie for anarchy versus minarchy, conservapedia, cringe, and pill doing stupid shit.
Yeah. Like that guy. The guy with the Colorado thing. It's funny. I'll be right back.
Hey, you guys watching the convention again?
Yeah, I think so.
So how have things like? How do you guys think things have gone so far? Has it been has been more of a shit show than you thought, or is it less of a shit show than you thought?
I'd say less than I expected.
Wait, less than you expected? It was actually not that bad. Wait, so it's actually not as bad as you thought it would be?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. There were definitely shouting matches though.
Yeah, but there's almost always shouting matches in the LP. I'm not surprised.
Oh, wait. So the LP always has shouting matches?
Almost always. Even I mean, there was a bit of controversy last LP meeting, but it went mostly smoothly. I got to meet Dave Smith and Justin Amash.
Oh, okay. Why do we have a problem with shouting matches? I think is it just the what? Wait, I wonder.
Libertarians will always have some amount of infighting. I've just
Yeah.
accepted that.
Oh yeah.
Just
Oh
due
yeah.
to the nature of the ideology itself, I'd say
Yes.
we inherently have more infighting than most
I mean,
parties.
I guess I understand a little bit of it. Like, it's a very don't tread on the ideology. So, like, there's like a little bit of tension. Like, whenever people feel like somebody's getting in their way. I don't know.
What?
Do you think that the way libertarianism works is going to have shouting matches simply because of the mentality or the ideology?
I'd say to an extent, at least, like we have a "bitch, don't tell me what to do" aspect of our ideology.
Yeah. Yes.
No, like I remember one of Angela's tweets was "Go to bed. We have a long day tomorrow, and I bet you a lot of broad for like you can tell me what to do. You're not my mom." And like, come on, you got to be well rested.
Yeah.
Reset.
Well, I think
You
it's
come
kind
up
of
the
a
Reno
stupid.
reset. It
It's
isn't
kind of a stupid.
unreasonable to go
It's
to
like.
bed, and you know.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Like, oh, I think people need to get that. Like, I think the problem is that like there's nothing exclusively in libertarianism saying that you can't tell people, you can't suggest things to people. Like, what the fuck? Like, we should leave everyone to their own devices. Like, it's just saying like the only thing in here is that you shouldn't be able to use force against people to do this stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, our
you should still be able to
ideology is
guide people in the right direction. Because if not, they just be a shit show. Like,
I
some
mean,
people would work out, some people wouldn't.
you know, as long as human action is, and as complex as the ideology it may seem, it really boils down to basically this. Yes, you can live your life however you want, just don't hurt other people's right to do the
Yes.
same. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. Well, yes, the intricacies of libertarianism are complex, but the ideology itself can be pretty easy to understand, at least on a base level. So, do you think we should do a sub series on people doing stupid shit though? Because wait, is this from the stream or different? Wait, is this a spreadsheet you're working on, Mariki?
What?
Is this a spreadsheet you're working on to see?
No. It's on their end.
Oh.
You thought it was me.
I don't know. Are you using Windows or Mac right now?
I am using Windows, but that's not my computer. That's the stream.
Got it. I'm using Windows as well, so. But I will always stick to Windows 10. I am never upgrading to Windows 11. I will die on that hill.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, dang it. Okay. I want to. I stole their freaking. I stole their freaking URL when they were posting it earlier. So this is apparently their schedule. So it's after lunch.
Right.
So let's see. It says call to order. Blah blah blah. 2 p.m. Credential report 5 p.m. Spike Cohen speaks for 10 minutes.
And then the chair race, which is going to be.
Yeah, so the chair race is coming soon, and then the secretary election, and then the treasurer election.
I'd say we should look after the chair and secretary elections with the keenest eye.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Then tomorrow it's going to be the vice chair election, the at-large elections, and the judicial committee elections.
I'd say that. So, does Angela immediately assume chair position once she gets elected, or?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, so we get to watch Spike Cohen speak, and then the chair race. Okay, that's cool.
You know what the thing about the paleo strategy is? What makes it substantially different from the Mises Caucus strategy?
What?
The paleo strategy is essentially just uniting with paleocons in the Republican Party. to essentially, well, to push stuff like non-interventionism and all. Mises Caucus isn't uniting with paleocons. It's more so the Ron Paul strategy, but in the LP. So, how long do you want the average stream to be?
Like around an hour. Like
I'd say that's smart. And then I'd say an hour and have a hard stop at
what, an hour 30 minutes or 2 hours?
1 hour to 1 hour and then hard stop at 2 hours.
Okay.
Also, I just changed my bio a bit on Twitter, so I said I'm one half of the Anime Utopia podcast, which is a reference to Dave Smith receives 1/3 of loss.
Yeah.
Wait a second, I got an email from Sarah Palin on my funny. Oh, it's a Donald Trump ad. Oh shit.
That's the link I stole.
Oh shit. Nice. You know what I just realized is?
What?
Cobra Kai Season 5 is coming out the exact same day as Splatoon 3. And I know there's very little overlap between those two fan bases, but it's kind of neat. Two of the most hyped up things of this year are coming out the same day. Even though Season 4 came out at the very tail end of 2021, so most people, including myself, just treat it like a part of 2022 since I basically saw half of the season on the day it came out, and then the rest of the season in 2022. So, what's your take on Reason? Is it too moderate? Is it just right? Or
I think it's fine.
I mean, I know a lot of radical libertarians like to shit on Reason, but want to hear the funny thing is, if it weren't for Reason, I wouldn't have joined the Mises Caucus.
Really?
Yeah, it was Reason had a video which was doing a post-mortem of the 2020 election and how the Libertarians did, and one of the sections was a pretty short interview with Angela McCarroll. It's like, you know what? I'm in California, so if I joined the Mises Caucus, I'd work directly with her. And I'm like, okay, and then I basically joined the CA Mises Caucus Facebook, and then Matthew Ryan Butts contacted me, who's the state organizer there, and I joined the next Zoom meeting, met Angela, and it was great.
Cool.
But it's kind of funny though, because a lot of people in the Mises Caucus hate Reason for being Beltway, and here I am saying if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be a part of the Mises Caucus.
Yeah. This is a question. Like, I hate to say this, but like, what do you think defines libertarianism? Because what I notice is that, like, when I see people going after it, I feel like they're going after different ideologies sometimes.
I'd say our ideology is essentially just it boils down to freedom at the end of the day.
But what I see is that, like, the whole idea, I guess the whole idea is this, like, minimal government interference in the lives, bound to what is, like, completely necessary. Is that what you think? Or what you deem is like so societally important it can't be ignored. But the whole idea is that, like, government should generally not interfere in the decisions of its people unless, like, absolutely needed. Is that accurate? Are you still there?
Yeah.
So apparently they're just yapping about the schedule.
Yeah, the schedule was always contentious. Back at the LP of Cal convention, it was pretty contentious because a good amount of people just wanted a break so they could go smoke weed outside and have a drink, maybe both.
Like, geez, they've been talking longer about the schedule itself than actually doing the work and stuff.
Yeah, the schedule is always contentious. Same with the implementation of Robert's Rules of Order. That's always a bit contentious.
Did you hear what I said before?
Oh boy, it's gonna get ridiculous to level up in my favorite, well, one of my new favorite games very soon. Oh boy. But at the same time, I'm enjoying myself in the game, so it's worth the grind. Hey, do you think we'll ever top the Saul Goodman tweet on CNN++?
We might. Also, you just revealed that we're the one behind the.
Oh, yeah, but
remember, you're not in a space. You're in a live.
Oh,
stream.
right. Well, yeah, but that Saul Goodman tweet, whoever wrote it, they're geniuses who got 1,000 likes. Oh, wait, how many likes? Almost 10,000 likes. Over 9,000 nonetheless. That Did you text the URL?
What?
I mean, did you take this URL or is it the same one?
Yes, that was the one I took.
Random thought. How much does anyone know about the actual Akkadian Empire?
About the actual what?
Akkadian Empire. Like,
I only know that Sargon of Akkad once ruled it.
but the thing is, when I searched up Sargon's mask, it actually looks much more like his grandson. Successor was Ramash. Actually, never. Okay, yeah. Let's see. The Akkadian Empire. Mahir. He reigned for a good amount of time, too. Actually, never mind. The Akkadian mask is the exact same. But there is Sargon. Oh, wait, those are Assyrian kings. There's Sargon the second, Sargon on the first, who are Assyrian kings. And then there's Sargon of Akkad of the Akkadian Empire in the Sumerian states. And some people consider him the first emperor in history. Like, whoever ruled. Then again, there's a lot of
they're still
ancient...
talking about the schedule.
Then again, there's a lot of empires that probably existed that we don't have any record of because they simply, all their remnants long degraded.
Wait, what the heck failed?
What failed? Wait, the motion to overturn the schedule or something else?
I guess.
I heard Dennis wanted to go to Reno just to fuck around. You know Dennis, right?
Yeah, he was in the space once.
Do you think... I don't know if it would be a great or terrible idea to have him on because he's a bit of a loose cannon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude's hilarious, but he's also the same dude who literally posted a video of himself jerking off and then tagged a shit ton of people in it. Dude's a mad lad. You know what I just realized is? Today marks an entire week since my last full day of living in a dorm. At least until next school year starts.
Hello.
Hey. So, I guess we're just waiting on the chair. Wait, has Spike Cohen's speech started yet? Because that happens before the chair race. Wait, are they still debating the schedule?
What I missed? Are they still talking about the schedule?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Wait, did you do that?
No.
Oh, wait, no, I did that. I'm sorry.
I can't hear the convention though.
Wait, you can't hear? You don't? There's no sound?
Yeah, I can't hear it at least.
There should be sound.
Wait, let me see. At least not on my end.
Yeah, I had no idea you couldn't hear this. The screen share.
Yeah.
Like everyone else heard the freaking screen share. How do you not? What about when you were on mobile? Did you hear it then?
I think so. So it might just be an issue with my laptop.
Oh.
I don't know.
Because I know when you go on the stream, you can hear it.
All right. Maybe it's just I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, apparently someone tried to steal Karen Ann Harlow's hair at the convention. I wish I was joking. Someone actually tried to steal her hair.
Hello.
Wait, do you know about the person who
Wait, what is it?
Do you know about this one character who, not character, person who tried to steal Angela McArdle's, Ron Paul's, and Karen Harlow's hair to hex them or something?
What did they try to steal?
Their hair to cast a hex or something.
Who did that? Try to steal Ron Paul's hair?
Yeah, to try to cast a hex or something.
Bro, what the is that? I don't
It was
know.
to cast a hex or something. I don't fucking know.
Ugh.
No, wait, did you not know about Jackie Perry's hair hex thing? Also, I think, and in defense of Kamala Harris, she's only the second worst vice president of my lifetime. But she's still really bad. But she's not the worst of my lifetime. The worst is Dick Cheney, and will stay Dick Cheney until Kamala Harris commits war crimes on the same level as Dick Cheney, which I hope she doesn't.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if she does, she'll be worse than Dick Cheney. But for
Okay.
now, Dick Cheney is the worst.
Isn't it true that Dick Cheney kind of controlled George W. Bush at the end of his administration? Is that actually a thing? Victor, are you still there?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that Dick Cheney kind of controlled W's presidential thing?
Yeah.
agenda?
And what I fear is that Kamala is doing the same thing with Biden, but they might both be puppets.
No.
Okay, I'm back.
No, but we're talking about Jackie Perry's attempted hexing of Karen and Harlos.
Wait, in the convention?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah, according
you can.
according to Angela, Jackie Perry tried to steal Karen and Harlow's hair to cast Hex.
During this.
Yeah.
Hang on, I gotta look. I gotta see that.
If you're, I saw it from Angela's posts. She basically posted a meme where I swear if you try to steal my hair, and then someone responded, did Jackie Perry try to steal Karen's hair? Never mind, that was at a state convention.
Oh.
But still.
So, who do you think is? I have a question. Who do you guys think is the best president in American history, if there is
William
one?
Henry Harrison.
It's cool, Calvin Coolidge.
Oh yeah, yeah. My serious answer would probably be Coolidge, but my joke answer is William Henry Harrison.
Yeah, because he only lived 30 days. He was only president for 30 days.
Was it 30 or 31 days?
I think it was 30.
Yeah, but he was the very first president to die in office. Because the dude was basically, he was like, I'm old as shit, and these motherfuckers want me to step down because I'm too old. So I'm going to spite them by holding the longest speech in presidential history, or just to spite them, and then he catches pneumonia during the speech and then fucking dies.
It was an inauguration speech.
He died from his inauguration speech, not because of an assassin or anything, but just because he...
He's a dumbass.
Just because he wanted to spite everyone to think he was too old for the White House.
What did he do again? He drank something because he wanted to spite people who thought he was too old.
Yep. No, he didn't drink something. He was out in the cold without a coat or anything. And no, he was without a warm enough coat, and then catches pneumonia while giving his speech, and then he just dies.
Bruh.
I mean, you have to admit, it's going out like a Chad, dying just to spite your haters. Except it's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
It is funny, though, at the same time.
Yeah, imagine basically trying to hold this dream and babysit.
Oh, yeah, wait. Is your sister telling you to babysit your nephews?
No, I'm babysitting my nephew.
Oh.
The reason why I keep
Again?
leaving, is because he's coming in my room constantly.
Yeah, I gotta look after my dog too.
Babysitting and doing this at the same time. Oh.
Yeah, meanwhile, I was playing Elden Ring while doing the stream,
Yeah.
while also having to eat my lunch. Are they still debating the schedule? Because I just want to get to Spike Cohen's speech.
Yeah, supposedly after Cohen's speech, the race is going to start, the election.
Wait, so who is? Do you know Tumor Poster in Chief? No, wait, Tombst, Tumor W's.
Okay, they said something about someone said that basically that we just need to move on and because recounting is wasting a bunch of time. Which they're taking freaking forever.
I mean, at least it's not taking as long as the Pennsylvania Senate race, which we still don't know the answer to. Like, from when that election starts now, I finished my last final, moved out of my dorm, played a shit ton of Elden Ring, got all the way to Margot
Hold on,
the
hold on.
Omen King, and all of this.
Okay.
You get my point.
They just finally approved the new schedule.
Thank God. So does that mean we're going to go to Spike Cohen's speech or no?
Yeah, everyone was cheering. So.
All right.
So
It's
what
gonna be
happened?
difficult for you
What
if you can't
happened?
hear the sound.
What happened with the schedule?
They were making a new schedule.
Oh, okay.
And it
Is
took
this to
forever
expedite it
document.
or make it longer?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think 4 hour. I think 4 hour stream should only be done for special occasions like elections. We could do a special stream for the 2022 general election, for example.
So I have a question: is there going to be a space today? Because this has been going on for a long time already. No, right? Are you just going to go to bed?
If you want to start a space, you can start a space. I don't exactly know.
What about you, Phoenix?
Please don't tell me.
What about? What do you mean? What do you mean? What about me?
Is there going to be a normal space, or is it not going to be because this has gone on for so long?
There's not gonna be space tonight.
Okay.
I think we should end the space after whoever wins the chair race is announced. I mean, end the thing. Once we find out who wins the chair race. Does that sound good?
Let me see. I also want to see the secretary election and treasurer election. Then we can end it.
All right.
So what are we going to do tomorrow?
Another one of these.
Okay. Wait, so after this convention, we're just going to mostly go back to our normal thing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, is that Steve Bosch? Kind of looks like him.
You, can you hear it or not?
Still no.
Okay, switch back to mobile, see if that works.
All right. All right. Actually, I could just pull up the stream if I need to. Yeah, I don't think 4 hour long stream should be our norm. That should be the exception.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We started this stream about when we woke up, and now it's almost 3. Where I'm at, it's probably around 4 where you're at, right?
It's 5.
Oh.
Yeah. Is there gonna be a space on like Sunday?
Probably.
We'll see.
Okay.
You don't have to keep asking, dude.
Okay.
If you really want, I can start a space and see what happens.
Nah, I
Once
don't
it's
know.
over.
I think I'm fine if you want to go ahead.
You know, I'd love to have Killdozer on. I mean, RV bus season on sometime.
Oh yeah. Oh
He's
yeah.
a
I just
great
want to.
dude.
Yeah, I like to talk to him too.
You know, basically, like Nick Sarwark was just speaking. He was basically saying that, like, oh, we're going so slow because there's tons of new people who don't know what the hell they're doing or whatever he was saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to meet him too. Like, he's one of the people
You
that
can
got
hear
me
this
into
too,
this.
Arjun, right?
No, I can't hear it. I just.
Wait, you can't hear the stream either?
No, I can't hear the stream either.
What?
Yeah, me.
So you just been listening to silence this whole time?
Yeah, I've been treating it as a normal conversation this whole time. I've been pretty zoned out. Sorry.
Hang on just a second.
Right.
I need to figure out what's going on.
All right. Take as much time as you need. This stream's for fun after all. It's not supposed to be stressful.
Yeah, no. I mean, this in general is not really stressful.
I'm on my summer break and I'm just chilling.
I think our conversations in
the
general.
most stressful thing is just if I have to fight a tough boss in a
Yeah.
Dragon Ring, and I like that because once you finally beat a really tough boss in that game, it's the intense satisfaction you get from that. It's unrivaled. So it's worth the pain.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think our conversations have really ever been stressful. Like, I've never really felt stressed or whatever talking to somebody.
Yeah.
Talking to you guys.
At most,
'Cause, like,
I just get tired, and I don't. And it's awkward to immediately just cut
there's
out and say, "Okay, I gotta stop this space" when people are having conversation. But I'm just slowly becoming more and more tired and drifting almost to sleep. You know what I mean?
yeah, I'm like not like that. I always like stay up for this stuff. But to be fair, I live in a different time zone. And I've been the thing is like I've had problems with not going to sleep early for a while. So my brain is used to it. So I finally able to stay up all the time. And yeah, to be fair, like there are definitely people that come on here that like we don't particularly agree with, and like we kind of just move along. It's like, well, whatever. We disagree on stuff. Like you don't see people on here like trying to go after people on Twitter or whatever for like having a different opinion.
You know how we have inventions that can make something warm really fast? I kind of wish we were able to have the opposite where you could chill something really quickly.
Yeah.
Like a toaster in reverse. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like so Victor, how did you get into this space? Like I'm just curious.
Stopping it. Starting it.
This afternoon.
Hey, I can hear Phoenix.
Can you
I
hear it now?
Yes.
Can y'all hear it now?
Yeah, I can hear it. Is that Justin Amash?
Yes!
Oh shit!
You can hear the sound, right?
Yeah.
Finally, Jesus. I'm so sorry, guys.
Okay, I mean, this is our second stream.
Fuck,
We're
I
not
really
experts
fucked this
yet.
up.
All right. Here I am. Finally. I think this is my first national convention, so it's been... Do they usually run like this? Okay. So I'm here because I want libertarian ideas to win in my lifetime. And I'm hopeful that my experience can help all of you make that happen. So when I ran for office, for the first time, I ran as a Republican. I thought that that's what you had to do to get into office, okay? And I served in Michigan as a state legislator. And I served there for 2 years. And in those 2 years, 1/15 of all the votes were 109 to 1. So we would vote about 20 times a day, usually at least once a day on average. I was the lone no vote. It was so common that they called it 109 to a mosh. They knew who the one no vote was when it was coming. So when I decided to run for Congress, a lot of people in the political establishment thought that was crazy. They were like, nobody's going to vote for this guy. He's voted no on everything. They even did a hit piece on me in the newspaper where all of my opponents came in there and a whole bunch of other people, and they said, yeah, this guy votes no on everything. And they cited some of the things that I vote no on. And I remember walking door to door that same week, and I went to these doors and knocked on them, and people would say, oh, there's this great newspaper article about you, about how you vote no when you stand up for us. So obviously it didn't work. I got elected to Congress. They didn't stop me.
Oh, wait.
Now, in Congress, I was the lone no vote 56 times during my 10 years. All other members combined were 76 times. So if you added up all of the members I served with, which was hundreds, it's more than the 434 other members because there are people coming and going over 10 years. All of them combined, they had lone no votes 76 times. I was 56 times. So I was 42% of all lone no votes in Congress. In 2011, when I served with Ron Paul, I was the lone no vote 8 times, and all other members combined was 5 times. Over those 10 years, I was the most fiscally conservative member of Congress during that 10-year period. Now, I introduced a whole bunch of legislation, a bunch of amendments, the amendment on NSA surveillance to stop them from spying on us, ending qualified immunity, ending civil asset forfeiture, stopping foreign arms sales, ending the Yemen war, reining in FISA, ending the no-fly list, protecting whistleblowers, balancing the budget, repealing the Jones Act. There's got to be someone who cares about that. Limiting emergency powers and decriminalizing cannabis. Now, I'm telling you these things not to brag, but to let you in on a little secret. People kept electing me. In other words, they knew I was a libertarian. They knew what I was doing. I might have been serving in the Republican Party for much of that time, but they knew exactly what I was up to. I wasn't shy about it. Whenever there's a, hold on a second. All right, had to turn that phone off. It was playing music. I don't know if you guys could hear it. So, okay, 3 o'clock tea time. I don't know what that means, but. So, in those 10 years, I was very clear that I was a libertarian. I didn't hide it. I went home, I told constituents I was a libertarian. I talked about it at town halls. I talked about it on TV. I talked about it on social media. People weren't surprised to find out that I was a libertarian. It wasn't a secret. And they kept electing me over and over again. And I tell you this to make a point that libertarianism can win. Libertarianism is popular. People want us to go and represent them in Congress, in other positions of power and influence in this country, to make a difference so we can take away the power from the government. Now, what is at the core of libertarianism. It's this philosophy. I've got this book from Mises here, Liberalism. This is Mises' book, Liberalism. Okay, what is liberalism? Liberalism, as Mises talks about, is the philosophy of human cooperation. It's human cooperation that brings progress and happiness. And I think too often as libertarians, we don't focus enough on that. Mises sure does focus on it in his book. Throughout the book, he talks about the importance of human cooperation. And I think too often we let ourselves get labeled as selfish or as not caring about other people. We're doing it all for ourselves. When really what we are about is human cooperation. This is the philosophy that is largely the philosophy that our country was founded on. It's a philosophy of peace. And the Libertarian Party is the party of liberalism. Now, what is the point of a political party? The point of a political party is to win elections. We organize people to win elections. And some of you may have heard me say this at other events. It's not about activism. I think activism is very important. A lot of us are involved in activism in various ways. And we want those activist activities to translate into our work here in the Libertarian Party. We want this party to grow. We want people who have been brought into the Libertarian movement to come here to the Libertarian Party to organize together so we can win elections. But this brings up a good question. Who's a real libertarian?
The answer is nobody. Especially
So,
me. I am the king of libertarians.
Who's a real
First
libertarian? So I'm going to quote from some fellow libertarians, and I'll let you decide. Are these real libertarians? All right, here's a quote. A small number of antisocial individuals, i.e., persons who are not willing or able to make the temporary sacrifices that society demands of them, could make all society impossible. Without the application of compulsion and coercion against the enemies of society, there could not be any life in society. Here's another quote. Anarchism misunderstands the real nature of man. It would be practicable only in a world of angels and saints. Libertarianism is not anarchism, nor has it anything whatsoever to do with anarchism.
Nah, that's going to be controversial.
Damn, that's booing.
Yeah, that's
One must be in a position to compel the person who will not respect the lives, health, personal freedom,
No,
or private property of
libertarianism and
others
anarchism
to
are separate,
acquiesce
but
in
have
the
a shit
rules of
ton of
life and
overlap.
society.
Libertarians can be anarchists. Anarchists can be
For the
libertarians. But we
libertarian,
aren't all anarchists.
You're gonna like
and we
this
aren't
one.
all-
Yeah,
For
yeah,
the
yeah,
libertarian,
that's true.
the state is an absolute necessity. Since the most important tasks are incumbent upon it. This one's a great one. It is not at all shameful for a man to allow himself to be ruled by others. You like that one?
No.
I think he's just trolling us. At this.
Libertarianism's thinking is cosmopolitan and ecumenical. It takes in all men and the whole world. It would be really preposterous to suppose that the nations turn to imperialistic policies as a favor to the ordnance manufacturers. That's an interesting one. The libertarian demands that every person have the right to live wherever he wants. Here's another one. The narrow-mindedness which sees nothing beyond one's own nation and which has no conception of the importance of international cooperation must be replaced by a cosmopolitan outlook. All right? It is manifestly absurd to break up the ever-increasing unity of world economy into a number of small national territories, each as autarkic as possible. And finally, The Libertarian demands that the political organization of society be extended until it reaches its culmination in a world state that unites all nations on an equal basis.
Wait,
Now,
what
do you
world
guys think of
state?
those quotes?
No, he's just reading straw man, I think.
So now I'll let you know that those are quotes by Ludwig von Mises.
Whoa.
What?
Every single one of those quotes is from Mises, one of my heroes. In this book, Liberalism.
He's quoting
That's
Mises
just
a
one
lot
book.
more than usual.
There are other quotes that are good too.
Mises
And I bring this up
was a
because,
minarchist,
like you,
who defended
I
the
find
idea
a
of
lot
a
of
night
those
watchman
quotes
state, which
questionable.
was a straw man of used
And
by socialists
the
against
point I'm trying to
government.
make
But then
is,
Mises was like,
Let's
I
be.
think we are often
the
too
night
quick
watchman
to
state's
judge
actually
each other.
good, actually.
Let's listen to what he's
Right?
saying.
Yeah, true.
Those quotes all come from this book. Now, those quotes, I didn't present you any context. You don't have any context for those quotes, but kind of like tweets, they're out there. And I think what happens so often with libertarians is we're quick to judge each other. We're quick to say someone else is not a real libertarian. I think if someone had tweeted a lot of these quotes, we would say, or many people would say, that's not a real libertarian. But it's von Mises. Mises said those things. If we're going to be a real political party, forget about being a real libertarian. We're going to be a real political party. We need to win over a third of the country.
Based.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
that should be the end goal, but I think what we should do right now
And
is
if
nullification.
Ludwig von Mises or Justin Amash or pretty much anyone in this room is not libertarian enough for you, it's not going to work. Because
Based.
I can assure you, I'll just use myself as an example. If you say Justin Amash isn't libertarian enough for you, then I've got news for you about the rest of the country, okay? As I explained in the beginning, as I talked about in the beginning, I was in Congress and I was by far the most libertarian person over that period of time. By far.
Massey and Ron Paul, though, served in Congress with him.
If I'm not a real libertarian, or if Mises is not a real libertarian, we've got problems. Okay, we're not going to reach the numbers we need to affect change. We need to be a group, an organization here that accepts people who don't agree on everything.
Okay, that's fair.
And for that, I think we need a very simple message. We shouldn't get bogged down in the minutia. We need a simple message that reaches a lot of people. And for me, one of the things I think we should talk about as a message is this idea of decentralization.
Based.
Based.
Now, we'll have to think about how we frame it. The word decentralization is a scary word to a lot of people because it's a long word and has multiple syllables. So a lot of people, when they hear it, it sounds a little bit technical. We need to think about how we present it. But decentralization goes back to this idea that I talked about earlier about human cooperation. It's this idea that Hayek talked about, another one of my heroes, about the limits of knowledge, of human knowledge. He wrote an essay, which I encourage you all to read, called The Use of Knowledge in Society. And in that essay, he talked about the limits of human knowledge. And it's precisely these limits of human knowledge, this humility that we have as libertarians, that impels us toward this idea of decentralization. Because when you centralize thinking, when you centralize planning, what you're doing is arrogance, right? You're saying that someone in some faraway place knows better than billions of people in the world how to run their own lives. that you can stick a bunch of people in a room in Washington, D.C. or at the Capitol, and they're going to figure out your life better than you're going to figure out your life. Well, I've got news for you. They're not going to figure it out better than you figure it out. I was there. They're not figuring it out. Decentralization is an acknowledgement of our humility. It's an acknowledgement that we respect the idea of diversity, that we respect that people have different opinions and different views, and that we want to utilize all those differences to make the world a better place. The only way we can do that is if we don't have someone telling us that we can't work together, right? That's what government does. It tells us that we can't work together. It says it's going to substitute its own plan for our plans. And the reason I think this is a great thing for libertarians to talk about is because it's so ingrained already in the American experience. Americans understand this idea of federalism. We understand the idea of localism. We understand the idea of divided powers. Look at how often we talk about things like separation of powers. That's not a thing that's commonly talked about in a lot of countries around the world. Here we talk about it regularly. So we as libertarians have an advantage in talking about these things. And we can also highlight the hypocrisy of the two old parties. Look at what they do in Congress. The Democrats and Republicans, each trying to centralize power, each telling you that they know more about your life than you do. I was in Congress, and what they did every day in Congress was tell even the individual members of Congress that we weren't allowed to represent our constituents. There hasn't been an amendment in the House of Representatives offered from the floor since 2016. So not only can your members of Congress not offer legislation and have it come to the floor, they can't even offer amendments and have those amendments voted on the floor. The legislation is take it or leave it. So for all those people out there in the Democratic Party especially who talk about democracy, those politicians who talk about democracy in the Democratic Party, they don't believe in democracy. Because what good are democratic elections if when you elect those people to positions of power and responsibility like Congress, they're not allowed to actually represent you? What good is the democracy? So we all get to vote for people, but then we send them to Congress and then Nancy Pelosi decides everything? How does that make any sense? How is that democratic? So we need to reclaim these ideas. And for those who are afraid of the word democracy, again, read liberalism, read Mises, read Hayek. Mises has 2 chapters on democracy in this book.
Papa has an entire book.
We need to reclaim ourselves as the party of democracy, of diversity, of tolerance, of humility. And not let the old parties claim those labels that they don't deserve. The other thing we can talk about
You know my
as
stance on
libertarians
democracy
is the rule of law. And when I talk about the rule of law, I don't mean what President Trump might have said, like law and order, right? It's not about beating up bad guys. The rule of law means that the law is general, equal, and certain. It means that we have, and that's to paraphrase Hayek, it means we have equality before the law. Another concept that Hayek and Mises talk about, equality before the law. In this book here, Liberalism, Mises talks about this concept and talks about how libertarians, although he calls them liberals in the book, we're the ones who don't believe in special privileges. We're against all special privileges. We believe in equality before the law. We know the Democrats don't agree with us on this because they keep talking about equity. Now, equity sounds like equality, but it's not the same thing. Equity is just another way of saying the government is going to decide who deserves what. Equality before the law means the government is not deciding those things. The government is staying out of that. We have equal rules that are generally enforceable against everyone. No one gets any special favors, special privileges. That doesn't mean the government can't do wrong and that we don't address those things. In fact, that it can't do wrong to specific people, as it has historically. Like blacks who were enslaved in this country. Like American Indians who faced persecution. There are wrongs that the government does, and the government can correct those wrongs. But the general principle must be equality before the law, not the government deciding who wins and who loses. Now, Republicans, they also don't believe in equality before the law. They also believe in special privileges for people. Look at the Farm Bill. Look at the kind of subsidies that are out there, depending on which industry you work in. Look at the way Republicans treat policing, where a police officer can do the same thing you do and get away with it because that police officer has qualified immunity or is treated differently under the law, has some kind of special protection. So Republicans also don't believe in this principle of equality before the law. So I think this is another principle that is fundamental to libertarianism that we should be talking about. And finally, what we need to focus on is protection of rights. Everyone's rights, all their rights. When you look at the Republicans and the Democrats, they talk about some of the rights. You can imagine in your own mind which rights each one talks about. You'll hear Republicans talking about the Second Amendment, sometimes these days even about the First Amendment, but then not caring that much about the Fourth Amendment, not caring that much about cruel and unusual punishment or the death penalty or other issues that come up. And you hear Democrats talking about certain rights, but then not caring about other ones, and increasingly not caring about the First Amendment. So we can be a party that talks about the entire Bill of Rights and beyond it, because the Bill of Rights is not all of our rights. They're not all contained in the bill. They're not all enumerated there in the Bill of Rights. Our rights are inherent to us as human beings. So we need to be out there talking about these issues, trying to find common ground with people who already agree with us on so many things. That's what I think we need to do as a party. So now let's go out and make libertarian ideas win. Thank you for having me here.
That was a pretty good speech.
I'd say in general, yeah, even though I'd say I'm pretty damn anti-democratic now. I oppose.
Madam Chair.
On occasion, I literally wrote in Hans Herman Hoppe for governor.
Madam Chair.
I guess now.
Madam Chair. Point of personal.
Microphone 3.
Sorry about that. What's happened is short. I'm appalled at what went on while Mr. Amos was speaking. I don't know why. I know we're in a rush, but that is the height of rudeness and extremely unlibertarian to be crawling around, especially with the pink hair and the, because it's highly visible, not because pink hair is gone, but it's highly visible, and we should be ashamed of ourselves.
Thank you. It certainly was not appropriate
Perry.
for this to be happening at this time. It was an unfortunate circumstance that was left because of the agenda adoption and the timing of everything. So now we know, let's not have the counting tables on the stage. At this time, we are continuing with counting tokens. Do you need a mic? Oh, we need that mic on. I need a member of the Convention Oversight Committee up here, please.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Sam Goldstein, representative delegate from Indiana. I move to amend the current agenda to suspend the rules to amend.
I need order. Mr. Goldstein.
I move to suspend the rules to amend the adopted agenda to insert speaking slots for two people who, by some inadvertent action on whoever dreamed this thing up, deleted from the agenda. Our presidential candidate from last year, Joe Jorgensen, and the best governor candidate in the history of the party, Don Rainwater from Indiana. I don't care where they're inserted, but I'd like to have their time given back to them in this agenda.
Mr. Goldstein, the agenda that I'm looking at does have Joe Jorgensen for tomorrow afternoon. And you're correct, it does not have the closing speaker that would have been Rainwater.
Then I move to
on
amend
Sunday
to
afternoon.
include Don Rainwater's speaking spot as the closing speaker for the convention.
Hey, before you go anywhere, I know you said about need the state. Goldstein and what state?
Indiana, John.
Indiana.
Mr. Goldstein, where do you propose that go?
Well, he was closing speaker on the prior agenda, so I would just put him back into that spot, wherever the heck it's going to be.
So before whatever unfinished business is?
I suppose so, yeah. That would be
Okay.
fine. Or new business, whatever it is.
It's called unfinished business
Unfinished.
on this agenda, y'all
Okay.
adopted?
Madam Chair, at your convenience, microphone two.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the agenda to add closing speaker.
For the same period of time that he was on the prior agenda.
15 minutes. Daniel Rainwater.
Who was it?
That
Rainwater?
would be.
Madam Chair, microphone one.
I have no idea, but I have a copy of the agenda.
Okay, so apparently, according to their schedule, it says we just did the Justin Amash thing. So after that is the chair candidate of debate. So we're about to see that.
All right, I'm rooting for Angela. Hey,
it's not the
you can
election;
do a
it's the debate.
secondary poll.
To open nomination.
Okay, so whoever created the agenda that was adopted today apparently was working off of an old draft of the proposed agenda and did not account for the fact that there were 4 speakers. So that is why Mr. Rainwater was left off as the closing speaker, and Ricky Dale Harrington is listed as the closing speaker for Saturday morning. They are both going to be speakers. Ricky Dale Harrington will not be closing speaker at this point, obviously, because the motion that we have now is to add Rainwater as the closing speaker, being the last speaker of the convention. And as I understood Mr. Goldstein's motion is to put it approximately where it would have been otherwise, which would be after bylaws, after business, and before other business. In this case, it's called unfinished business. And that was seconded. Is there any objection to making that amendment to the agenda? It does require a 2/3 vote. Hearing no objection, we will add Mr. Rainwater as the speaker for Sunday afternoon. And Mr. McMahon, your concern is alleviated now? Okay.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Is that point? Microphone 1?
You are Ken Welch, Texas. You're privileged to have a copy of the agenda that we've adopted today, but most delegates in the room do not have a copy. It's extremely confusing. Now we're even mending that, and have no idea where we're going. Is it possible we get a copy of the agenda?
Go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, so website URLs have been provided where the agenda can be seen. About 80 copies have been printed out and distributed throughout the room.
There are still some.
I do not have the ability to print a copy for every delegate. So if you can't get one on that website URL that has been distributed or one of the copies waving around in the air behind you, I really don't.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Microphone 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like a moment to address the comments since I was specifically called out. Earlier today, there was a call for unity and amity.
Can I get quiet in the room, please?
In that spirit, when I had heard that we were short on tellers and I had my own teller team, Mr. Wilford and I had a conference where we made an agreement that we would be working as a team. So please, can we not be attacking each other? I'm apologizing that it was a little noisy up front. Logistical concerns made the tellers' tables up there. Sometimes that happens. But please, these people up here are people that John Wilford and I agreed to share teams. Neither of us needed to do that. I trained these people so that we could have a smooth convention, and we put any differences we had aside to work together. So please, let's not get on the microphone and start calling people out for things you have no knowledge of.
Madam Chair, microphone number 2.
Microphone 2.
Kevin Hale, Texas. Would it be appropriate
It's
to
also the rainbow shirt. It's not any one
Excuse
person.
me.
It should have been done
Excuse
away from
me.
the speaker.
Microphone 3, please. I don't know who that is. Mr. Hale. You
yes,
have the
Kevin
floor.
Hale. Give Congress Hale. Would it be appropriate to open the nominations for chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer at this moment, please?
At this time, we're preparing for the debate,
Kind of
not
hard
for
to
the
have
election.
a debate without knowing who the nominees are.
Um,
Don't we have to
You'll
have floor
know
nominees?
who they are when they debate.
They're not nominated.
But maybe
Don't they
they
have
will
to-
be when that time comes.
Okay.
Microphone 3, point of personal privilege, please.
Somebody took them. Probably from me and
I'm
took
waiting.
them over there. They're probably not enough, but
Microphone 3, point of personal privilege, please. Madam Chair, microphone 3, point of personal privilege.
microphone 3.
Matt Losby, delegate from Idaho.
Can I have quiet in the room, please? The gentleman has the floor.
Regarding the points of personal privilege that have been raised, can we put forward efforts to move the tables at which people are counting at a time when it would not interrupt business or an operating vote, so that it is not behind the camera as we're trying to see whoever's at the podium?
That would be a fantastic thing to do. Probably not right now.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Rex Lawhorn, Oklahoma. By the adopted agenda, we are after lunch, and orders of the day would have us somewhere around Spike Cohen speaking or the chair race itself. So I would like to call orders of the day so that we can get current on our agenda.
So
The lunch recess is, as I stated earlier before this was adopted, is kind of an anomaly here because it had already occurred. So we're not
There you
using
go.
the lunch recess as a guidepost or as a milestone. We're essentially ignoring it and just going in the order of the things that are on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, request for information.
Microphone 1.
It's my understanding at this time on the agenda, we are waiting on the tellers
That
to
is correct.
determine who is going to be in the chairs debate. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Then while we're all here and waiting on them, we can get some business done. So I move to suspend the rules and open nominations for chair.
So this would require a suspension of rules. It requires 2/3 because
I
that
think we
normally does
have
not
that.
happen until we get to the elections.
Yes. Yes, I move to suspend the rules so that we can get the nominations out of the way before we get to the debate.
Can the gentleman from Texas state his name?
Donovan Pankey, Texas.
Oh wow, Panky, yeah. I know that dude from the LB Texas Discord.
Is he the
Microphone
socialist
3.
dude?
No,
Reese
no.
Smith, delegate from Pennsylvania, parliamentary inquiry. There seems to be some question regarding nominating and the debate. Wouldn't the nominations be inconsequential to the debate because the debate members are determined by the tokens?
Yes.
Thank you.
Point of information.
So we have a motion to suspend the rules, to take up nominations, or to open nominations for chair at this time. It was seconded. Is there any objection to this motion?
I object.
There is objection. It is not debatable, so we will proceed to a vote on whether or not to suspend the rules for chair nominations at this time. All in favor of suspending the rules to nominate for chair at this time, raise your hand. All opposed? The motion fails.
Request for information.
Microphone 1.
Sean Cahill, New York. This is with regards to the process by which we've been
I'm
doing.
sorry, I cannot
division.
hear. I can't hear you. Can you speak up? Can we
This
have
is-
quiet in the room, please?
Sean Cahill, delegate from New York. This is with regards to the method that we've been doing division. I simply am asking if the counters are being mindful of people either accidentally or intentionally voting both ways during the process, because I do not see that we have a mechanism to keep that in mind.
I heard of are the counters being mindful about people voting both ways, but I don't understand what that means.
Voting both for and against these proposals that were, I'm just asking.
So the way the tokens work, there is no against. You write someone's name and turn it in. So I don't know what an against would.
I'm referring to the method that we've been doing division specifically.
Oh.
It's not that important. I just wanted to bring it up as a brief point. That's it. All right, thank you.
Josh McCose, AK delegate. I'd like to make a motion to.
Hold on.
Okay.
Nobody has been recognized at this time.
I would like to be in the queue.
Mike 3.
I think it had to do with him, but I just want to be in the queue. Like I'm asking, whenever things are, I want to be in the queue.
I'm looking at something. Okay, Mr. Pankey,
Madam Chair,
with
Mike
regard
3.
to the motion that you just made.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please hold on. With regard to the motion that you just made, I want to draw your attention and everyone's to the Convention Special Rules of Order, to Rule 8, Section 3, that no person shall be nominated unless at least 15 registered delegates join in the nomination submitted to the Secretary. And the nominee has submitted to the Secretary evidence of the required level of membership and a statement of willingness to accept the nomination. No delegate may join in nominating more than one candidate per seat. Nominating speeches shall be limited in duration as follows, et cetera, et cetera. So, with that in mind, we are proceeding, oh wait, we already said we weren't doing the nominations anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, All right, so we had, thank you, Mr. Pankey, sorry about that.
Madam Chair, would now be an appropriate time to raise my point.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Dustin Blankenship, West Virginia delegate. I know that there were a number of other items on the agenda that we did not get to from the morning. My question for you, for example, the treasurer's report or the audit report, would either of those be out of order for us to do during this lull in time as opposed to taking a recess? And would that require a suspension of the rules or
We'd
something
have
of the
to
sort?
suspend the rules to move those things.
Thank you for answering
Because
that question
technically
for me.
they weren't supposed to happen this morning now on this new agenda.
All right, thank you very much.
Point of inquiry.
Mr. Wilford.
Thank you. So this counting is going to take quite a while, and actually every time I'm over here taking minutes, I'm not over there helping. So I wish to move a 30-minute recess.
All right, we have a motion for a 30-minute recess. It has been seconded. Is there objection to a 30-minute recess?
Objection.
So that the secretary may continue with counting.
Does this mean that my
There
point
is
of
an
inquiry
objection.
not heard? Does this mean my point of inquiry is not heard?
Your request for information?
Correct. So we have skipped the in memoriam, and I know that I am here and I'm representing someone that did pass away. Not only that, I have their wife here. I'd like to know when that's actually happening. It seems that we've passed over it on both the old and new agenda.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Holly? I'd like to address that. I'm working on the memoriam and I want it to be nice. And I was going to stay up all night working on it, but that didn't work out. And then I was going to find time to do it today, and that's not working out so great either. I will have it and I'll have it tomorrow. And it's my goal to make it worthy. And I appreciate your patience. Sorry.
Thank you. I have no intention of making a motion, but I certainly implore the body to be respectful of that tomorrow when we're looking at the agenda.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Microphone 3.
We have a motion on this. We have a motion.
There's a red phone that was found somewhere, I don't know, but it keeps ringing. Yes. So, is there, real quick? Okay. Is there any, I ask that you indulge me for a moment. So, Ms. Hogarth is here to present a credentials report that we were waiting on from earlier. It is the very next thing on the list right now after the debate. We can't do the debate until this is done. So is there any objection to allowing the credentials report right now? Okay.
So thank you all for your kind suggestions and for improvement. So from now on, we're going to have like freaking amazing credentials reports, thanks to new credentials committee member Billy Pierce and Ken Millman, and especially Andy Burns on staff, who was amazing, and they did some spreadsheet wizardry and database wizardry. And if you look
I'll be
on
right back.
lnc2020.com/delegates, there will be updated credentials reports, but I'm happy to read it because I got a nice dress on. We have, as of 3 o'clock, we had 1,119 delegates and alternates checked in on the floor. We had a voting population, I guess that's right, of 1,004, which makes a quorum of 402, a majority vote 502, 2/3 670, and 7/8 879. Sorry. We had voting population of 1,004. So a maximum number of votes on the floor of 1,004. That gives us a quorum number of 402, majority number of 502, 2/3 of 670, and 7/8 of 879.
inquiry on mic 2?
I have a point of order at microphone 2.
Can you look at your majority number again? I think you're off by 1. Off by what? Yeah. Yeah, because you're at 50% is the number you gave. It should be 50. I think you had 502. It should be
I'm checking it.
503.
Yeah, hold on. What is it? 1,000? Yeah. You gotta add 1.
Madam Chair.
It's 503. Mr. Wilford.
I'm mainly asking for my notes because I didn't catch it if it was. Was my motion disposed of?
Which one was yours?
The 30-minute recess?
Well, we had an objection to it. Yes, we had an objection to it. So, okay, Mr. Wilford, will you speak to your motion, please?
Absolutely.
We need order in the room. We are, the business we have on the floor right now is whether or not to take a 30-minute recess.
I spoke to it briefly before, but in short, it would give us time to count, which seems like it's actually going to be over very soon. And then it would give us time to set up for the debates while people can go to the bathroom and not worry about motions coming
Point of
up.
order, Madam Chair. Microphone 3. James Gentleman, delegate from Minnesota. This is a motion to suspend the rules. It's not debatable.
Peace out. Is that okay with the wait? Merrick isn't here.
It's a motion to
So
recess.
wait till he resumes.
I'm sorry. A motion to recess is not debatable.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
So that said, it'll give us time to finish the votes and count and people to go to the bathroom. That's all.
Mr. Redpath, would you like to speak to your objection?
Yes, I do object. There are things we could do. We could hear the treasurer's report. We could hear the audit report. We're already running way behind. There are things we could shoehorn into this that would be productive and move us along through the agenda. That's why I object.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on the 30-minute recess?
I would like to speak on a 3-minute recess.
Microphone 2.
Mike Clagius from Arkansas. And I guess this is more of an inquiry, but I know the next item on the agenda was Spike Cohen that comes after the credentials report we just did was Spike Cohen. So if he is ready to do his speech, is that something that we could do now? And would the secretary be willing to forego, or at least delay the recess so that we could get Spike Cohen's speech done?
I would be
and kinda
very
get through
amenable. Sorry, please continue.
That way we can get through our business a little faster.
I would be very amenable to anything that stops business so I can go do that work.
Are you okay?
Madam Chair.
You okay, Willie?
All right.
Sorry,
I'm willing to
I'll
withdraw my
stand up.
motion if no one objects.
Is there any objection to Mr. Wilford withdrawing the motion for the 30-minute recess? There is objection. Okay. Do we need to discuss it further or can we vote on it? Okay. We're going to proceed to a vote on the 30-minute recess. All in favor of a 30-minute recess, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion fails. We are back at waiting for tokens to be counted.
Would now be a time
Madam
to
Chair.
introduce a motion to suspend the rules to allow Spike to give his speech?
Now is an appropriate time for that, yes.
I make that motion.
Okay. We have a motion to
Second.
we have a motion to suspend the rules to go ahead and move to the item of hearing from Spike Cohen for 10 minutes. It has been seconded. Is there any objection to this motion? There is objection. It is not debatable, so we will proceed to a vote on it. All in favor of suspending the
Madam
rules?
Chair, request for information.
Mr. Perry?
If we move to the Spike Cohen agenda item, does that mean that we would have to later suspend the rules to have the treasurer's report and the audit report?
The treasurer's report, first of all, I don't even see the audit report on this agenda. So you may not be looking at the right agenda.
I'm looking at the agenda that I got a copy from the front during lunch. Oh, I'm being told that's on Sunday. It's not today.
Okay.
But the question still stands of will there need to be a suspension of the rules to have the treasurer's report?
I show the treasurer's report later on today.
Okay. Thank you.
So I don't believe we're looking at the same agenda.
Point of information, please.
Yes.
It's Carolyn Wade from Oregon. Is Spike available to speak now?
I don't know. I didn't make this agenda.
Maybe we should check that first.
Well, whoever made this agenda, check and see if Spike Cohen is available.
Chair, vice chair, threshold is 10%. Is the total number for both of those are the three vice chair and the 2 chairs that
Okay. These two are in the debate. Okay. We're actually in the middle of something, but we have results now. So at this point, we had an objection to suspending the rules to hear from Spike Cohen at this time. We also don't know if he's available. So since we have results and can proceed with the other thing we were supposed to be doing anyway, can we do that? Thank you so much. All right, we have results from the token count. The candidates who have qualified, is a 10% threshold? Okay, 10% threshold to qualify for the debate. The 2 candidates will be Angela McCardle and Steve Dosbach.
Wait, only Steve Dosbach and McCardle?
The token count for those, McCardle 544, Dosbach 101. Vice chair, since those were also done.
McCardle has more
Smith,
support. Seems
350,
like we're gonna
Roxette,
win.
214, Hauptman.
Yeah, that's
Like, wait, if it's just between Dasbach and McCardle, it's a clear McCardle victory.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and she got 544
Hauptman, 87.
tokens for a debate alone.
Okay, so at this time, we will proceed to the chair candidate debate for 60 minutes.
60 damn minutes.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Madam Chair, after the chair,
point of personal
debate,
privilege.
we can take
Can we
take a
ensure
break
that the
until
stage
the
remains clear for the debate? Thank you.
Spike Cohen
We
speaks, I
should not have
guess.
anything else being counted up here during that time.
Yeah, I mean, 5-hour-long stream, man. Wow.
Yeah. Actually, how long will this go on with this?
Yes,
It's like forever.
I mean, this has stretched for a long time.
Madam
This
Chair,
has
I
been
do
going
have-
on for days.
I don't know if I'm
But
gonna do this
it's
tomorrow.
fun, but I honestly don't know
Like, okay,
how long I can stay
yeah.
on. You know what I mean?
I mean, I appreciate just talking to each other more. It's
Yeah,
just really long
it's
for
fun.
me.
I just think that probably
For
for
Durazio?
our audience,
For
they
both
prefer
Durazio and
shorter like
Yes.
convos. We can
Yeah, but
even
this
have
is-
like
but this is
30
like-
minutes
this is-
more
I
convos.
definitely would.
Chris,
I'd rather just. I'd rather just talk to you guys like I did before than watch this. Like I understand we probably should, but this is kind of boring at this point.
See that name on here.
Some of the
for chair?
shenanigans.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I'd be like, what
after-
the fuck is going on here?
Do y'all want
Chris,
after
Emily?
the debate? Do y'all want to watch the debate and then like afterwards we
Thank
we keep the stream going, but we leave it until Spike Cohen speaks.
Could the secretary?
I think it would make. I don't know. I'll probably leave after the fair election, most likely, just because my back is killing me right now. I'm just
Okay,
hunched
well,
over on
no,
my desk for this
the
long.
debate's about to
It is-
happen. The debate's about to happen. After the debate, we can.
We're working on
The stream's gonna still keep going, but we're gonna take a break.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
so
And
so-
then,
so-
and then
okay.
we're gonna come back to this
Okay.
stream. It's still gonna be streaming. It's gonna come.
Yes,
We're gonna come back
right
to the
now.
stream.
Madam Chair,
Right now.
Mike
and
one.
when
Microphone
Spike
one.
Cohen comes on,
Tim Yao from
so
the
we can
State
have
of
I'm still
we can
Michigan.
take like
confused about what's going on.
a stretching
So-
break
Move
and
to
anything like.
suspend the
Okay,
rules
so
since this is now
they're
part
taking
of
a break
business
now?
agenda.
And then we're gonna
No,
watch-
no.
Sorry,
After the
allow
debate.
for Tony Durazio to be
Okay.
in the debates.
Yeah.
So,
Say the name
so
again.
we're gonna. Sorry. So we're gonna
Your
watch
name?
Spike Cohen, and then we're
Say
gonna.
your name
call
again?
it.
Yao from Michigan.
No, the debates are first, and then after the debates, they're gonna do some other stuff, and then they're gonna have Spike Cohen speak, and then the election.
Okay, so what are we gonna do after the election? We're just gonna end this?
Yeah, I think we'll probably end it after the election. Let me see. Or we can watch the secretary and treasurer elections. I don't know. We'll see. We'll
Okay.
see if we have enough energy
Yeah.
at the time. But
I'm actually not sure how long. It's like you just, I don't know. I'm actually burnt out this time. I'm usually not burnt out at all, but like we're just not talking. It's just kind of like whatever.
I
don't
know. But after the debate, we'll take a break and come back when Spike Cohen comes on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm
So
my
we
back's
have a
killing
motion
me
to
too.
suspend the rules, which actually is not necessary in this case. We have a
Every
motion
couple
to
years.
allow Tony DeRazio to
Okay.
be included in the debate, and it would just require a simple majority. So it was seconded. Is there any objection to including Tony DeRazio in the debate? I hear objection.
Point of order? Point of order, or parliamentary inquiry, rather.
Microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwark from the Ohio delegation.
Oh God,
I need
Nick.
order. Here, the point of order.
Nick is objecting.
I think it is more in the style of parliamentary inquiry. There has been a motion to allow Mr. DeRazio to participate in the chair's debate. It requires a majority to succeed. Is this motion debatable?
It is.
Okay. Then I would seek to be recognized after the maker of the motion.
Yes, the maker of the motion, please return to the microphone and speak to your motion.
I would like to point out, first of all, that there's a huge discrepancy between the number of tokens that we had in the tally and the number of people that are in this room. So I'm wondering what happened, why there's such a discrepancy in the tokens. Not to mention the fact that there's a lot more than just 2 people that worked very hard to be a part of this, to be a candidate in this race. And it would be unfair to exclude people, especially when it's apparent that a lot of tokens were not turned in.
Okay. Microphone 3.
I
Need order, please, especially in the back. We have people in the back who have complained about not being able to hear. Please be mindful of those around you who need to hear.
So I rise and I want to just talk to all of you as somebody who's been involved in this party for a long time. We have engaged in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of litigation. We have put hours and days and months and years of human life into agitating and advocating for people to hear a message that they don't want to hear, for people to be able to know that there is another option for their vote, for people to know that they have choices. That is what we do outside of this room. We fight to make sure that we hear from everyone, even though we may not choose to support them. And I know that there were people who put my name in for the chair's debate, and I obviously didn't get the tokens because the rules were changed. The rules were changed with an organized block. The deadlines were moved up. Shenanigans occurred, as they do outside all the time.
Wait.
To our candidates.
He was going to
And
debate.
what I see happening in this room.
Nick Sarver was going to debate. Oh my God, was he planning on running?
That we are trying to silence voices because we disagree with them. That we are not content to let the votes be the votes, but we need to trick, we need to ambush, we need to hide our plans, we need to organize in order to stop competition, to stop the marketplace of ideas. And this morning, I want to say something. There were breakfasts this morning. There were options for people, and people chose what they wanted. And that friendly competition, to use the words of one of the speakers, that friendly competition increased the attendance, It increased the energy. It increased the amount of money that this party raised. And if we can do that, and we can fight outside this room for voices to be heard, then we can, by God, listen to Tony DeRazio in a debate.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Wait a minute. So
Mr. Wilford?
he used an objection to
Point
say
of
Dorazio.
Point of
I
personal
recognize
privilege.
Mr. Wilford.
Makes no freaking
Can
sense.
whoever wrote this come up here because I'm having trouble reading it to get the numbers on the screen.
He just objected to speak. Oh my God.
Madam Chair.
Microphone 2.
Andrew Bokovich, Colorado delegation. I would just like to point out that the primary principle of the Libertarian Party is human freedom, which has nothing to do with hearing anybody speak. People did have an opportunity to weigh in. We all just had the opportunity to cast tokens. I think if there was an appetite for one of these candidates, it would have been shown already. I moved the previous.
I gotta go walk my dog real quick, so I'm gonna be back. Can you hold?
Okay.
hold the
You
fort?
can mute your mic or whatever.
Okay. So, so you're calling the question, I think is what you're trying to do.
Madam Chair, number 3.
Microphone 3.
My name is D. Frank Robinson, delegate from Oklahoma, co-founder of this party.
Who called the question?
I'd like to point out to all the delegates that none of the above and write-in voting is legitimate in this party. It doesn't matter who speaks and who doesn't speak. When the time comes to decide, you individually have the right
Okay, I'll be
to
right back.
decide. Thank you.
Who?
Point of order.
Point of
It actually wasn't called. What you said was I moved the previous question.
Point
of order.
parliamentary inquiry.
What?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Point of order.
So the question has been called. Is there
No, point
objection?
of order. The question cannot be called by someone who's just engaged in debate.
Yes, it can.
It can. Happens a lot. A lot of people in here do it, unfortunately.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Who
Mr.
called the
Wilford.
question? I was trying to get the spreadsheet together. I didn't catch it.
We're currently in debate over whether or not to hear, to allow Mr. DeRazio to
So
speak.
nobody called the question. That did not happen.
He did call the question.
Okay, so
Madam
I
Chair,
need to
Tony
know
DeRazio, I'd like to
name
be
and
recognized for a
delegation.
moment.
Oh, hold on. Yes, he needs your name. He was tied up doing something else. Colorado. Question has been called. The seconded. Is there objection to calling the question? There is objection. We will proceed to a vote on calling the question. It requires a 2/3 vote to pass. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. All opposed? Question is called. We now proceed to a vote on whether or not to allow Mr. DeRazio to participate in the debate at this time. All in favor of allowing Mr. DeRazio to participate in the debate, raise your hand. This requires a majority only, by the way. I believe I did state that earlier. All opposed? Oof. All right, let's do that again. All in favor of hearing from Mr. DeRazio during this debate, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion fails. Motion fails. Okay, so it's all yours.
Madam Chair.
Okay, let's go back to this. Okay, sweet and sour.
Or maybe what just happens,
Do we have those names?
Right, so. Okay, that's fine, we'll do that.
Mic number 2.
There has been a call for division, so we're going to do it as a standing vote. If there are people who cannot stand, please raise your hands and we will make sure that you get recognized. So those of us who helped with counting earlier, if you could please do that for your section. We're not counting right now, but if you could just please help recognize those who may not be able to stand. All in favor of hearing from Tony DeRazio in the debate at this time, please stand. All opposed? The motion fails.
Ooh.
Madam Chair, Andrew Kennedy, elected Libertarian from New Mexico. I would also like to include Chris Emling in the debate for chair.
Say the name and
Chris
state your-
Emling.
We have a motion to include Chris Emling.
Second.
In the debate. It has been seconded. Is there any objection to including Chris Emling in the debate? There is objection. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I did. I would just like to speak for Mr. Emling on his behalf. He has. Right, there currently is discussion. Yeah. Ms. Chair, is there currently a discussion on the matter?
Yes, you are speaking to your motion.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I thought the situation was. I just wanted to clarify. Mr. Emling is the campaign manager for the only Libertarian who has ever won a contested election in New Mexico. And I would love for him to come up here and speak for what he's about. Mr. Emling, are you there somewhere?
Point of order.
Is there anyone wishing to speak against?
Before we start that, what was your name,
Madam
sir?
Chair,
Point of order.
What was your name, sir?
Your name and state.
Andrew Kennedy.
From?
Soil and Water Conservation Board Supervisor number 3, Eddy County, New Mexico.
New Mexico. I hear a point of order. I don't know where it was from.
Point of order.
From where?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Dave Benner, Tennessee delegate. Madam Chair, this question has already been decided. Please proceed to the vote.
So are you calling the question?
My point of order is that it's already been decided.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
What did I miss?
Apparently,
Madam Chair, microphone 1, I see
the motion to
recognized.
add DeRazio failed, and they're now
Tony
trying
DeRazio,
to
delegate
discussing
from New York.
adding Emling.
Who?
Thank you.
Chris Emling to the debate.
Several people put in a lot of work to be the LNC chair. A lot of hours, a lot of talking to libertarians. Thinking that we would have a fair voting system, but we get to hear an awful lot of voices. I support hearing as many people who are willing to take that bullshit of a job as possible. Anyone who is willing to take the shit that they are getting from this floor.
Madam
should
Chair,
be
point
heard.
of order. The member is out of order. He is.
Thank you.
The member has the floor. The member has
Point
the
of
floor.
order.
Thank you, Mr. DeRazio. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this motion?
Microphone 1.
Micro,
Megan Thompson.
yes. Is it on?
Okay, I wanted to talk about suspending rules, so.
We're in the middle of something.
So,
Anyone else wishing to speak on this motion?
Microphone 1.
Microphone 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Christopher Gill from Ohio. I call the question.
Thank you. Question has been called.
Jesus fuck!
Our
Just get on with the
second-
debate.
Any objection
Get
to
on with
calling
the debate.
question?
I mean, we've already. The stream's gonna hit 7 hours at this rate.
I need the.
And who's gonna watch a 7-hour-long podcast? Even
the
Tom
person
Woods
make the
or
motion to-
Dave Smith. Theirs is like
Chris
2
Gill.
I mean,
hours.
I'm just playing
All in favor
270
of
right
calling the
now.
question, raise your hand.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's why
We're
I-
definitely going into intermission after the
Question's been
debate,
called. We will
and then
proceed to a
coming
vote
back
on the
later.
motion, which is to hear from Chris Emling during the debate. All in favor,
I
raise your
think
hand.
maybe if this drags
All
on for too long,
opposed?
we'll just have to end the
Motion
stream after
fails.
the debate itself.
Right.
We can't drag this out for too long,
Mike
you know?
number 2.
Yeah, you've already dragged it out for
Megan
me.
Thompson, Texas delegate.
I know, and honestly, this is going to be the exception that proves the rule.
Yes, I know.
Add 15
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I think that we could do it.
Is there going to be so much stuff going on tomorrow?
Yeah, there will be.
Oh. But what do we do? We're just not going to drag it out like this?
So
Well, tomorrow we'll try to do a lot of intermissions, so we just don't stay here the entire time.
Okay, so we have a motion to suspend the
Okay.
rules.
To allow.
I think I'll be there. I have something tomorrow, so I probably.
Also, the young men are not DM'd
To allow 15 minutes,
asking us to join a
15-minute
couple hours.
recess at this time and extend
Couple hours?
the day.
Never mind. He told us that he
so that we
has to
can
get
set up for
going.
debate.
We can have him on next episode, though.
So what's your plan with these
It has been
podcasts? You're just going to do them
Well,
like once a week?
I kind of want it to be just fun
There's
streams where we
objection.
talk about
It's
building
not paid
stupid
for.
shit or make current libertarian,
on-
the current shit in the news. I don't want to be like serious and formal like Tom Woods, nor do I want to be as like shit posty as Tower Gang.
That's true.
Apologies.
The motion for recess.
Yeah, it's just a motion for. I mean, unless
Okay.
you want
And it's
some-
just going to be like a once a week thing?
Yeah, probably.
We're still going to do spaces, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, ma'am. Apologies. I know I'm not catching these, but I'm trying to do the spreadsheet right now. What is your name and state?
Megan Thompson, Texas delegate.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Thompson, in order to get a recess, we don't need to suspend the rules. So if you are moving for a 15-minute recess right now, that's just a majority vote, and we can do that without suspending the rules.
Okay. Could you give me 1 second? What were you saying? Okay. Could we? Could I amend that to that we hear the treasurer's report first, and then take the 15-minute recess?
That will require suspension of the rules. So, Ms. Thompson, were you wanting to add the 15 minutes to the end of the day for the treasurer's report?
Okay. So, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we can.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
I need order in the room. I cannot hear the speaker.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. What do I need to do so that we don't shut down at 5 o'clock, basically? So we can continue business past 5.
I believe that the way you were doing it the first time, because you were trying to add that 15 minutes back on at the end, that would require the 2/3. That would require suspension of the rules to do that.
Okay.
So we can proceed with that when we're already in the middle of it. So we can do that. I just want to make sure that was
Awesome.
your
Then
intention.
that is my
Okay.
intention. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, so there was objection. We'll proceed to a vote on suspending the rules to have a 15-minute recess now and adding that 15 minutes to the end of the agenda today. All in favor of suspending the rules to do that, recess now, 15 minutes at the end of the day, raise your hand. All opposed? The motion fails. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I seek recognition at mic 1.
At mic 1.
This is Pietro Geraci from New York. I move to suspend the rules to push the chair's debate to 6:30 p.m. tonight and to allow tokens to be submitted until 6 p.m.
Point of information.
Jesus.
I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
All right. I'll hold the fort then.
Me too.
All right. All right. So I know this is. I'm gonna be honest. This stream's not why I signed up for when I wanted to do this. I thought it'd be like 1 or 2 hours, maybe 3.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
man. I found
this
the
is
idea of the app, I
definitely
don't know.
going to be our
It was
longest
interesting,
stream
but
for a
I don't
very
know,
long time.
I didn't expect it to go this over long.
Honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't go to Reno if
tokens
this
have
is
already
what it
been
would be, where it's just this long.
I need order in the room, please.
Like the OPF Cal convention felt long, but this is to a different level.
You are
and
operating on the
honestly,
assumption
I
that
need
some were not
chemical help
turned
to
in.
get through the second day.
Yeah.
To get
I don't know.
through
I guess these
business,
things are just
actually,
not
where,
real big on me.
where I
per se.
basically was like, I just pregame for a bit, and that I needed that
Is there any
pregame.
objection to
Because I
This
just
motion.
could not
There's a
stand
motion.
waiting in business for the
Okay.
entire thing.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
recognize my friend Ryan, who
I
we are on
understand.
different voting
These
sides, but Ryan,
and
could you
these
stand up real
political
quick?
conventions definitely seem long.
So
to me.
Ryan
Like,
was an alternate, duly seated, because he got his delegate didn't show up. He did not get his tokens until very late. He was not able to get his tokens in. He is voting for people different than me,
I kind of
and I
lost
want to
interest
stand up
after
for
a
his
little
rights to
while.
be
I don't
heard.
know.
Please allow the people who did not get their tokens in to get their tokens in. That's my point of information. There are a lot of people that happen for.
So there was a question earlier about whether alternates get tokens. Mr. Starr.
Madam Chair, request for
There were-
information.
Mr. Starr, we just had a request for information regarding the tokens. Earlier, we talked about this, and it was determined that only delegates get tokens, not seated alternates.
Correct. So basically, it's up to the delegate. In fact, if you look at the instructions that were included with the tokens, you as a delegate are responsible to giving your tokens to an alternate if you're not going to vote. So there's only 1,053 sets of tokens that were created because that's the maximum number of delegates.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, request
So
for
alternates
information.
do not get tokens unless the delegate that they're filling in for gives that to them.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair. I can't hear you.
I'm not sure that's the issue.
Madam Chair.
Okay, hold on, just so everybody understands where we are. We have a motion to. No,
Where it was determined that state chairs came in and said, I'm not seating these delegates, I'm seating these alternates, you issue tokens.
That's not.
I'm telling you what happened.
You have to give it to delegates only.
The current motion, DeRozio from New York
You
moved
didn't
to suspend the
follow-
rules to move the chair's debate to 6:30 and allow tokens to be submitted until 6. It may have, we're trying to do like 3 things.
Okay, so I believe we are in, it's not debatable.
It is not, this is just request.
Yeah, it is not debatable.
There's no motion on the floor, right?
There is a motion on the floor. Mr. Garachi made a motion to suspend the rules, to move the chair debate to 6:30 tonight and continue accepting tokens until 6 o'clock.
I have a question, Victor.
Madam Chair, request for information on
when
this
you were at the
motion.
state convention,
Mrs.
was
Microphone on?
did they literally take this long?
No,
Given the
no,
nature
not
of
at
the
all.
agenda
Because
and how the regional caucuses
it's a
are
smaller
set,
convention since we're
is it
just limited to
the
state
correct
of California,
understanding
and
that
we actually
if
boom
we
went
adopt
with
this
the
motion,
agenda items
that would
pretty
mean that the
quickly.
regional, we would not
We
be
didn't
able
have
to
all this
adjourn, because
debating
we still
over
had items of
motions.
business
It
at 6:30.
wasn't
And therefore,
anywhere near like
therefore
this.
the regional caucuses could not meet
And
until after
look,
that item
and
and the
it was
adjournment
fun,
went to it.
honestly. And honestly, if this is what
Since the
national
agenda
conventions are like,
specifies
I'm
that
only
it's
going to
after
state
today's
conventions.
adjournment that the regional caucuses meet.
It is. This is just.
Thank you.
Oh God, absurd.
I also want to add that the
Parliamentary
candidates-
inquiry?
The candidates have also agreed apparently to shorten the debate so that it can fit into the agenda where it is. The candidates have agreed to shorten the debate so that it will fit into the agenda where it is.
Parliamentary inquiry?
Microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwark from the Ohio delegation. Leaving the business
Also
that's
because
out
we
there
didn't
at
have Star Wars.
6:30.
And when you
Would it
blew,
be in
when
order
Biley
for the
while
chair
she
to
was
interpret
there,
the suspension of the rules to
I didn't
essentially
really
make
chat
a
with her.
recess between the islands of business from here until there? And during that recess, the regional caucuses could be formed? Or is that something that the bylaws would not allow?
Oh wow, I'm
A
looking.
recess
I'm looking at the
between now
length of
and-
basically
6:30, the proposed
of
time
the
for the chair's
2020
debate.
convention,
Could the
and
regional
apparently took,
caucuses
like,
happen in
9
between
hours each
leaving
day.
this room and then coming back for quote business unquote at 6:30 for the chair's debate? Do the bylaws require us to finish this day's business before regional caucuses can be done? Or can we do it during an interim, a recess period of this business?
I don't understand.
Point of information.
Mr. Sarwark, will you please repeat your question? I just need somebody else to do this.
So the question was, if we do this suspension of the rules, can the time in between now and that 6:30 chair debate where it would be moved to be considered a recess so that we can do the regional caucuses, or could we recess to do them? Can we do the regional caucuses with this suspension of the rules? That's the question.
Hell, even Meg's eggs in a way runs more smoothly than this meeting. And everyone loves to shit on Meg's.
Yeah.
But our board of admins meetings were they're better than this. I'll tell you that much, even though I'm not too active as an admin now.
Is this on me?
Madam
Is
Chair,
this
sorry, I
on
want
me?
to clarify my parliamentary inquiry because Mr. Olding from Ohio has.
I need order in the room, please.
So the question is, would we be able to just do a recess from now until 6:30 to allow regional caucuses to be done before the chair's debate? That's the question. Can that be done?
At any time between now and then? Is that what you're
6:30
asking?
Reno.
Okay,
Yeah.
that helps. I thought, okay. Yes, but it has also come to my attention that regional caucuses are not subject to this agenda anyway, and they can go meet whenever they want.
Madam Chair, request for information.
Fucking God. It's
Oh
been an
God,
hour since-
6:30. Wait, if they then we can't. Then our
Yeah,
we have
has
to
Mr.
shut up
Garachi's
before.
motion been seconded?
No, this would be
Yes.
6:30
Okay,
my
move the
time because it's in Rio, Nevada,
All right,
and I just can't stay that
the
long. It's,
question has been
it's
called.
ridiculous.
Is there
Yeah.
a second?
Is this
Is there
longer
objection
than
to calling the
usual?
question?
Much longer than
objection to calling the
usual
question?
because this is a very
This-
contentious. Oh.
It's not debatable.
Well, we
proceed
can
to
we
a vote
we'll
on
we'll
the
do an
question requires
intermission
2/3.
after the
All in favor of
debate,
calling the question, raise your hand. All opposed?
and we can just basically take
Okay,
a
it
break
passes.
until Spike Cohen comes
So now
on.
we are proceeding to a vote.
I don't know if I'll be there.
Wait, so we're just gonna
to be
end the
honest.
stream, or we're gonna keep it going?
No, no, no,
during
no,
talk?
no, no, no. Intermission is not ending the
Just to
stream. It's
suspend the
just
rules,
we just
move the debate
leave
to
the
6:30
stream, but
PM
keep
and
the
continue
stream
accepting
running.
tokens
Okay.
until 6.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, request for information.
So if they vote to do recess, we'll do and we'll.
We'll do the
meet-
intermission then.
All right, and I may or may
Alright,
not
we
be
can
there
do two
depending on my,
intermissions.
depending on my
Many.
staff.
If you have a number,
Because it's,
All in favor of suspending the rules to move the debate to 6:30 and continuing to accept tokens until 6 PM, raise your hand.
What?
This requires 2/3. All opposed?
This would be 6:30 my
Motion
time,
carries.
so 7:30 at yours. No, wait.
Sure.
Oh shit, 8:30 at yours.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
We are
Oh,
we are
fuck.
scheduled to adjourn at 5 o'clock. I don't want us to adjourn during the middle of a debate. I'd like to move to change the evening adjournment from 5 PM to immediately after the debate is over.
Oh, okay. So
Okay,
I see
your
what's
motion
happening.
is
So I don't.
to
They're not doing the election today.
I don't want to suspend the rules.
They aren't?
Change
They
change
said
the
they.
evening adjournment from 5 PM to
So what if we just
They're talking
did
about
a-
adjourning after the debate.
Oh.
debate.
Okay, and get that in order. And then the
Well,
rest of the
if that's the case, do you want to just do a short stream post-election where we just score the results?
Okay. All right, we have a motion
next
to
week?
suspend the rules
Like
to
maybe on Sunday, maybe?
move the evening adjournment to immediately following the chair debate.
We'll see. I
It has
don't
been
know.
seconded. Is there objection to this?
I don't know
There's
yet.
objection.
We're still a very new podcast
It is
after
not
all. We literally
debatable.
started this entire thing
So, proceed to a vote on the
yesterday
motion.
after all.
All in favor of suspending the rules to move the evening adjournment, today's evening adjournment, to immediately following the chair debate, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion passes.
Cool, I guess we're not doing it.
Nice.
Madam Chairman, I have a motion to suspend the rules.
Microphone 3.
This is Vicki Hansen from Mississippi. I would like to make the motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda so that we have the chair's debate at 7 PM tonight.
What?
Please hear me out just a moment.
No.
Point of order, dilatory.
A motion to
that
suspend the
height?
rules, to move the
Dilatory.
chair's debate to 7 PM so that we can go ahead and allow.
All right, I gotta log off
We
for.
can we can
Looks
start
like
the
my
meeting tomorrow morning with the
I got.
election.
Is it okay if you hold the
tomorrow
fort
morning,
for the rest of the stream?
along
I
with
gotta
Mr.
head off.
As we need to.
Why?
Ma'am, please repeat your name and delegation.
I gotta.
Vicky Hansen,
It's about. I gotta eat dinner in an hour
AJ
and
Hansen.
probably help prepare it.
I have to eat dinner
Formerly
soon
Rose.
too.
Oh yeah,
Damn.
Thank you.
yeah. I
Okay,
really wish.
I guess we'll go into intermission
Madam
now.
Chair.
All right, we're going into intermission, so
Madam Chair.
so we'll be back in about an hour or so, right?
Yeah, or at least until the debate or Spike Cohen or whatever.
All
else
right,
happens.
all right. You can you just DM me on Twitter once we go leave
Yes,
intermission?
I'll DM Arjen and my BS.
All right,
Okay,
we're
yeah,
going
I'll
into
probably pull out
intermission
too.
now.
Request for information.
Okay.
All right, see you later.
What are we waiting for right now to start the chair debate?
People keep making.
Madam Chair, Mike 1.
Microphone 1.
I didn't hear that answer, Madam Chair. What was that?
Dan
That
Lewis
people
of,
keep moving
of
to
Illinois.
suspend the rules.
Oh, so that's the only, okay. Can I call orders of the day?
Yes.
Exactly.
So. Can we get on with the debate?
Objection. I have a motion from Mike 1.
No. No, you can't. Let's have the debate, dude.
My name is Jim Turney. I'm a delegate from Florida. I'm an elected Libertarian in my city, on my city commission. Been reelected twice as well. And it's an honor to stand before you here today as in this role as the chairman of the convention organizing committee of this convention. And it's an honor to stand here again because I've been the past chair and was reelected national chair back in the 1980s. So I'm reelect Jim, remember that. Anyway, I'm up here now because I'm going to be chairing this chair debate and would like to bring up the candidates, Angela McArdle and Steve Dasbach. We're going to start with 5 minutes of opening comments. And then we're going to open the floor to questions. That includes questions from each of the candidates to each other, as well as from you. But I'll be calling on folks out there in order of the microphone. So 1, 2, 3, and back again. We'll have a short period of
Wait, we're back?
the questions. So the beginning.
All right, we're back.
Minute opening statement from each candidate before we get into any questions. So without further
That's
ado,
my state organizer on the left. That's Dabash. Wait, is Diorzio
well, I'll go alphabetically.
in the debater
Steve
now?
Dasbach, would you please come and address the body?
And they're adjourning after the debate, right?
Hopefully, if they don't, we'll take an intermission then.
All
Thank
right.
you all. I've been a member of this party now going on 43 years. And I'll be here next year and the year after until we finally achieve freedom in our lifetime. Because this isn't about just us. It's about our children. It's about our grandchildren and those that follow. We are the people that have to fight for liberty. And we have to be able to look and say, we're making progress. We're getting somewhere. And it is frustrating to me that there was a time in this party when we had 33,000 members. We raised $3.3 million in a year. We were doing 56 media appearances averaging every month. And that period was over 20 years ago. Right today, we are at half that level in terms of membership and in terms of fundraising, and we're nowhere close to that in terms of our media presence. We can do better. I know we can do better because we've done it. So my background is in science. I'm a numbers guy. So my goal, the reason I came and ran for chair, is because I want to see that our records be in the future, not in the past. So by the time we meet in Washington, D.C., my goal is to exceed that 33,000 members, to be on track to exceed that $3.3 million, to complete every ballot drive that we can legally complete before we nominate our candidates, so we're not rushing at the last minute to get on the ballot.
That's fair, honestly.
And so we've got a professional media, a complete professional media team in place, getting releases out and tweets out and everything else on the timely issues of the day in hours, not days or weeks or ever. And so that we can get those media appearances back up again. And then we need to exceed all that. So whoever is elected as chair, you should expect to see, you should ask to see, you should demand to see real, measurable progress over the next 2 years.
Yeah, that's what
so that we
Angela
are at
wants.
a better position
Yeah,
today
results.
than we are 2 years from now than we are today, and that we're better after that, and after that, and after that.
Hey, Victor,
Now,
tweet out the link to
I tend to really
tweet
focus
out the
on
link to
membership.
the
And I want to be
YouTube
clear,
stream.
I'm not just talking about
Not the
newsletter
stream,
stuff.
but the YouTube stream.
I'm talking about people
Yeah,
who
the YouTube stream.
Yes.
self-identify with us, who send
tell
us some
people
money
that
so they got some skin in the game, who
debate's
volunteer.
happening now. There'll be chair debate.
The
All right.
newsletter thing
I'll
is not
share
that
the link.
critical.
I'm gonna also subscribe to our YouTube channel while
But
we're at it. Holy
membership
shit, we're at
matters
14
because
subs already.
That's where the fundraising comes from. Not just for the national party.
All right, I'm just
for our
gonna
state
share.
parties,
All
our
right,
local
I found
parties,
it, and we're
and
at
our
14
candidates.
subs already. That's
Membership
neat.
is important because that's where the volunteers come from.
All right, where should
Talk
I
to
share it?
candidates, their biggest problem is
Should I
finding a
just DM you the
campaign
link and you
manager,
can share it?
finding somebody to work on their campaign. We need more people. We need a bigger pool to draw from. And more members makes it easier to organize counties or whatever the local subdivision is in your state, and to keep those organizations active. You know, I've talked to people all over the country, and one of the problems we face is having to reorganize the same counties over and over again because there aren't enough members in those counties to sustain and keep that going.
Maybe you should talk to a
And the
county
point is,
affiliate
I know
chairman.
all these things can be done. In the most recent presidential campaign, we raised $3.3 million in 6 months from 40,000 donors. 3/4 of them were not new to the Libertarian Party. They were not people in our national database. They were people that we reached out to. So this kind of growth is possible. It can be done. We just need to have the will and the will to do it. Thank you.
Please welcome Angela McCardle.
That's my state organizer right there.
Thank you, guys. My name is Angela McCardle. I chair the Libertarian Party of Los Angeles County for another couple months. I am the former secretary.
I guess that also
of the
confirms
Los
that
Angeles
she's not running for re-election for county chair if she wins.
I know today has been really challenging, and it's hard to be unified when we don't agree on the purpose of the party. But I believe that we do agree on the purpose, and ultimately it's to make the United States and the world at large a freer place to live and to roll back the authority of the US empire. Our disagreement is on strategy. Do we favor
Exactly.
winning elections or messaging? And I believe there is room for both strategies in our party and that they work in connection with one another. And they're both very important. And it's important that we do both because people need to hear the message of freedom from us, not just from podcasters, from us. And they need to see us fighting back against the jackbooted thugs like Nancy Pelosi and Dan Crenshaw. It's really important that we do that as elected officials as well. Because across the United States, like a desire for freedom has absolutely swept this country in the past couple of years. And a thirst for personal liberty has been ignited in the hearts of working class people and the urban community. We don't want to ignore them. They don't know exactly what libertarianism looks like, but they know what miserable tyranny looks like because they've lived it for the past 2 years. And people have had enough. And they look to us. They should look to us. And right now, these people have a low resolution vision of freedom. They go to these rallies, they go to these stupid Trump things. We need to bring that vision into focus by communicating our message clearly and by supporting our candidates and affiliates and doing a much better job of what we're doing right now. So I want to share my vision for the Libertarian Party and explain how we can turn the LNC into a functional organization again that you can all be proud of and that will actually get something done for you. Here's what I would like us to do at the national level. I think we need to adopt a strategic plan. I know, planning, it sounds crazy, but let's give it a shot. One of the first things we're going to do when I'm elected is adopt a short-term, like a 2-year strategic plan that builds for our long-term future while meeting our short-term needs for things like ballot access. And it will be flexible and easily implemented again for the next 2-year cycle in case the next LNC or next chair needs to pivot or make some adjustments. It's not rigid. Strategic planning will treat our goals like bowling pins. You knock the first pin over, that's better messaging coming out of the national party. You knock the next pin over, that means an increase in membership and people trusting us again. And then the next, lo and behold, we're going to expand our donor base. And if you're curious before you vote, you can flip through a copy of my strategic plan book on angelamcardle.com.
I've read it. It's actually really good.
Pull this off.
And a good
We
amount of
need
memes
project
in
management,
there
we need
too. It's
conflict
awesome.
resolution. We absolutely do. Better communication skills and the ability to navigate a crisis so that if anything like a lockdown or a vaccine mandate happens again, we don't whiff the ball and humiliate ourselves and alienate everyone out there. Now, I'm going to tell you that we don't talk about leadership. We don't talk about leadership very much in the Libertarian Party, and that is a shame. It's very important. Leadership is about articulating a vision, embodying a certain set of values, and creating the right environment for things to get accomplished. And as libertarians, we place an emphasis upon the importance of individualism, and it's very important, and autonomy. But all political organizations need effective leaders. This is just basic. Leadership is part of the natural hierarchy and spontaneous order that's part of the human experience. Leaders are people who are there to help us make sense of things, plot a course, and drive things forward. I'm going to do that for you, and I'm going to train and I'm going to mentor other people in the party so that they can do it, so that we can lead effective state and county affiliates. It's not just about the LNC. We're here to serve your needs and lift you up.
I think it's pretty clear who won this so far.
Leaders need to be able to create a clear and inspiring vision of the future. You know that's going to mean much better messaging coming out of the national party and basic planning so that you understand what we're doing and so that all of that is communicated to you and so that we get your feedback and so you feel valued and like we care. It's so important. I can't tell you how many people have complained about that, but we're going to fix it. And a good leader has to deliver. None of it matters if we don't deliver. So we're going to start delivering and taking actions and getting results. I promise you that is absolutely going to happen. And I hate making promises because I sound like a scumbag politician, but I will move heaven and earth to make this thing functional and not embarrassing for you. We are going to change the country. Now, we've got an incredible opportunity in front of us. We're very well positioned to become a tremendous political force in the political arena because we're surrounded by fools. So let's not repeat the mistakes of our past. Let's do better. Let's look to a bright future for our party full of opportunities. I know the country is in awful shape. It doesn't matter. We have an incredible message to offer people. And it's such a crucial point in history. We've got inflation, war, lockdowns that could happen again, mandates. Let's inspire people across the country to let go of their political paradigms and pursue liberty. Let's break their ideological shackles. So that's why I'm running for chair. Please help me make it all happen.
Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is give an opportunity to these candidates to ask a question of themselves. Do you have one, Steve, or Angela?
I'd go to
Okay.
the members.
How about you, Angela? Do you want to go straight to the audience? Yeah, let's. Okay. All right. Is there anyone over here? A question? The microphone number one is over here. Let's start with number one. Yes, sir.
Jason Barton from Michigan. My question is, it's no secret to anyone here that there is a lot of infighting and fracturing within the party, whether it be at state conventions or even just at lunch here at the national convention. There's a lot of drama, to say the least, that's been happening. So my question is what would you do to combat that outlook and bring
That's
forth
actually a fair
more
question.
united-
I'll give them credit.
We have a lot of infighting for various reasons, but one of them is because we have a fundamental disagreement about what the party should be prioritizing, what's its strategy. And I believe there is room in the party, plenty of room, to prioritize elections and strong principled messaging. And if we back candidates who are running in bold messaging campaigns, like Shane Hazel from Georgia, he's the example I use. Spike was also a phenomenal example. If we elevate them and lift them up with their messaging, everyone is happy. You get to work on campaigns. You get to work on messaging. You can do social media. There is room. We have to make
Speaking
room
of Shane Hazel,
and communicate that clearly.
he's running
so that
for
people don't
governor
feel
this
pushed
year
out.
against
And
a very
for 6
unpopular
months,
incumbent
some
and a
of the
very
worst
unpopular
infighting has died down.
challenger
But when the
on the
LNC
Democratic
starts
side.
doing a better
We
job,
got
and
a
starts
golden
communicating our
opportunity there
vision,
to
supporting what you're doing,
either be a
you're going
spoiler
to
or
start to shift
and
your
make some
focus
change.
from
We can
infighting about
threaten
who's friends
and
with
to
who on
spoil the
Facebook,
election just
how
like we
no
did
one
for Purdue and get some
putting
liberty
your
in
putting your
Georgia.
attention onto things that matter. It's going to take a few months, but I do believe that it's possible, and we're going to work on it really hard with an internal marketing campaign.
It's pretty clear who the energy is direct.
I had the pleasure of serving on 2 national committees that were drama-free. And the reason that we were drama-free wasn't because there weren't divisions. We had pragmatists, we had radicals, we had left-leaning, we had right-leaning, we had people involved in certain caucuses, we had people that had, I don't want to be involved in any caucuses. But what we did was we worked to find common ground. We looked for areas of overlap and consensus. And when we found that overlap and found that consensus, we had the entire party behind us, because it wasn't seen as one group winning and somebody else losing. It was all of us working together to move the party forward. That's how we had the growth in membership. That's how we had the growth in fundraising. And, it doesn't take having a national committee where everybody is in lockstep with each other. Competing ideas, differing viewpoints is healthy. It's part of a free society. But what you have to do is respect the people who hold different views than you and try to find common ground. Many was the time that we had a proposal before the committee that was probably going to get a 10-8 vote. Rather than say, oh, we got 10 votes, that's it. We reached out to the people who were the 8. Why are you concerned? What are your concerns? How can we change this proposal to address those concerns so we get a proposal that all of us can agree behind, or most of us can agree behind, rather than simply ramming it through with a bare majority? And I think we need to go back to that attitude of trying to find common ground and work together, and not just in terms of, I got the votes, let's cram it through.
Thank you. Just in time. Question number 2 will come from microphone number 2.
Yep, Mr. Attorney, this is Andrew Kennedy, elected Libertarian and Eddy County, New Mexico Chair. I would like to motion to allow 5 minutes for Mr. Durazio and Mr. Emling both to debate.
Not again.
I'm not chairing a meeting here. I am moderating a candidate debate. Is there a question from microphone number 3?
Okay, this question is specifically for Angela. How do you plan on getting along with people who aren't a part of the Mises, not caucus, super PAC? And do you plan on firing any of them, like Carr Schultz or Michelle McCutcheons, that's been seen on social media and reported from leaked screenshots that you've let get out? I just kind of want to know about that because they've done phenomenal work. And I don't think we should cut people who are not Mises because they don't fall in line with the golden leprechaun view or whatever else.
How do I plan to get along with people who are not in the Mises Caucus? The same way I get along with all of the members of the LA County Executive Committee who are not Mises Caucus. We have zero drama and zero fighting. I have people who are old timers who've been in the party since the 80s or maybe even the 70s. I have people who are a little bit more social justice-y than I am on the board. We don't have any issues. It's probably because I'm pretty skilled at navigating interpersonal conflict and communication, and I look forward to helping other people develop those skills. Staff is probably all going to have a sit-down meeting with me and the rest of the board and the executive director, and we're going to discuss things that need to improve. No one is getting fired on day one, and having a giant firing squad and getting rid of the staff would be an insane, catastrophic decision when we're already in a time of crisis. It's possible that a few of them are going to walk and quit, and I have to accept that, and I have to live with it, and I might try to convince them to stay. But that's all those are all moving targets, and I'm not sure where the chips are going to fall. But I don't have any plans to fire anyone right after the convention, especially not Kara and especially not Apollo, because I legitimately don't know who would replace them or our executive director.
Steve, would you address this, please?
Yeah, and I would like to address just a side issue that relates to that, and that is, I really think that we need to kill this notion that of attacking the individual staff people, and especially in social media. That the staff works for the executive director, who reports to the chair, that reports to the LNC. If there's a problem with what the staff is doing, that buck should stop with the chair, not with that individual staff member, because they're probably doing what they've been told to do. And so, one of the things that I stressed when I was chair before, and what I would stress again, is that if you have a problem with what's happening at headquarters, if you have a problem with what's happening to the staff, those complaints should go to the chair, not complaining about the individual staff people on social media. That's just wrong.
All right, we're going to move back to microphone 1, please, or your question.
Pat Dixon from Texas. My question is for both candidates. There was discussion of messaging. The question is, should messaging come from the national chair and the candidates just use the messaging from national, or should candidates use the messaging that works best for their campaigns?
Steve, this time you first.
Well, clearly, the last thing we should do is have the LNC trying to control the messaging for campaigns or state parties. National should be putting out strong, effective messaging that candidates can choose to piggyback on, that state parties can choose to piggyback on and utilize. The better the messaging is, the more likely they are to use it. And the key to that, one of the most important factors, is that be timely. You have to be able to put messaging out in a short period of time. And so I really think that means drafted by somebody on the communications team, approved by the chair, out the door. And then, if APRC sees an issue down the road, then they can slap hand, we'll go edit it or something. But that was what the system we used before for things that were electronic, is after the fact review. We do need strong messaging, which also has to be not offensive. And I think probably a great example of that was the campaign of Don Rainwater this last time. He ran for governor, 10% of the vote, running against lockdowns and mandates, but in a way that pulled people in and really grew that Libertarian Party. In fact, his campaign, 10% for governor, came in second, more than 10, sorry, I stand corrected, and came in second in 31 out of the 92 counties, which is pretty incredible. That shows how strong messaging for a campaign can really be effective.
Angela, would you like to address?
Candidates control their messaging. That's not something the LNC should do. It's not something they can do at all. It's not possible. But the LNC, the National Party, should absolutely influence their messaging, because we need to provide them with better resources. And some of those resources would be demographic studies so that you can understand who your target demographics are and what the needs of the people in your constituency are. What are those needs? And I know that a lot of people will want to kick the can down the road and say that that's a state issue, they have to handle it. But no, it's not, because we have to message at the national level too. And if we're going to go out and get marketing and demographic studies, which we are, why on earth wouldn't we share them with our candidates and state affiliates? So we will be doing that. And we're also going to be providing basic things for candidates to use in messaging, like, I don't know, Canva templates, simple stuff. How about a website template so that you can not be frustrated and spin your wheels because we have so many people who are stretched so thin? How about basic PR training through online courses? That's some of the stuff that's good that the LNC has been trying to work on. So I do think that it's important for the LNC to bolster and support candidate messaging. And obviously we can set a good example too.
Thank you. Back to microphone number 2, please.
Aaron Starr, California. So I'm going to ask a question actually of both of you, but different angles. I've heard criticisms of both of you, not necessarily fair criticisms, but I want to express them so you can counter them. One criticism of Mr. Dosbach is that you've got lots of experience, but you really don't have a lot of vision. And McCardle, the criticism is that you've got lots of vision, but you really don't have experience. So can you both answer the question as to why you're not weak in those respective areas, what you bring to the table there?
Angela, let's start with you this time, please.
Absolutely. I've been secretary for the largest state party in the country. I've been an at-large member on that same delegation. I chair LA County, which is larger than at least 40 state parties. I have chaired a major ballot initiative. I've sat on 3 small boards of directors. I have plenty of governing experience. I've run mid-sized law firms where there's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. It's not the same, but there's definitely a very heavy financial weight to that is related to this. And I'm also someone who likes to take advice and lean on people who are older and wiser and experienced. So I absolutely do think that I have enough experience to do this. And most importantly, I have the time and attention to focus on it, because this is all I'm going to be doing.
Steve, you're on.
When I first ran for chair, the vision I had was for a growing party that built membership, raised more money, ran more candidates, had more local organizations, 50 state ballot access every election that we were involved in. And that's exactly what we achieved. And that was continued in my tenure as executive director, where we hit those numbers that I was talking about earlier. That is my vision. You know, we're all going up against the Democrats and Republicans. To ultimately win, we have to have a support base that is as large as theirs are among individuals, because we are never going to get the special interest money that they get. That's not going to happen. So we have to be able to compete with them at that individual level. So, you know, we don't need to be talking about even 10, 20, 30,000 members. We need to be talking about hundreds of thousands and ultimately millions. And the only way to get there is to focus on growth. And that's my vision, a vision of a party that is large enough and visible enough that we can't be ignored.
Going back to mic number 3 for the next question, please.
Thank you. We've heard about fundraising, but I'd like to hear about what we often tout, fiscal responsibility. I'm a monthly donor, and I could tell you that I receive multiple, probably expensive mailings asking me to renew my membership, come back. So what are you going to do to ensure that our fiscal responsibility is in place and that we are able to compete on a financial level as an organization? Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, we're going to start with you answering this one.
Well, ideally what you have in your databases, you have those kinds of things flagged, so you are not sending renewal notices to people who are already members. That's silly. That the types of communication are geared to the individual. Individuals who are contributing with tend to do things electronically, you should not be spending money on expensive mailers. People that generally respond to expensive mailers should be getting the expensive mailers. But the most important thing is to make sure that you've got a clear plan for what you're trying to accomplish and budgets for that, and make sure that you are staying within those budgets, and you need to report back to people what you're accomplishing. One of the things that we did to change the culture, and so people had confidence in their donations, was to adopt what we called a plans and progress model, where when we were communicating with members, we'd laid out, here's what we're planning to do, here's what's going to cost, and you remember the things we talked about last time, here's what happened, here's where we are on those, here's what's been accomplished, do we have something still left? And there was that constant feedback cycle of the plan, the results, here's what the next steps are, and that builds donor confidence. It also makes sure that you are using your money, your funds wisely. And again, I think the biggest thing is making sure that all of our financials are very clear and project oriented, so people can see where the money's going, what it's being used for, and you've got communication results so you know what you're getting for that.
Thank you. Angela, your answer, please.
The first thing we're going to be doing, the first major project we're going to be undertaking is an audit. And it is going to be hardcore. We are going to see exactly where our money has been spent and how it has been spent poorly, and we are going to make some serious changes. Direct mail, that definitely needs to be altered. Then there are a couple of different ways to break it up. You can do it by the number of responses and people who engage with direct mail. You can also break the list up by age, so that people under 40 are receiving dramatically less direct mail because they're usually less likely to send it in and respond to it. We need to bring back the affiliate membership program, and it needs to be automated and not include direct mail because that's a waste. We're going to bring it back and we're going to bolster it so that it works effectively and makes us money and saves us time. We are going to change our financial transaction service provider because it costs too much every financial transaction we make. And when we do that, we're going to save money every time someone swipes a card, and it's going to enable us to go after youth-based micro donation campaigns. Text $5, donate $2, donate $3. We're not really able to do that right now and it be financially feasible. We're going to have some targeted fundraising campaigns based on interests. What a shock. And we're going to also provide better support to the development department so that when those emails that you get in your mail for marketing campaigns and donations and pledges, when you receive those, they're going to be a little bit more polished. They're also going to link to our candidates because we need to do that too. I could go on, but that's a lot.
The candidates agreed to shorten this debate so that we could get out of here at a reasonable time, which is the time that we planned all along, 5 o'clock. So this will be the last question from microphone number one.
All right, and then we'll probably call it for a day
Virginia,
if they adjourn, right?
all the candidates, I've heard a lot of generalities in this debate. What I really want to know is, we've spent the last 50 years banging around between 15K and 25K annual donors. We don't need 25K. We need 250,000 donors, because that's what it's going to take to compete with the majors. I would like to know what your specific plan is, and I'd like you to get as specific as possible. What is your specific plan to get us from 25K to 250K?
Angela, would you like to start with this one, please?
The first thing we're going to do is we're going to stop alienating libertarians who aren't in the party. Believe it or not, they have money and they're going to donate it to us. The next thing we're going to do, and this is painful and you need to hear it, is we have to adopt a long-term strategy, because I'm not going to sit up here and promise you an additional 200K in the first year. I'm going to work my ass off to see if I can make it happen for you. But what we got to do is we got to start selling people on a vision and delivering results. And when they see that we are doing positive things and helping get people elected, and I mean the national party helping get people elected. You guys do a lot of that at the county and the state level, but we need to step up our game. When we do that, people are going to have faith in us and start donating more. We have got to prove ourselves, and we have got to behave like adults and plan for our future. I know that's frustrating for a lot of people, and you want to win right away, but that's just not how it works. Just like anything else, we're going to have to put together a long-term financial plan.
Thank you. Steve, would you like to answer that question, please?
There are numbers like that out there. The numbers like that are out there. We have 700,000 registered libertarians. We should be, every time somebody registers libertarian, they should be approached to join and become more active involved with us. That hasn't been happening. At least it happens in waves. It needs to happen in a timely fashion. You get a big difference in your result when you mail to somebody who just joined than mailing to them 5 years after they registered libertarian. They're going, did I do that? They tend to forget. We have, I believe, 700,000 people following us on social media, and we need to increase that a whole lot more. In the campaign, we went from 0 to 500,000 followers in 6 months. We can be a lot more than we are now, and that's where those extra donations and members can come from. In 6 months, we got 30,000 new donors. The party can get that kinds of numbers of new members. We've also got the people that have gone away from us. We can reach out to them. The point that Angela made about not alienating people, I think, is critical. That also includes not putting out messaging that offends people and insults them. We have to have positive, strong, bold, positive messaging. If all we are doing is insulting people, then that's going to turn off more people than it attracts. So yes, messaging that goes to that 30 to 60 million people that hold generally libertarian views, we need to be messaging to them, and we need to be constantly focusing on those sources of inquiries and new donors and new members, and we can reach those kinds of numbers, but you've got to be focused on it. You can't try to be all things to all people. All right.
We're going to have closing comments now, and we're going to start with Angela McArdle since she went last on the intros.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
All right, so it looks like they're doing closing statements.
We're obviously at a crossroads right now, and I want to frame it for you a certain way. Some of you are very nervous.
Damn, I missed
because
most of
we
the
have
debate
finally
because
reached
I
this
had to
moment
do
we've been
something.
working for so
I
hard.
had to walk my dog in the middle of the stream.
Because
It's
we fall on our
fine.
face. What if something happens to Angela? What if she gets abducted by aliens? I don't believe in aliens. Sorry. I know that's offensive to some of you.
Oh, I swear.
Don't abduct me. Anyway, some of you are nervous that we're going to tank the party.
Aliens
We don't
probably
take it
exist
seriously.
though, but
Just
they're so
edge
far
lord
away from us and
Not the
have
case.
as low chance of contacting us as we
What
have
I'm asking is that
to
you
contact
both,
them, if that makes sense.
got to have faith.
They're
and you've got
probably
to
in
reach out, and
in
you've got to be
stars
willing to trust
thousands
us.
of light years away
Trust
unless we'll never see them.
It's an act of courage. You have got to be a courageous party, because if you can't trust us to run things, how are we going to get past that little barrier to fighting like overwhelming totalitarianism at the state and global level? We've got to pull it together. We have an incredible opportunity. Let's trust each other. I know it's a little painful, but let's pull it together and let's do it. And let's make the next 2 years something that you tell your grandchildren about that just blows your minds. I want you to be proud of what we do. So let's be bold and let's be courageous. And please vote for me for chair, because I'm going to work my ass off for you. Thank you, guys.
How's she getting a lot of
Steve
support?
Dasbach, would you like to wrap it up for us, please?
I made
I
a
don't think either of them are
point
bad.
to swing by
And
the
I
Radical
just
Caucus
think
table earlier in the campaign to pick up one of these buttons. Always question authority. Libertarians are individuals. We think for ourselves. We make our own judgments. We don't do well at following orders. And so my appeal to all of you not just for a chair's race, but for every decision at this convention and every meeting that you have outside of this convention, is resist the temptation to simply do what you're told or to follow orders, but think for yourself, judge for yourself, decide for yourself, be a libertarian. Thank you.
Thank our candidates, please.
Right, orders of the day have us adjourned after the debate, so we are adjourned.
All right.
An
Woo!
announcement about caucuses real quick.
We did it.
Region
Never
1
doing a
is
stream this
located
long
in
again,
Redwood
though.
3,
I love chatting with you,
Region 2 in
and I love
Redwood
this
8,
podcast, but
Point of personal
6
privilege,
hours
we
is
Region
can't
just
really hear
3
you.
in
absurd.
Redwood
Want to do 10
6,
more minutes and then cut it off?
Region 5 in Redwood 7, and Region 7 in here.
Wow. That was something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I still think, it also confirmed one thing. Remember
What?
when I asked you if Angela's going to seek another term as LA County Libertarian Chair?
Mm-hmm.
Once she assumes national chair, she's just going to aim to finish the remainder of her term and then let someone else take her place.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She said in the next couple of months I am LNC chair, will do that. And
Yeah. You might as well invite back Arjun and probably get.
I don't know. I honestly gotta head off now. Because it's about the time I have dinner. So I'm gonna end the broadcast if that's okay with you.
Okay. We'll be resuming we'll probably resume tomorrow. But we're probably gonna have more interventions tomorrow because 6
Yeah,
hours.
I think we might just do a post-mortem, and not post-mortem, but just a post-convention one once all the elections are done. Doing it, covering the entire convention, it's a bit overkill for new streamers like ourselves, don't you think?
Maybe, but I would at least like to see the stream the chair race. Like we don't have to do stream Sunday.
Oh yeah, I'll see if it works with my schedule, and if it does, I'll DM you. Sound good?
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, we'll end the broadcast now.
Yep.